who said actualized?
Okay, so it's not. So you're not answering the question. Can you answer the question, please? We went through a bunch of clarifications here. Okay, it's boiled down to a true dichotomy. You can answer yes or no. Are you co-equally eternal with God?
Yeah.
No, that's no. So you're God?
A dimmer version of it. Yeah. There's no creative creature distinction.
That's the point. Yeah. If you are dependent on God, then you don't have an infinite past. Like
that's monism. That's monism. No problem. There's only one cause. That's only one. Everything is equal. Okay, so then you're equal with God. But never your actions are God's actions.
For you, the world.
Okay. Like God is an God actualized you on the basis of actus purus. If God is actus purus, then creates you on the basis of actus purus. You are now contingent on the actus purus. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mine is a French position. This is not the Islamic position.
Well, that's that whether they like it or not.
We're not trying to represent the Islamic position. We're trying to make them understand Christian metaphysics. Why do that? You tell me not to do that with the Quran, and now you're telling them it's okay for them to do it.
Thank you.
They don't say what I say. They say otherwise. They don't say like they're probably the clear me and Zabu to think this way. Yeah. I'm just. They're saying there's a team. I'm trying to argue with your position. I'm not trying to argue with your position. I'm trying to get you to understand ours. That's what I do. I'm not arguing with you about my position. Yeah, of course I understand. They hold to your view. Yeah, yeah. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's fine. Allah can be a father. Allah can be a father if what is like has aseity is the one ontological etc. Yeah, Allah can be father, like can be represent, can be made parallel to a father, but a father by definition. Allah has daughters. Allah has daughters. By definition, father by definition necessarily has a son, right? This is why you can't equate it. This would be why you can't equate it. But if you're seeing father for pure aseity,
by like equating, what do you think he's equating?
Okay, so when the Jews say father and we say father, they say father. Muslims don't use that terminology. Okay, so then he's not the father. No, he's not the father, like the way Christians see it. No. He's not the father.
Then why do they use that terminology? There can only be one father. There can only be one God.
Nowhere in the Quran is
well, they're the ones. They're the ones that invoke that terminology. No, I've heard other ones say it.
They would never use it. If they're doing it, that's
on TikTok. They use it on here, like counterfactually. You're just wrong about that.
Or
they do use that language.
You want to know what's the most challenging thing is to get them to understand that he's fully human and fully God. There's no contradiction. That is the most difficult thing to make. That is difficult for anyone. It's not very intuitive.
Why is that not intuitive?
To be fully human and fully God.
Yeah, why is it not intuitive?
Wait, well, how is when you know it? How do you reckon what people are human? This guy right? Yeah, when is God not God? Limitless, limited.
Okay, so Marcus, you're fully human and fully spirit, right?
Yes.
So how come God can't be fully man or fully God?
God can be fully man and fully God.
Okay.
Fully limited.
Yeah.
Who says man is limited? Who said he's not? You think man is limitless, like God? I'm saying if God bestows you with it, yes. Okay. If God makes another God, yes, that's what you're saying.
No.
Are you saying that it doesn't? I'm saying it's okay. It's not. You're saying the devil could be God.
You're swapping out the language and using something else.
Yeah, you're saying the devil could be God.
That's a devil could be a man, right? A police could be a man. But I asked her, why can't God be fully man and fully God? Yeah, you still haven't given the contradiction. You're saying the qualities. The qualities. We're not talking about the action.
The law of contradiction, first of all. Okay.
The law of non-contradiction. Okay, when you give me the contradiction, please.
This
Under Christian metaphysics.
I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. Like contradiction under Christian metaphysics?
Yeah. Would be a contradiction under how you understand. I'm saying
what I
understand
understand
the Christian worldview.
I'm positing a fallacy.
So give me an answer. So just because, okay, so what is it about the human that can't God? Just give me that. Give me the P and not P.
God does not die. Human dies. To not die and to die.
God does not die. Correct. Where's the contradiction?
To not die and to die. In what sense?
Oh, who died?
Human
who
died.
Thank you. So where did God die at?
Did not die.
You're saying humans died. So in order to be a man, he has to have the nature of man, correct?
Yes, he must die.
Okay, so then
2080. 2080.
He can be a god.
50-50.
God.
Who knows?
The soul, like as
I would offer
the soul.
offer me 25.
Superman, in order for him to be fully God. Is that what you're saying?
I would offer me 25K and see what I said.
You would retire.
You can be fully.
Go to trial.
If you're describing fully God as the soul or something from God, things like that. Yeah, I can
Go
grant
to trials usually works like that.
something like that. The soul.
I would offer me 25K and see what I say. Go to trials usually with 20K.
We're talking about general. Soul is from Father, flesh is of man, right?
All when you're born, your soul is put into your body. When you're born, your soul then goes into your body. There is no soul. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep doing that? I'm asking from Christian metaphysics. You keep doing this.
So when your body from Christian metaphysics, soul.
Yes. Why you keep going to Islam? I'm trying to think as a Christian. Stop with saying
okay. So
Islam.
Second, soul in the body is fully human, right? Where's the fully God? Soul in the body constitutes fully human. What is fully God? How are you marrying these two?
What do you mean marrying? What kind of a malformed question is
How
that?
can something so if you're fully God,
They don't that's what I was just gonna say.
they don't make
You're looking at it as if it overlaps, and for it to make sense, it has to overlap.
carry over divine nature.
Yeah, you have. Well, here's an example. Like the example is, for, Father, why have you forsaken me? That's expressing real human psychology.
Yeah.
And expressing mortality. But then later on, he says in his wisdom, it is done. Out of his last breath. So you can see the fully God, fully man distinctions here, if that makes any sense. You even see this like, oh, do you really truly know I am good? Only the Father is good. This is another example where he's expressing real human psychology, mortality, and then at the same time, like, oh well, guess who I am? So there's a little bit. Well, that's kind of like what I'm saying. There's dozens of instances where you see in the story that he humbles himself in human psychology without cheating. Because if he was God and he was like literally breaking the laws of physics or whatever the case may be, or bending them like he's in the fucking Matrix.
Yeah, it's not a book like where it's like fully abrogating the whole thing. But the New Testament is not fully abrogating the Old Testament. It's using the same language. It's showing these prophecies. The same language. They're not contradictory. They're not contradictory. I can't. It's not like we're saying, oh no, the Jews lost the Torah. No, we're reading the Torah from the Greek. And it was put in the Greek hundreds of years before Christianity. So, if they want to say, oh, well, there's Greek thought in it. Well, all right. Well, there was Greek thought in it for 300 years before Christianity came to be. So it's not like Christianity came, oh, put the Greek in it. No, no, that's not how that works. Incarnation is in the Old Testament. But it just depends on how you read it. It can be read in a different way. Obviously, we share the book with the Jews. We share this book. They're going to say we're misguided. We're going to say to them they're misguided. They're going to have their tradition. We have ours. But, I mean, we're coming to a different conclusion. As they are. There are things that we say we have flushed out. There are things that in the prior scriptures that the rabbis are still discussing. I mean, I don't know. It's nothing like the Quran, and it's nothing like that. They're totally abrogating the word father. They're totally abrogating. I don't even know why they say begotten. You cannot beget or begotten. How did the Jews lose their covenant? Jews lose the covenant with their God because they didn't follow Jesus. Like, you gotta make sense of these things. Like, these things don't make. They gotta give me the scriptures. Oh, we don't go by God. We go only by the Quran. But we're not Muslim. So who are these Jews? Who are these Christians? Who's the Yahud? Who's the Nasara? They're not talking to us. I'm telling you, I don't want to get back on that shit.
Well, going back to what Narja said about, God within, there's plenty of scriptures. There's one Gnostic thing in Timothy, I think it says, go within, pull it out, and it'll save you. So there's like a metaphysic, obviously, to this, which is eternal energy. And that's just the mystic path of Gnosticism or Hermetic mysticism.
I mean, that's great, dude. But they don't have like an actual religious place where people have been studying this and overlapping it.
What are you talking about? This is called the book club. Have you read a book? Have you ever read a book on Clubhouse? Excuse me, hello? Oh, I'm talking. Have you ever read a book, Regal? Hello?
Aquinas talks about it.
I'm talking. Hello?
Masada talks about it. All these social issues. And it keeps going on and on. Judaism, the Kabbalic Jew talks about it. What do you mean? Advaita Vedanta and Hinduism talks about it. This is a very serious concept that has always been understood amongst the mystics, the school of the mystics.
What are the names?
Yeah, we're not mystics.
What are their names? Tell me what these are.
85,000 names. Nagarjuna talks about it.
You don't know any names. You don't study any of this stuff. You guys are not scholars.
Hindu talks about it.
You're not scholars. You can't have an opinion.
What do you think are the only ones?
Oh my God. You're Regal, you're so cute. You're so cute. But you have nice ears.
Well, I study things that overlap with, like, history, liturgy, tradition.
You can't tell.
Been for like 2,000 years now. It's literally the foundation of Western civilization.
Thousand years mystics have been talking about it. You're just 2,000.
What ones? What ones? There's all different ones through different ages and times.
I thought they were.
They all have different understandings that contradict each other, right? So who's correct?
It's not big enough. Mystics don't contradict each other.
You're just saying a bunch of platitudes. You're not saying anything meaningful here.
It's all meaningful.
I have already laid it out here.
You're just asserting it. That's all.
I am not.
Well, when I ask you who are they, you can't tell me who they are.
How many more times did I repeat names? You just gave me results. I did that reset, so I can't do like guru.
Are you talking about? Are you this ones? Are you talking about? Are you talking about Japanese or Chinese then? Like, what are we going with here?
We're going into ignorance right now, and your freaking sense of arrogance and exclusivity. Get off of your hands.
Because you don't know which one you're talking about now?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Which one is it?
So many. He just gave you names.
Look it up. School of mysticism on the in school of thought and religion around the world.
I take back the mysticism. I take back the Jewish mysticism. You know what? I'm just thinking.
Very beautiful.
We're just straight Kabbalah. Straight up. Like,
yeah, it's not really beautiful.
In your own mysticism.
Jewish mysticism. So are they gonna follow and say that they're what?
Who's supposed to do say they're mystics? Many have fulfilled.
But I thought Searcher was a mystic then, isn't he?
He's an Ahmadi, so mystic.
Not quite, yeah.
Ahmadis.
I think that's a lot of Ahmadis, Hashtrashi, these are all people.
And there's like dozens of people locally that work at home listed under this name, and then there's a couple of ones under Craigslist. Which one? Which one should I pick?
Dude, you're yeah.
You go pick a Craigslist one. Go for it.
For years, people study under varsity schools the internal work, like how Alistair Crowley was just saying.
Oh, look at this Yoda.
Who? Yeah, Seekers, it takes to like Quran. He's a traditionalist. It's a different denomination in Sunni.
So, would this is going to yourself a mystic?
Consider myself a rationalist mystic, yes.
What about Seeker? Seeker, do you consider yourself a mystic?
I consider myself mysterious, not mystic.
Oh, damn it. The answer is no.
Well, I'm just letting you know, like, a person
Mystics are not made, mystics are born.
person ascending to heaven.
Yeah, we have this 3-day session after this, like,
Yeah.
answer.
A person ascending to heaven alive is very mystical.
Yeah, Jesus is the king of mystics. What are you talking about?
That's what I mean. So once you adopt Jesus, you're into Jewish mysticism. Ascending.
Mystics are very open to all schools that allow for union with the divine, with the source.
Chapter 50.
They don't call it names. They don't stand by identities. Ego is the biggest freaking enemy of the human qalb. That which is the combination of mind and heart.
Speaker, it's either in chapter 53 in the Quran, seeking after
Stop.
Stop. Quran. So in the Quran, chapter 53, is that very simple?
Yeah.
All right. So in chapter 53, I think 1 through 15 is mirroring the ascension of Elijah in the end of First Kings, the last chapter, and then the first chapter of Second Kings. This is where they get this motif from.
Why is that surprising?
Before you guys have this conversation, I just want to tell you what these people are doing. They're all in the back rooms in here smoking like areas with the the potpourri going and stuff, and they're pissing on each other. That's Aleister Crowley right there. You don't encourage societies with fucking mysticism like this, or like you say, "Hey people, this hey people group, this is what you get for behaving or making a family or contributing to
Well,
society."
Alice the Cryo, that's right up Marcus's alley. She's
That's what I mean. Like, it's like
I don't have any ways that this
You don't have to resort to magic to be a mystic. Your presence itself is an inspiration.
talking about your thoughts are the law. You're the one that's like formalizing and controlling people's minds in your immediate area based on the law of attraction. If you possess this kind of mindset, this is the kind of spirit you are.
do not deny that this is
Mind with like the law of attraction and make things
that little voice that wants to set your soul.
This is the reason why they don't want women, doing the mass. Because they shouldn't make like that. It's I practice all mysticism by rejecting all mysticism.
I was just gonna say, I think there's a distinction between occultism, magic, and mysticism. I think mysticism is just about having a mystical union with God, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't know.
But there could be overlap.
My concern is that certain definitions leave terms vague and open to interpretation, like mystical or spiritual.
Exactly. There's no uniformity to it.
There is. It always talks about source.
There might be Nargis, but you wouldn't know it.
What are you saying? She is mystical. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is Nargis may be having a genuine mystic experience that is true and identical, comparable to all of the other mystic experiences that mystics have reported on. Or she could be delusional and they could be delusional in different ways.
That is possible.
What I'm trying to say is, as we discussed, the mystic sensations we claim we have within our minds, in our own personal sensations and experiences, we can't exactly translate that over. We can discuss it and say, hey, did you feel like this? And say, I did feel like that. But you're really experiencing two different consciousnesses and trying to communicate that sensation to each other.
You can't.
I'm saying, as a result, all of mysticism sits behind the veil of ignorance. It doesn't have the helpful aid of like the real world as a crutch when we say a thing is happening or not. In mysticism, we can say it's happening and we can say it's not, and we can both be right because it's all experiential.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes and ears.
So all I'm saying is that, Nargis, if you want to say like there is this like singular thing you're connecting to, that might be, but you wouldn't know if you were doing that or just deluding yourself.
Well, I think they would say no. He would know, but other people would.
Other people know. And that's why your presence is not said. You don't speak about it. A mystic who thinks about mysticism is not a mystic anymore.
That's why Illumi is fucking insane.
Yeah, that's why he's because he's not. No mystic ever proclaims mysticism. That is part of the wisdom.
Yeah, they do. They speak in platitudes. They speak in non-specifics. They don't understand real consequentialism for your behavior or your actions. They don't.
I pick rational from red to keep that not.
Like, you literally just sat there and ignored. Because in favor of this mysticism you speak of, it's extremely idealistic, and that's all you're doing.
I said one does not imagine like the fall and without true mystic.
What are you talking about?
I would argue that there's uniformity to Christian mysticism.
But with internally into different traditions, it's easier to draw those parallels, right? Because they have shared language already. But how do you do that across traditions? Which I think is more to Mixed's point, where you can't always do that. But Nargis is saying that like there's lineages, right? Nargis, that bring these together.
They had this paper on it. I can share with you. Like mysticism, it's not boo. Mysticism and that's it.
Yeah. That's why I think like Zed's point of it being like an internal experience and not something that you can necessarily communicate. Like that is not different than what I think Nargis said.
It's not
Yeah.
magic, ballistic.
Meaning, I could put it in skeptical scientific terms. I would say, even if we say that nothing in reality is happening, there is no spirit realm or whatever, we would at least posit, based on scientific knowledge, that the the placebo effect is legitimate. Placebo and nocebo effect, which is to say, if you think something is happening, if you think you're putting effort into solving a problem of yours, it will actually be solved a little bit within your head, strangely. Even if you know that it's fake. If I tell you there's no causal relationship between taking this pill and feeling better, here, take this pill, you will start to feel better. Strangely. It's a weird thing. Which is to say, human psychology has an inordinate amount of power over our mental states and our minds, and there probably are experts who've worked on the most psychologically potent narrative techniques to get people into it. Now, is that saying that anyone that goes on that technique goes through the same experience? No. Are they genuinely having something? Maybe not really clear, but all I can say is that the realm of spiritualism and mysticism is discussing that psychological experiential state.
I will accept that. I will accept that because many traditions talk about like the mind and putting effort into like observing your thoughts, controlling.
Yeah, a lot of people related it to some version of soul back in the day. No, I'm saying back in the day they understood consciousness, knowledge,
Right.
They had all these theories and discussions about the different souls of humanity.
You can like provide a good rational argument for it. I think it's really not mysticism, right? Like the divorce of the mind, which is what which is what the Hinduism and Buddhism like reinforces so many times, includes the utility of the mind to its max. You engage it so much that it dissolves.
Yeah.
You engage the ego so much that it takes a backseat. You know the contrary. You don't denounce it. You engage it till it loses.
Yeah. It's not dismissing it; it's embracing it. Yeah. You have to know what it is before you can. No.
Yeah, like and usually like people who don't study under teachers and do this freaking YouTube 5 minute videos of opening your chakras. No man, it's here.
That's the first time I watched every video of spirit science on YouTube. You probably watched every single one of them.
I have studied with gurus. I've lived that life. I've had the privilege of doing.
It's so well read, Nari. So well read.
Why don't you like?
And I've traveled.
Don't want to go back. Never want to go back.
On your lives outside of America for years together, right?
That everybody
Just
with adaptive cruise control. Because I'm sitting in quite slow moving traffic right now, and I have this thing set at 22 miles an hour, and it's literally stopping and going, "Hey, this isn't me."
See, what's amazing also, Megatron, is that you said that there's either Kabbalists or there's Jesus people, Christians versus Kabbalists, and you just don't get it that Jesus was a Kabbalist. He was practicing Kabbalah. Oh, you took it back.
I said that Jewish mysticism in the New Testament.
Got it. Okay, so well, the other approach from the 60s and 70s. See, McZed said that by essentially denying all mysticism, you have a mystical experience. And that's exactly what Zen is, which is the philosophy of nothing. And so your ordinary mind is actually the simulation, which is joy. That's the beauty of mysticism. It's very basic. The now is the eternal. Hello? It's Allah Sheskat. All is God. That's what it is. Each and every one of you beautiful people, even annoying Regal, he is also that spark. And that's why I say highly annoying people or extremely annoying people, some of them, you're mistaking them for actually being highly annoying because you're so impatient, you can never get to the point. Hello?
The day human beings are honest.
So you want to know my latest project? My latest project, and I'm gonna hand it out to everybody. My latest project is going to be and prove, all right, that since the 3rd and 4th century, the Bible with the Old Testament has remained the same. And I'm going to make a chart to show them that 3rd, 4th, 5th centuries and 6th have remained consistent in order for the stories to even be in the Quran itself. So we're talking heavy evidence here that they can look up on their own. Or they can ask the ChatGPT once I have it all set up with the chart and the links. And I'm trying to get pictures. Oh, I gotta put my hand on the steering.
Oh, just like you just want to like.
Oh my God, you got to drive your car? How annoying.
Right, that's all that is running in your head, Megatron.
No, because they've been lied to. I feel bad.
Yeah, that's their problem. They need their own like experience. They can keep telling you you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. They're wronging their soul by doing that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I want to see these people in heaven, not like sipping milk and honey off of some really women with large breasts. Remember when I brought that out, Nargis? When Mahadi, that was so funny. That was so.
We do that. We do that.
Breasts.
Then go to have a
With your freaking homies,
That have breasts.
It's just in homies. Chill with your homies. Pour one out for your homies.
I want to see my dad. I want to tell him all the stories and stuff. It's not for women.
It is annoying. Like your ego is hurt that they keep saying you're wrong, we're right, you're wrong. Yeah, it's annoying after a while. And I've said this many times to them.
Help me on
Something so wrong.
your rights. I will find you.
So being said, I'm making a chart that shows that nothing has changed from the Old and the New Testament since the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th century. Or I can go before that, but I can keep it just around the time the Qurayshi people would be around. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th centuries. Until now.
Great.
With all the evidence that they can search on their own.
How do you compare Muhammad to Jesus? That's the thing I never hear about a Muslim denounce to say, okay, I've studied the life and history of Muhammad and I've compared it to the life and history of Jesus Christ. I look at the Mohammedan law and I look at the Christian Jesus Christ and story, and I'm still just flummoxed between the law and this spiritual paradox. Because Regal earlier said, when Christ, right before he died, he said, the work is complete, and he is a man, he's not a man, he is the God. So it's like there's this paradox, or this, uh, basically, how can you just not denounce Islam as from a historical legal basis? Hello?
Stealing Megatron's ego, which is actually this is not good for him. It's really harming him. What he's doing. This constant need to prove they are wrong and they shouldn't be saying that. And he's doing it from a good place. What you're doing is also.
No, Narges, you're the biggest blabbermouth. What I'm trying to say is that Muhammad actually was a hardcore fascist mystic engaged in gangsterism, warfare, barbarity, and tribalism. And you can only do that through having a mystical experience of force and might equals right. It's a pretty sick thing to do to people. Anyways, I am complete. I know you just want to yell and get your dopamine, but I rest my case, Narjas. You need to learn the fine art of silence and meditation. Because you're just a blabbermouth, Narjas.
For such a mystic, I mean, you should be meditating. Here, we should be. He should be the example.
Shut up.
Actually, maybe I can fund Regal to come with me to India. You want to come with me?
Yeah, I think we should all go to India together. I want to bring Alice.
No, forget it. No, let's go to Istanbul. You want to come with me?
We'll go world in the dirt.
It's so beautiful. Oh my god, Vigo feels scared of the
Yeah, he's scared to run. He's running his own.
scared of exposing himself.
Rico is
If anything other than his
lover.
biased views.
He's such a soft lover, and he's just running away.
No, it don't scared.
He's so scared. Don't be scared.
Listen, I've traveled the world. I've been to Muslim countries. There's no problem being with them in the streets. And that's because I'm a conservative person. And I got no problem living amongst Muslims, even if they're ruling. That's fine by me. But I'm just saying, if we were in a court of law or a classroom, this conversation is a worthy debate about which system or model should be outdated by now. Hello? I mean, Narjas, you make statements, but you don't actually make conclusive statements. You sometimes just say like three words. It's like a broken sentence and not even connected to really anything. I don't even know how people on this app actually successfully fully communicate with you sometimes. Hello? You got that simplicity of language. I get it. And maybe it's because you're multilingual and I can only speak, one primary language, which is English.
You also speak the language of annoying.
Well, this is the other language, which is hieroglyphics. This is when, essentially mysticism, spirituality, and having fun is complicated, meaning that ABC or abracadabra is really a beginning of real technology, which is using our bodies to synthesize sounds and symbols for concepts. And this is why I say this app sucks because the information transfer in a 10-minute conversation is so small compared to the information transfer in the experience with a book that essentially everyone here is retarded, including myself, even on this limited disposition. So, anyways, I rest my case. I'll see you all at the International R Word Convention for R words who waste all their time on conference call apps. Have a great day, everybody. Bye. Farewell. Kick me from the room. I'm ready to be kicked. Please kick me again. I want to go. I want to live my life getting kicked by people who can't control themselves and talk endlessly like blabbermouths. They call them blabberinas. Go ahead, blabberina. Kick away. Ready to be kicked. Ready to be kicked. Kick, 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 kick away. Kick the rock away. Kick rocks.
Technology made our lives to be living in a way that is completely different, or rather very different from 50, 30, even 30 years ago. And the other thing I noticed that people mentioning what young people get from their news sources, their news. You mentioned that as well from that survey. Sometimes for teenagers, people in their 20s, and they're just fresh out of college, they can get it from game rooms, from playing League of Legends, from chat rooms that they were having fun with. Not necessarily from X.com or WashingtonPost.com. None of that anymore. And that to me tells me one very important factor, which is the concept of community. We don't have the same kind of community as we did 50 years ago, where there's a lot of offline events happening, neighbors visiting each other, town hall meetings where you see face to face your representatives and news reporters. Everything has been going online for so fast and so much. COVID certainly drove that even more substantially, so that we don't have the sense of community of learning from each other, from a hero from each other face to face anymore. It's everything is about virtual. Look at what we're doing right now, Gary. Look at how many people are actually in this room. Why? It's because we, at least in the U.S., there's none of the same traditional format of gathering, of telling each other stories.
Wait a minute, Ben, where are you located?
I'm in the U.S.
Where? What state?
California.
Okay, so you're in California. Allen is in Texas. Howard is in Arizona, and I'm in New Jersey. How could the four of us, much less all the other folks here in the room, sit down and have this discussion with one another were it not for Clubhouse or some other similar. So it's just it's not necessarily a negative. You can still find traditional news sources online. If we are switching to an online environment, that's great. But do we have the ability to discern between the bloviating on social media and on late night television, or the comedians who have clips on TikTok from what we can also find online from traditional media? And or do we not need the traditional media? We have the comedians to tell us what's newsworthy. And by the way, where are they getting their material from?
Right.
They're not just making it up. They've got to be getting it from mainstream media anyway.
So that's where I'm trying to go to, Gary. Yes, thanks to Clubhouse, we can have this type of conversation online, and that has to be online. None of us were able to fly from Texas, New Jersey to the same spot. Absolutely. But
I would fly to California to talk to you, Ben. Don't say none of us. Speak for yourself. You may not be willing to fly to Newark Airport, but I booked a flight on Spirit, and I'm on the way tonight to.
You booked. I'm sorry. Yeah, change your flight. Gary. The thing is this. That's how.
Did you get that for all of you who say that I should be using comedy? That was supposed to be comedy. I want a thumbs up for that one. I just delivered the news using comedy.
Yes. You're not an old fart anymore, Gary. So in all seriousness, Gary, the fact that we're doing this online thing, that tells us one thing, is that technology companies are playing a huge role in directing the direction of news. All this algorithm that where we've been examining, we've been hearing, whether it's YouTube or Facebook or X, they're actually making a substantive contribution to how news is delivered and how public opinion is influenced. In other words, I venture to say the traditional conception that news media is a neutral platform like telephone poles or landlines. I do not personally believe that anymore. Again, the so-called Section 230 cases that we discussed a couple of years ago, I think that's a great indication that they probably were traditionally as a neutral platform of delivering, sharing news. But with the algorithm, they are literally skewing the news media, the information we're getting, by aggregating, dividing individuals to the left, to the right, conservative, liberal. That's an open secret, if not a secret, if a secret at all. So because we have a platform like this, imagine if Clubhouse has automatic prohibition of certain words, and then if you have those words in the room, you're automatically eliminated. Imagine that form of censorship that's not done by physical media, like lack of access to the newspaper or a sound wave. Rather, it's the platform like what we have right now. And this is another indication to me at least. This is why people are open to all kinds of sources of information, including comedy. And the reason is because, particularly with this administration, and I'm not really badmouthing the Trump administration, but when you want to get some comedy, you may turn into the White House press conference, where you can see the press secretary just openly lie through her face, through her mouth, and then she's being extremely mean to reporters. Even Trump himself saying something, you should sit down. You're such a weird person. You're not from a fake media. I don't want to talk to you. Don't ask questions. You, Mr. Fox. That's almost like a Saturday Night skit. I would have never imagined in the Table Neal era, or even the Obama era, public government officials will talk to reporters in that manner, or even like Trump would ridicule a reporter with disabled with a speech pattern.
You know what, Ben? You're a nasty person. You're a nasty, nasty person. You have low IQ, Ben. Low IQ. You're a disgrace. Your news organization you work for is failing. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I mean,
can you imagine that? And also, that's still comedic, but there's something more serious. If I'm the president and you say something, I'm pissed about my wife or anything, instead of whacking you, giving you a slap your face like Will Smith did on the Oscar ceremony, I'm going to influence my FCC, Brandon Carr, to say, if you do not take this guy off the air, I'm going to take away your license. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, or in effect, that is not only not funny and upsetting, it's very concerning, because that's the very thing that our constitution does not want the government to do, which is for the government to limit freedom of speech. And I remember Howard actually, Howard, I respect you and I appreciate you, but I remember once we talked about, it's a private decision. It's all these television stations, I don't know, the local stations that wanted to take off Jimmy Kimmel because it's their private entity. However, even though it's a private decision, which is completely fine, right? But they were doing that at the threat of a FCC commissioner, if not chairman, Brandon Carr. That is extremely concerning, because they would instigate investigation on your station not meeting the public decency standards just because you did not take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And I believe somebody reported, I saw it on social media, was it Como or someone that said there were stations that were considering yesterday to not broadcast Jimmy Kimmel's show anymore at the threat of a Brandon Carr's announcement slash Trump's announcement or Melania's announcement. I think this is why that, because the government itself is getting into the comedy business by being so mean, so nasty, calling people low IQ. I mean, you can call me low IQ, maybe that's the case, but you don't call a reporter low IQ or whatever low rated news media. That should not come from our government officials, particularly, much less the president. So I think this is really not something. And on the other hand, on the other side of the coin, when you want to see some objective analysis, relatively neutral analysis, like Jon Stewart or Jimmy Kimmel or Steve Colbert, these people are literally actually they are all performing the role of objective analysis of current events. And Gary, you may say that's not news. Gary, I don't think that's news. You know why? Because everything that Jimmy Kimmel, Colbert, Stewart says, it's never the first report. They always got it from something else, the AP, Reuters, or whatever. So they're still playing the role of a comedy show, except
Right,
comments
but
about
the problem is I'm not critical of them. In my story above, I'm critical of people who view that as news, which
no,
you
but
do, which you do now. But people claim that they're getting their news from comedians.
right,
Now,
I think that's misconception, Gary. I think people say that it's not necessarily that they get the first source of news. They say that because they get their analysis. They have.
but that's not what. Read the it's post poll, and maybe you'll get a better understanding. It's linked in the story that I wrote above. Thank you, Ben. Ben talks about a lot of things there, and I'm not going to go over them point for point because other people want to speak, obviously. But I just want to point out he almost hit the nail on the head a little off, in my opinion, with regard to how things have changed from the Walter Cronkite days to today, vis-a-vis television broadcast news. I'm just going to say very briefly that it all changed when CNN came, with the inception of CNN. Why is that? Because Walter Cronkite and Huntley Brinkley and all of the ABC, NBC, CBS news groups and all of the correspondence that they had around the world and so forth, and all the money that they put into that was a loss leader for the networks. It was a public service by the networks. They lost money on that. Never made money on that. It was never designed to be a money maker, and there were great stresses that were put on between the entertainment side of those networks and the news sides of those networks as they fought for the money necessary to run their operations. And the entertainment side said, well, that's great what Murrow is doing. But he's not making us any money. We're making you money. with I Love Lucy, So don't put your money into news. It was always a struggle, but it was recognized ultimately that they had a responsibility to the public.
30 seconds.
That comes from
Super quiet.
I see. Yeah, that would be super nice if I could get like a whole floor.
Or there was television.
My God.
Here, I just want to point out in radio broadcasting.
Hola amigos, hola chicas. Yo tengo una cerveza con una naranja. I just placed an order for an extra large burrito. Y 5 tacos con pollo. Y picante. Una cerveza, una daiquiri, una necesita una margarita. Bailame, bailame, y ahora.
Authentic, right? If there would be, we know that at least in this case with Deuteronomy 32:43, we know right the LXX is authentic in that
Started their own news networks.
the news was the product. There was no entertainment division to raise the money so that they can report the news because that was the entire product. So then you can't run it as a loss leader. You're trying to run it as a profit-making operation. That changed everything. And then they just determined
Back alley trans like show club right next door to me, and like the windows are all covered up, and like there's like graffiti on. What happens?
Yeah, you see the rat temples, yeah.
Yeah, that rat temple. I wonder what they're gonna do with the rat temple. Are they gonna kill all these little we
I like how you said, like, I don't use TV. Like,
I don't think stream.
yeah, they're biased. And people,
So I never use it. They have to preface it.
many of them, I think this is a bit of a job.
I was
Between
between
programming,
all of a sudden I just like coming out of
news channels.
what?
We are in a capitalistic society, and that's the way the cookie
And so all my cats were in the bedroom with me, so I was like, okay, it wasn't them. They didn't turn it on.
What names of the cat? These 3 cats.
Well, I told you one of them. Don't you remember?
Okay, so if I remember the names of all your cats like 5 days from now, well, that impressed. You'd be like, wow.
You'd be like, yeah, the documentary. I'd be like, good for you.
He doesn't remember.
Kimchi, Oliver, and Mimi.
You did tell me about kimchi, that's right, because I said I made kimchi from scratch, which shocked and impressed you. Anyway, so go ahead and tell me. So what? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were sleeping and there's cat. Like, what was the scary thing?
I'm getting there. I was taking a nap. My cats were napping with me. Everything was good, and then all of a sudden.
This is important context to what was scary.
Yes.
Napping in the cats is gonna.
Yes.
Okay, if it's not like first order, very upset.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow up to third order consequence. We gotta give her up to third order consequence here. So we gotta be lenient on the first fight. It's like, no, it doesn't mean that in the first fight. You gotta assume what the cat was thinking about the person next door's friend.
No, it's no cat.
This is why Pro left already. He was in here like this. He's just like I can't.
Like I cannot even. Yeah. He's gone.
We should do it like a radio show. We just talk about dumb shit. People just be like, I hate this. Oh my god, the worst. Who are these dummies?
Yeah.
So
What do you think? It's
Chris, did he not?
He can report it tomorrow.
I had the internet going, and it like, and I felt like the cloud like had it in the internet.
Oh my god!
It's a weird feeling. The frequencies. Oh my god!
The word said like go away,
Oh,
away, and I was like, what do you want me to go away from? What did I do? You know? And I was like, this is how I'm gonna talk now for all the time.
Go away, bro.
And like, Christina, you're gonna have to like deal with that, you know, and be like, well,
I don't know what to lose.
you know, because.
wait. So, okay, let me finish the story.
Do
God.
you think it's healthy? Talk to me, Christina. Do you think this is healthy for your psyche?
Well, it depends on her zodiac, right? Like,
Yeah, it depends on my sign, which I know. My sign was your sign. Oh yeah, we're both mutable signs. I'm a Virgo.
Oh,
but you're mutable.
That's funny.
Okay, we got this. We got this. Here's this moment right here.
Oh my god, I'm not even going to share my story.
Get that rhythm right there. Okay, the reason why that we bother pro is because we're kind of cringy when we talk, Christina. I don't think people get our humor.
Why doesn't he get it?
We're just being silly. Like,
why can't we be silly? Like why can't we have a sense of humor?
Right, just like, oh, what'd you do? Well, I got a new iron fucking
dildo.
Iron dildo. What is this? Okay, I gotta bring up some science right away. Hold on. It's not.
Could you come over Saturday? I'm like, wait.
No, my iron is not pure enough. I can't. I need pure iron dildo.
When was the last time you said iron dildo?
Yo, that's a weird band. Iron dildo.
It's the same songs though. It's just like played twice the same.
We just replace dildo for certain words, just randomly without just. That's how we roll. Iron dildo.
And the big hit song, instead of Number of the Beast, is Number of the Dildo. Well, that was good. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Yeah.
Christina.
I was literally.
We're done. No, we're done. This is. I can't. See, this is what women do. Oh man. Now she's all quiet, acting like I hurt her feelings. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sorry, I had to go.
Iron dildo.
I was peeing. Sorry.
Hey, Christina, always let me hear you pee. Why not?
That is
What's wrong with that?
so weird.
It's a little intimate. It's not weird. It's just intimate.
If you hear me, then everybody would hear me, and I don't think everybody knows.
You know, we could figure that out. But
Wait,
if on some level you trust me, if I can hear you. No, anyways, go on with your story. So sorry.
Okay. So the scary thing. All right. So it's going back with the cats, taking a nap. Everything was good, and then all of a sudden, I heard music in my living room, and I was like, "Huh?" What? It was not, but if it was, I'd be like, I was definitely somehow got himself.
It's like your roof, like fucking with your antennas.
Oh.
Like the sound of women having an orgasm with my penis sometimes. Oh yeah, no, it's weird. It's like it just sounds like Niagara Falls.
Okay, so.
Like, you have to change the sheets. You have to burn the bed.
Yeah, actually.
You can really, right?
Yeah. So I go into the living room and I'm just like, what? Where is this sound coming from? And it's not my HomePods. So I was like, okay, weird. And then I go to my TV and my TV screen is off, but it's playing a TV show. And I was like, that's really creepy because I never use my TV. How is this happening right now out of the blue, just randomly playing a show, but it's off? And the remote is like put away.
So I don't know. I thought it was really weird. It scared me. I owe somebody. Do we have any logical reason?
I have a musical commentary on this, followed by an interpretive dance. Please hold. This is the first song I ever made. And it's not about Roivus, sadly. It was pre-Roivus. There it is. It's that. Oh my god. Oh, that's cool, that's cool. There it is. Oh shit. Oh yeah. I was like grade 6 and 7. But not that much in action that I made. Honestly, I think this can get identified as AI right now. Can you have a beat up and you're the DJ? I am. Yeah, I'd probably make music live for everybody about that event. So I'd probably like use little snippets about it. So you listen to some of my Suno music, it's mostly Roivus. And every once in a while, there are other things, but it makes it like personal about the experiences in the room and other things like that. So that's what I think.
DJing some sort of event, right? It could be like in like someone's like a really big backyard or something. Yeah. It's really nice. They got the lighting.
Shout out.
Yeah, so they spent like 30 grand on the argument, like that kind of level, right? And then like you don't know that I'm there, but when you look, you see the guy, I'm kind of like by the pond, and I'm just drinking a big old glass of wine, a big full size glass of wine. I'm like, it's weird. No, yeah, you fucking no.
No, I don't have a song for that moment. Check this. I'm there. I look in the crowd. My eyes, I can't believe it. Is that Roivus?
Oh?
Holy shit. Let me make this a special moment. And then it just drops, and then cut next scene, and it's even more insane, and the whole party is just on fire.
And do you know why this is fucked up? Because every time that you see me in real life, and you're like, oh, then the next thing you always put on is something before the Roivus songs. That makes it so. That's what makes it deep. You know, just like, oh shit, like now I'm pulled in even more.
Roivus, I have a question.
More of that IO. I'm sorry. What did I say?
What's with my lord and
I'm sorry, my lamb.
What?
My sacrificial lamb.
Did you see the picture?
I can refer to you like biblical shit. Everything. That's so funny. Like. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you see the pictures?
Whose pictures?
My lord and Dick.
No, I get it. There's a big mutiny going on. I get it. But now we're trying to push Roivus out. A lot of women have tried to push Roivus out. But you know what? I grab
Oh
on
my
from
god.
and oh my god. They do that. It's funny. It's like when they get too excited, they start pushing me out. And I'm just like, stop doing that. All right? Okay, Chinga, don't push me out.
Clamp me down. Hold me hard.
They're like, clamp me down. Right?
I don't use that.
Tina, don't ever use that, okay? That's what you and me. You never use that with another guy.
Never. I will.
That's what, like, okay, normal orgasms are boring. We need to, like, orgasm 1.0 this shit.
Like, I like seeing them clamping hard.
Vaginal fluids out of my eyeball.
Clamp me harder? And you're like, yeah. I have the clamps. I want you to be like free. My own clamps. Bring your own beer. Well, I bring my own clamps.
You remember The Exorcist? The Exorcist where they put the piece tube? That's going to be vaginal fluids. Like, that kind of orgasm. That's what I'm going for.
Do it.
Yeah, you're in? Okay.
Oh, I meant. Wait, who are we referring to?
We were talking, but I guess me and I. Never mind. Okay.
You and I were.
Tracking here. This is just very disappointing philosophically. You know, I'm a Phil bro. I don't know if you know me, but I'm always like, I'm like a philosopher nerd. Like I
you're not.
Be stupid. Like crazy. No, I do. I really do. Like
Let's do it right now. More fun.
But there's like a way I am with you where I hide that, because I don't want you to think I'm a fucking nerd or an incel.
What? I think nerds are the hottest thing in the whole wide world.
I know, but you don't want a nerd incel. You want a hot you want a hot guy who's also a nerd. That's what you want. But hot guy always comes first.
No, not really.
Oh, come on. You're not gonna be like, oh, I love this nerd. I don't care if he's hot. You're like, oh, find out. He's like, come on.
Hygiene is important.
You're pretending your standards are like, they're not that low. Like, stop. You have 3 of your teeth left. But whatever the fuck you try to, that's not.
Alright.
That's so dumb.
Nuh-uh.
Anyway.
Well, you don't even know what you like.
I don't know what I like. Is that what you just
Yeah, because you keep going on dates with these girls and then you leave and you're just like, I'm never going to call her again.
So what's the other option?
I would say that's the opposite, madam. He does know what he doesn't want.
Well, that's true, but wouldn't you just like not go on a date with him if you? I had already known.
Well, what should I want, and what would that mean? Because
what should you want?
Right. Roy, that's how to love.
Oh, he's making a love again.
I will again. Yeah.
How? You gonna stand over me and pee all over me?
Well, I know sounds like he's picking it.
I won't fall in love, but if you just want to make me fall in love with you, like a weird potion or something, just pee on me. Like it's over.
That's like.
I never knew that love like this could exist. It's almost painful. The suffering I feel because the love is too strong. I guess like that if you pee on me. It's really
That is very crazy.
Yeah, I say like dark vampire shit. I get.
I'm half asleep. You didn't even think my story was. You didn't even think my story was crazy. I'm very sad.
What was the scary thing again?
That the TV was on, but it wasn't on. The TV was playing audio at the speakers.
How old are you?
You don't remember how old I am?
You're 33.
Yeah, you remember.
So I don't know if you have those higher tones because like when I was a little kid, this was hear me out. I'm not trying to insult you but it's like very young. I would see hot girls like Christina. I get a weird no, so I would go to like my dad's friend's house, Jeff or whatever the fuck, right? And I go, is your TV on? And he'd be like, no. What are you talking about? Back in like before modern television, that was like real televisions, And he'd go and I turn it off, and the sound would go away. But that was I learned that like adults can't hear that sound, but no one explained it to me. No one like your age.
Which you don't know.
Right? Like if you're a kid and you can make little cell phone noises in like the 20K range, adults can't hear that. So because of our age difference, I don't know if this. Okay.
Wait, so you're saying, what are you even?
Because of our age difference, like our hearing is drastically different. Frequencies that I do, right? That's just the way the human body works.
Okay, you're right.
Measurable differences between us.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
In our capacity to perceive the world and find meaning in this knowing.
Oh, it's getting philosophical.
Yeah, this is my philosophical one.
Oh my god.
Why does dishwashing detergent smell like lemons but not taste like lemons? Christina?
That's such a deep question. I think we need to argue about this for at least 2 hours.
And how do you like to argue? What's your position?
I just my go-to is like you're wrong. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Mute you and then leave. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what you say. That's the funniest thing. It's like someone's like, wow, what's a stupid word? It's really unfortunate.
Wow.
This is our first fight. I'm never gonna have a first fight. Never will.
So romantic.
Yeah.
I'm almost start preparing the songs for this very moment.
Like, all right, I'm just jacked off. I'm good. I just.
What do you jerk off to?
Me or I?
Both of you. Well, he's married.
So you mean both of us being together. When me and I know we're together, you jack off.
Yeah, it's a group activity.
You know, a lot of weird shit, like early McDonald's commercials. 70s, yeah.
Like this song right here.
It's
oh my god, it's gonna be about peeing.
okay. So Christina, what is he?
It's called a man whore by Tamika Clark at lunch at Popeyes. Listening to the show was Fridays was Tamika Clark retaliated against me for throwing sexual harassment bill for other sides. Reputation verbally harassed over the phone, in person, as a show hotel room, reservations, sojourn in the hot tub. It was killing the regular at it and told you to warn him, Johnson. I witnessed Robbie told CNRs would go fuck himself when that's clear and master because this case was investigated by everyone knows, so dismissed for his hate case. To look at Craig and harassing for false charges against me at the direction of the bill if he's reported temporary substitutes.
Over. Oh my god, is that Christina? And the music just drops.
I want to see her with Patsy.
Pineapple, banana, watermelon.
Yeah, when there's songs with a lot of fruits in them and Royvis is around, that's not a good. That's not.
What's the story behind that?
Wait, okay. You go to a club. I don't know why you're going to a club. Why you would need to, because you know who Royvis is. Like, might waste your time. And you go there, and for some reason, Io's the DJ. Okay. He's in your area for whatever reason. He goes on tour. He does like sneaky tours when he's not like biomedically torturing.
I would totally go. Not even kidding.
Small helpless animal.
God, that's so cute.
Yeah, what's up, Christina? How you doing?
What? Oh, we're right
now. What are you up to?
I'm just listening to this great music. I love this DJ. He is such a good, so original. He spends all of his time creating every step out.
The songs are about.
Homage. An offering to the gods of royal fucks.
He's a
Oh, okay, got it. Fangirl.
Really attracted to.
Well, actually, no, not fangirl. I'm a super fan, actually.
Although
I got a
it's way more done than Rick does. It's like
okay, restart.
My biggest accomplishment is like this loser. Anyways, that's a funny thought.
Okay, restart. We have to restart.
What do you got?
Oh my god! I know, right?
What? Oh,
Wait.
Christina.
Oh my god!
Years. You look amazing. You look.
Thank
You know, really, like, you look younger than the last time.
I've been told that actually. It's the infrared. It's the eating.
Oh, you do the light treatment?
Yeah.
It's really effective. But I think that was like a placebo. Even if you didn't use the red light thing, you would. You know what's weird? You're probably even more beautiful.
Oh my gosh! Stop it.
Social engineering. You've actually injured your face by.
Oh my god! Okay, I'll stop. What about you, Roybus? Did you get taller? Oh my god!
Taller, but it made my penis small at the same. So the amount of matter that the height took, it took away from my penis.
Well, I'm sure you have plenty still. So
you know, it's pretty good. You know.
Yeah. Is it made out of iron?
I can't compete with your iron dildo. Whatever is.
Imagine all big Captain America.
Can you make us?
Imagine you start dating someone, she's like really cute, like she's like Christina, like real flirty, real fun to hang out with, and she's like, by the way, my pussy has been murderized by an iron dildo for the last 20. Like, you know, just like Jesus Christ, but she opens her legs, it's like.
Right, it's like the Cookie Monsters.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, are you guys both high, or is it who's the highest here? What's that?
I'm always at Alexi. I'll say that.
God ways are higher, no matter how high I am. It's the Lord's ways are higher. Hallelujah.
I caught you guys in a good day where you're both in a good mood. I love this.
Like really exciting. Christina, I'm in the greatest mood ever. You know why?
Why?
Talking to you.
Aw, shucks.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Did you just get all red all over?
Yeah.
You feel a little thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll get used to it. Okay.
Oh, is this a philosopher voice again?
Yeah, this is when Socrates and hold on, these days said.
Who's the anonymous person lurking?
They're perfect. Doesn't matter. For my ex-wife. Right.
Has anyone ever done anything perverted on here before?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
They get banned pretty quickly.
What did they do?
No, I think that like certain people have shown their bodies to other people. I know that for a fact.
Who did you do it to, Roybus?
It wasn't me. I don't do that.
It's unsolicited proposal.
Christina, hold on. Have I ever DM'd you? Have I? Be honest. No, just be honest.
Yeah.
Okay. Was I ever creepy?
No.
Okay.
And that's how a creep would ask that on the spot, make somebody feel like they have to think.
Now, Christina, I want you to answer the question again. The same question.
Yeah.
Was I creepy?
Yeah.
This makes for a great radio show. I like these radio show vibes. This is pretty good. What you listen to this? If I was in a shitty mood, I'd be like, yeah, I want to listen to this nonsense. Hell yeah, let's get.
Listen to like force.
You're the fourth person to someone agree something. It's like, whoa.
I've had so many people show me their body, and I think people just take advantage of me because of my reputation.
That is amazing. In your case, yeah.
I don't know who you are, but I believe you. So when we have our radio show, can we force Pro to listen to it, like tape headphones and like to his head and like force him to listen to us talk right?
Sorry, my dear. Say it again. My lamb. My sacrificial lamb. What'd you say?
I said
When we have our radio show, can we force Pro to listen to it, like tape headphones to his head?
Like Clockwork Orange, like force his eyeballs open.
You must keep looking at the screen.
Look at the Christina in the Roivus talk. Yeah, you know it. So good. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah. No, I agree. We should. Thank you, Brandon.
Oh, turns out.
Roivus.
Yeah,
You think it's good there?
yeah, I think that would cause somebody to want to take their panties off.
I mean, I do. I just took my panties off. I did. I had.
You see, I want to keep wearing my panties.
But I had those like granny panties. It's like
The parachute panties? Yeah.
I never imagined Christina wearing the kind of panties.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like why? Yeah, why would she do it? Yeah, weird.
Yeah, no.
How do you even see it? Like, how do you know?
Oh, I think that.
Boxer briefs. Don't worry. I mean, you know what?
But you don't.
You could pull out boxer briefs. You'd have that sporty kind of Calvin Klein.
Oh yeah.
And Rovis, do you wear silk? I love silk boxers.
I don't.
Oh god.
I want to transition into like the silk underwear kind of wear guy. Like an older guy with the silk underwear and the fucking and the Oriental robe that you wear. And a lot of like I have like a roomy poetry.
Please don't.
Louis Vuitton. You know, we have a big. How did you negate my whole style? I've been talking to my stylist all week about this.
Your stylist? Oh my gosh, you are so LA. Yeah.
Everyone has like a stylist.
You're a stylist. I'll text you.
Yeah, how you gonna dress me?
I have to see you first.
Put clothes on me to dress me.
Well.
Is that a problem? Exactly.
Can you change your picture? It kind of scares me.
For what?
I don't know. Something that.
Well, pick one. I'll let you pick my thing out of the available. Except for the hiking one. I forgot to delete that one.
No.
Look at me. It was funny about that photo. I stand kind of faggy right there. It's like a. No, my hips are like kind of one way. Just.
Stop. Are those great shorts? Or something?
No, those are full. But like, hey, Taylor.
You could do the.
What? The Roses one is cool. The dog with the fire.
Yeah, let's do that one. That's the one I'm used to.
Have you ever heard that album?
No.
Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
It's one of my favorite albums ever.
Okay.
Okay, but will you listen? Okay, I promise you want to make a deal. Send me something. I'll listen to it.
Will you listen to it?
I'll respond. I'll tell you like, oh, I like this part, this part. Like, I'll give you a little critique. But you have to listen to this album, okay?
Okay.
I'll do it for you.
Okay.
Wait on the Wingman. Come on, Wingman. Are you helping me or are you hindering me?
Roger that. Target down.
Green lights. Copy. Roy, this averted.
Oh my god, that was a spontaneous airlock release. My apologies, Captain. It's easy. You have music in the background.
What's your preferred platform?
I was literally about to ask you that. Do you use Spotify?
Hey, we could do it. Do you want to link up on Spotify?
Yeah, let's link up.
Do you want to make a little like Roy Miss Christina playlist?
Yes.
A fun little playlist.
Yes.
Jingle our little.
Oh my god. Can we? I would love.
What makes doves cry? This kind of shit.
When you give birth to an AI that just makes music that represents the love between the two of you.
Right.
Boom.
I can pursue. Never mind.
You can pursue it, never mind. That's right. You can pursue it, never mind. So hard. You can pursue it, never mind. So good. But never mind the pursuit the shit out of it. Never mind. Like, oh my God, you can pursue that, never mind. So good and so long, all night long, right?
Because you could pursue because you could like keep the joke going longer. And just you had to like, oh, I don't want to be like, what the fuck was it? Like no one cares, right? What happened? You did the mended joke. That's the first rule of comedy.
Well, I was going to say something else.
Just keep going. Right? No, you could have said something else. They kept going with it. What do you personally take it seriously? Like flying across the country, like flying, what do you afraid?
Oh, we're not.
That was the one.
Listen, I would fly over to SeaWorld. The next time I'm in LA, which I literally just like before. A lot of them have knowledge about what's going on in Russia because they were in the oil industry as foreign consultants in Russia. So there's certain people that have like I listen to the military people like Jake Bro, Malcolm Nance, Jacob Carsborougugh, Chuck Farrer. These are people like Malcolm Nance actually fought in the U.S. Navy in the first Gulf Wars, and went into Arab speaking countries. He's a polyglot, but he went into Arab speaking countries doing counterintelligence and finding out what was happening on the ground. And he speaks Arabic. He speaks a number of other languages, and he actually is from Philadelphia. So when you hear him speak, he speaks English with a Philadelphia accent, which he can't shake. So, does he have a bias? Absolutely. Do I know what his bias is? Absolutely, because he discloses his bias so that I can critically evaluate, okay, this is where he's coming from, and this is his perspective. So take a look at the list. I mean, there's a lot of good sources of news. Thank you, William. We'll go to David, followed by Monsef. You're armed and ready, man. Okay, you're through. A lot of yesterday was me taking contrarian viewpoints, positions. So it was good fun sparring with you. Yeah, what's important to kind of piggyback off of yesterday. Today, I mean, it's interesting. What is news? Who defines it, and who? I mean, we are a society that that lives off of language and what things mean and who says what things mean. So, from that vantage point, I harken back to when I was an undergraduate and I got exposed to a guy by the name of Noam Chomsky who wrote a book and they made a documentary called Manufacturing Consent. And he just sort of ripped to shreds the way corporate media. This is again, Gary. This is 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, predating the internet, predating social media, predating Fox News and all the other things that have come since then. And it was an eye opener. And if you have the opportunity to be in an academic setting and to study from at the feet of PhD level academics who study media and news and ideology and how it's all framed and promoted, you really get a great snapshot of how the United States government has really, leveraged news to create consensus, identity, promoting national agenda, especially in the face of our foreign enemies, real and imagined. So, obviously, they've had a chance to perfect, to some level, the ability to control that.
Now, with the advent of the internet and everything else, controlling it becomes much more difficult. And with news and factions put everywhere, it's no wonder our country is a hot mess as well as others, because we have no way of controlling definitions today. We have no way of controlling who's behind the news. With with the advent of conspiracy theories, this is all taking root everywhere. I mean, you can go on YouTube right now, Gary, and play videotapes of people interviewing what appear to be well-informed individuals about what our problems are in America. And to your point, Gary, you'll go comment saying, "Well, it's the Jews' fault." They'll say they control all of it. And if you want to find information about that, you can. If you want to find information about the fact that it's the communists or the socialists, or there's a socialist Marxist agenda in America and the trans agenda, you can find answers for all of that. And of course, there's no way to put the genie back in the bottle. It's very difficult. Other shows that I used to watch and get news from, Gary, you'll appreciate is you remember the McLaughlin Group? Issue One. He had that Saturday.
I remember.
It was a great show because he had different voices, Pat Buchanan, a few others, left and right and center. And it was a breath of fresh air from some of the other stuff that I was getting from the news. You can talk about Fox News, Gary, in the way that Rupert Murdoch and Roger Ailes crafted that massive echo chamber catering to the right. And, it's obviously diminished on some level, but, that's a byproduct of saying, what do people want to consume? Not what is truth or what people want to hear, but what do people want to consume? And then crafting a show entirely behind that, and then having it masquerade as news. I'm not saying the other shows, the CBS, NBC, ABC, are any less maybe ideological, but again, we now have camps. We now have not just political parties, but we have shows catering to those political parties. And so it definitely sows discord. It sows discontent, and it shows is the sky going to be blue today, or is it going to be red? Right. So the truth loses its backbone to the core. Um, so, and then I had an opportunity, also, Gary, just to appease everybody here. I took a class on the history of the CIA when I was in college by a Harvard law professor who worked on the Pentagon Papers and the Iran Contra scandal and the likes. And then I also had the luxury of having a family friend who was in the CIA, a Cold Warrior in the CIA. And so I went to him and I said, and he was out of the CIA allegedly, but not officially. He said you could never really leave the agency. And he told me straight away, Gary, that the CIA is involved in the propaganda. They are involved with showing who the enemies are in the world.
Oh, big time, big time. A lot of disinformation comes from our government. With this war, we're getting disinformation from both sides, right? You can't trust anything anybody says, really.
Yes, exactly. And so I took that. I said, wow, I mean, that blew my mind because, it kind of confirmed everything that I was kind of learning in class. From the way they crafted the Kennedy assassination and the narrative behind that, and creating a consensus over the Oswald, and just telling the nation, hey, listen, we figured it out. Let's move forward, put our heads down, and not challenge us anymore, right? It's just created massive, massive books and conspiracy ideas behind it to this day. And that assassination was over 60 years ago. So, the other one of the sources I also like that's online is the Drudge Report. And if you were to go to the Drudge Report today, the top 5 major lines are, I'll just read it. Iran taunts just getting started. Fresh wave of missiles and drones. Dozen attacks on USA since ceasefire. Military on commercial ships. War to resume in days. Gas tops $7 in California. So that's just a mouthful right there. I mean, how do you parse all that? How much of that is true, real, or imagined? So anyway, Gary, I think if you have a good basis in understanding the American system, a good knowledge, a critical mind to address the title of your room, you're going to be able to understand and learn and think and not, you may not always get it right, but you're not going to be bamboozled by a lot of misinformation and buy into the narratives, the conspiracies, to all the other shit that is really just sandbagging our nation in a way I've never seen before. And so the fight continues, and as we know, Gary, I mean, it's not easy taking your message. I mean, if you're out there on the front lines, and that gentleman who spoke about the guy from Atlanta, well, that's a rogue, reporter who doesn't have to answer to anybody, right? But if you came across something, Gary, you say, "Hey, I've got to report this," and then your editor says, "Hey, Gary, we can't touch that, man. That's going to affect my boss, or that's going to affect."
I've never had that actually.
What?
I've been at it for over 50 years, and I can't recall any of my stories getting spiked. I've gotten pushback, but they were never spiked.
Have you ever had to self-censor yourself, knowing that I can't put this forward?
Why would I self-censor? I report the news as I observe it. Why would I self-censor?
Well, Chomsky pointed that out as being a big problem for certain reporters, particularly where the evidence that they receive flies in the face of the official government narrative on positions, say communism back in the Cold War, or the drug trafficking, the trades. I mean, that guy Gary Webb, that worked for the Mercury News, who ended up dying mysteriously, claiming it was a suicide. He was speaking truth to power in a way that they didn't like, and the guy's career was over. They ruined his career. So, I mean, it's kind of anecdotal, but it was a high.
I've had attempts to get me fired, but my bosses have always stood by me.
Well, maybe you haven't really dabbled with very high controversial subject matters before.
I had the mayor of Detroit try to get me fired. I had him shove me at a news gaggle. So I've had the pressure.
Okay.
But I've always been backed by my employers. So no matter where I've worked, whether it was in print in Detroit, or on the radio in Detroit, or on the radio in New York City, I've always been backed. So to make I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but to make the presumption that this is commonplace in the newsrooms would be an inaccurate assumption.
Okay, well, I'm not making that assumption. I'm saying, in some instances, this also happens, right? And particularly, especially if you're on ABC, CBS, NBC, with those major networks and their 6 o'clock news hour, 6:30 news hour, they're not just going to float any controversial story without it being very heavily vetted. Because once it's unleashed at that level, there's no putting that back in. So I'm just trying to say, do we really hear everything from the standpoint of the criticalness of that story, or is it all being whitewashed? And
I've had stories go through the process of legal review to ensure that I was not slandering somebody, a public figure. But that's not censorship. That's prudent, due diligence.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, that's great that you can speak to your own experience and working for the news organization that you work for. I'm just saying, at some level, that this does happen.
And remember, I've worked for news organizations that are perceived by the general public as being very liberal, and news organizations that are perceived by the general public as being very conservative. And I've never had a story spiked.
It's great. And that's obviously at our national level, our freedom, First Amendment rights here in this country, the freedoms that we often take for granted. But I also want to pivot and say that as autocratic governments like China and other places emerge, there's a level of news talk that is not being allowed to be understood in a certain way. I'll give you an example. Like, I hang out with a former Chinese national who was an actress. She was in some big movies, and her and I locked horns over to what happened in Tibet, and she was absolutely adamant that what is happening in Tibet is wrong, is not true. That the Tibet people are happy and prosperous, and that we didn't take down their Buddhist monasteries and statues, and take out the Dalai Lama. Dude, absolutely brainwashed, Gary. Absolutely brainwashed. Sorry about the background.
So yeah, maybe something about
What I'm trying to say is
standard news in China versus government influence on news coverage in the United States, and there's a difference. I'm not saying that the government doesn't try to influence. All governments do. And to your initial point, obviously they've got the bully pulpit. So if I have a question about the Vietnam War is progressing, and I go to the Pentagon as the Pentagon correspondent for my news organization, and they lie to me, all I can report is General so and so said that the war is going fabulously well. It doesn't mean I'm an arm of the United States government. It just means that I am reporting what the United States government is telling me, whether it's accurate or not, which is my responsibility. This is what the general said. Now, if I know for my own independent reporting that what the general is saying is inaccurate, I could challenge that in my reporting, of course, and I would. But the influence of government, which is very strong, and do in China and in Russia, etc., where they actually censor the news. This is a complete. It's not a fair equation.
Maybe it's not fair, but I just think as an example of how much overreach is over there, as long as we're not backsliding in that sort of trend or direction, is the concern I would say here or have. That as topics become more tempting, particularly as we allow Donald Trump to take hold of the narrative and not being challenged, we could potentially run into that where we're also being not necessarily informed properly as a nation. And I'll end there.
So I will make a distinction between being being censored and following style. So I will give you an example. There is a nation that is adjacent to Thailand, where there has been civil war and a military junta and a legitimately elected president, female, who has been incarcerated in spite of the fact that she won the Nobel Peace Prize. What's the name of that nation? You're familiar with the geography. What's the name of that nation? Okay, see, now you refer to it as. Wait a minute. Is it Myanmar or is it Burma?
Under British rule, it was Burma.
What is it called today?
Myanmar.
So the David Garcia News.com would refer to it as Myanmar.
That's the official title of the country out here.
So it's not. You are no longer, David, an advisor to President Trump. Today, you are the editor-in-chief of David Garcia News.com. So, what style are you going to use? Are you going to call it Myanmar or are you going to call it Burma?
It's the most clicks.
See, so this is a prime example. This is not censorship, it's style. And the style is based perhaps on the perspective of the news organization. I just want to bring in this nuance. So, for example, the Associated Press refers, which is supposed to be the standard, generally speaking, refers to that nation as Myanmar. I work at Fox. Fox refers to it as Burma. Is that censorship? If I call it Myanmar, am I going to get in trouble for not following the style? Yes. Is that censorship? No, it's style. Here's another example. If you're in print media and you refer to a person's color as a race, black or white, do you capitalize it? Do you capitalize black? Do you capitalize white?
I do.
Okay. Do you capitalize brown?
No.
Why? Why?
Because it's not a part of the vernacular of describing.
I see. I see. Anyway,
Well,
I'm just saying that there was a time. There was a time when, if I was referring to Merrill in a news story, I'll give you. I won't use Merrill. I'll use my mother was. I saw an old clipping where my mother was referred to in a news story. Her name was Mrs. Martin Baumgarten or Mrs. May Baumgarten. I can't remember which. We don't refer to women that way any longer. I remember when we went through this whole thing where we're supposed to refer to women.
This is Mayor Candidate John Kitover. You go to ChicagoMayorVote.com or MayorKitover.com. This is the Gary Baumgarten News Program.
Women as Miss or Mrs. We refer to men as Mister. Well, some people decided let's call women Ms. Now we don't say Ms. any longer. We just say their name. We say Meryl Hansen and second reference Hansen, just like Gary Baumgarten, second reference Baumgarten. So the styles change. And so if I don't adhere to the style of the news organization, which may be reflective on their view of the world, yes, I could. If you want to call that censorship, then I guess I've been censored. There is a river in Michigan. It's called the Raisin River, but it's also called the River Raisin. So there was a great debate in the newsroom of a newspaper I worked with in Michigan, and I always called it, because that's how people commonly refer to it, as the Raisin River. And my editor said, you can no longer write Raisin River, write River Raisin. Is that censorship? No, it's style. So we have to be careful, in our analysis of this. I've never actually had a story spiked. I've been told to change the words I use based on the style of the paper or the broadcaster, and sometimes that is reflective of their worldview, as in Burma versus Myanmar. By the way, I don't think Myanmar personally is a legitimate government, so I refer to it as Burma as well, personally. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
Mindset followed by Stan.
Hey, thank you, Gary. You reminded me of a post I saw on Facebook. Only a few weeks ago, someone took a picture of a street in, I think it was in St. Pete, and it was called Gulf of Mexico Drive. And people started yelling.
There's a prime example. Do I refer to this as the Gulf of Mexico? Or do I refer to it as the Gulf of America? Now, that box, the style is Gulf of America, I believe. I don't think we call it the Gulf of Mexico. I think we might just refer to it as the Gulf to get away from that. Here's another one. Do you refer to him as Secretary of War, or do you refer to him as Secretary of Defense? What do you do? Well, some news organizations say Secretary of War, some say Secretary of Defense. What I do to avoid the conflict, because I don't want to offend anybody, I call him Pentagon Chief.
But the idea is that it was a street name, and it was called Mexico Drive. I mean, they changed the nomination, I guess, of the Gulf of Mexico in the map for the sea, for the Gulf. But people are so, if you're if you agree with the change of name, and you feel that it's really something that you support because it's America and it's celebrating America and all that. You don't even realize that the person was taking a picture of Gulf of Mexico Drive. It's a little street in St. Pete. But the echo chambers, I guess, in especially in U.S. media kind of fear. It's kind of gotten crazy, especially with the 24-hour kind of uh, news channels that tend to offer, I mean, things that that if you're not if you can't really discern that what they're giving you is not unbiased information, but it's the view of the editorial team, or it gets worse when it's opinion programs that sell themselves as we're giving you the hardest and news, the latest news. Especially with, I mean, we know Sean Hannity and all that. And I'm just using them for the right. They are very equivalent, just as hard as Sean Hannity on the left that do the same thing. But when you got in an opinion program to invite, let's say, I mean, we saw many times the president of the United States, being interviewed by Sean Hannity. So you expect, oh, you're gonna get a pretty comprehensive interview to see what the president, thinks. And you're gonna hear that, all the questions are like softballs, and even if the answers are not what Sean Hannity and supposedly what the audience wants to hear, then you start to to you got the host that is given like a salvo for an answer if the president goes in a certain way. They try to keep him in check, and that's dangerous because you're getting guided information. It reminds me of the first thing I thought when talking about this today is the Edward Bernays propaganda book back in the 1928. How propaganda is used, I guess, to psychologically manipulate the masses and all that, and these news channels do the same thing. So we do live in our own continent, the United States. We are far away from other places in the world. We tend to live in a bubble. We don't speak any other languages. Well, mostly I do, but a lot of people don't. And worst of all, is we don't even try to get very kind of sources of information, even inside this country that we live in. You're gonna have, I mean, Fox watchers that only watch Fox News. You're gonna have MSNBC watchers that refuse to watch Fox News, and I do them all. I mean, I watch every single one of them, including the stuff that really drives me nuts. But I have to know. I really want to know what the other side is thinking. Um, So it's confirmation bias at its best. I mean, the information that your brain kind of loves, and you go to that channel. That's only gonna give you the stuff that agrees with you. Say that you think you know what's going on, but you only know what they're trying to tell you, and you're captive to that one side. So someone mentioned earlier. I think it was someone mentioned earlier that a good practice will be to even the diversification of news shouldn't just be within the United States, but that I mean, try to expand it to other countries. The opposing part. I mean, why not? A lot of times I turn on the Iranian news agencies. I want to see what they say about us. I don't speak Farsi, but there is plenty of ways to kind of get the news from there. I listen to Al Jazeera, whatever, just to see what that side of the world kind of how they see the news, what's their take on it, whatever. I watch the French and German news. I understand the language, Spanish news, and it gives you a different take. And you really think then that even when you think you're diversifying your sources of information by watching, oh, I'm good, I get all sides because I watch CNN and Fox News. You still get in, a very, American kind of oriented, side of the story, and it keeps you in whatever silo that they want to keep you at. That's all, Gary. Thanks.
So to your final point there, if you go to the Drudge Report, and this is not an endorsement of the Drudge Report, some people love it, some people hate it. Some people love the way it used to be, but they don't like what it's morphed to, etc., etc. One of the things that the original Drudge Report had, and now that it is kind of morphed from a conservative to a liberal news aggregate, at the bottom of the Drudge Report are a list of a number of international news organizations: African News, Arab News, China People's Daily, the Financial Times, Haaretz, Hindustan Times, Jerusalem Post, Moscow Times, Rio Times, a bunch of UK places, etc. So if you're interested in following Monsef's advice, there's a good entrance to finding what it is you might be interested in looking for. We'll go to Stan, Scott, and Merrill. Stan.
Hey, Gary. Right. Getting the facts correct is the first step, and what happens and the numbers are the first. I mean, every institution has its agendas, and when I read the Economist, Wall Street Journal, this kind of news agencies for economists, I suppose they are having the correct facts, correct numbers, but during the years, I found that their interpretation of the numbers are really misleading. For example, the legitimize of the drugs and in the Western society not acknowledge the economic rise of the China, which also pose very big problems for the West country.
You're recording.
What I mean is the sorry, that's what I mean is the sorry, I was a little bit
I guess has lost his train of thought. We'll go to Scott, followed by Merrill, who gets left. Scott, are you there? Scott. Merrill, before I go to you, let's look at what folks say about where they go for news. Well, let's see. The answer to the question is, wow, this is very interesting. 80 votes, ladies and gentlemen, 80 votes. 52% say they go to traditional news media. That's 52% over when you have three choices. I applaud the folks who come to the Critical Thinking Forum. 38% say they get it from social media, and 12%, no, 11% say that they rely on comedians. And you know what? The joke's on you. Merrill, you get the last. Merrill. I guess not. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
That's my attitude right there. All right.
Right, should I stay on here? Should I go? I did.
It's an optic piece. To fund from federal, 90% of those that qualify. However, there's carve outs with that. The states have to apportionate 10%, and then that 90% is diluted down to a variety of programs, but they don't fund the actual ACA expansion. This includes all other funding. So this is not just a direct give all for the ACA expansion. The main reason and the concerns with the other states, and is a prime example of what's going on in California. For those of you that live in California under Cal MedPay, the problem is that Cal MedPay is exceeding even the fucking federal contributions funds, to the point where now they are having to go to the private insurance market to utilize reinsurers and trying to get multitude layers of risk protection on those for those large claims. Because guess what? Under the ACA, you're having massive fucking call-ups from providers. They are taking it and going fucking wild with some of these costs. The insurance companies are kind of going, hey, we're losing here. So we're going to leave some of these exchanges, which is what you're seeing across the fucking country. They just don't want to be part of it. Because it really costs for it eats you up. But again, people don't know how their insurance works. The work requirement that the Republicans put on doesn't even go into effect till 2027. So that one's off the table. So you can't say they did anything there. That's only 80 hours a month. Most of the people that are on these programs actually do work, so it's going to negate them. It's more importantly to get the people that are going to be able to work and can work while they're receiving Medicaid actually contribute to the pot. Their states. Majority of the state is covered. There's maybe about 2.5 to 3 million people total in the United States that are not covered. That is pretty fucking impressive for a nation that says everybody just screams on TV that there's no insurance coverage for anybody. The other thing that the Republicans did, and they put in with Democrat support, they had bipartisan support for this, was eligibility and verification checks for these programs. So every year you have to provide and show your eligibility. So for instance, which we found out, you can't go get $100,000 a year job, be on Medicaid, and just stay on Medicaid and wait for the government to collect from you or come up and catch you up on. Because this is the thing that we want to see. By the time the federal government comes back, or the state governments come back and find out that you're doing this, then all of a sudden it's really too late. And they won't get that money anyway. You're already out, and it skews the numbers. It skews fucking fiscal responsibilities. But in states that don't really have it, like the 8 states that don't, they really don't want to be part of this because it'll skyrocket it. It's a locked in program, and they don't want to see with the explosive medical costs what's going on in California applied to their states. So states like Georgia and even Texas, because there was no substantial funding during the ACA's implementation to help Texas or some of these border states adequately proportion their costs to cover, guess who? The immigrants that were flooding over the fucking borders at that time. Even though Obama was catching them and sending them back, they were still coming across, still seeking medical costs at an explosion of a rate. And so these individuals would be too hard to catch, too hard to deal with, and these costs were just massively just out of whack. But I mean, you could blame the Republicans. And the Affordable Care Act sets these certain funding rates for expansion across the U.S. So as people get more and more on insurance, they're there. Now, whether or not people use insurance or know that they have insurance does not mean that they're not covered. Most people don't know what is available to them, and I will grant that one. The government does a shit job at it. It's similar to taxes. I tell people you have to actually spend time researching and reading and figure out what your state and what the federal government will give you. But right now, the expansion is going on, and it's all done through FMAP, if you knew that. Usually that 90% drops down to 50 to 77% of coverage for these populations. So you have to figure out what you're actually going to have in play there. So that 90% is really a misnomer. They say they give it, but again, it kind of, by the time it gets down there to the state, it's whittled down and it becomes a different presentation. So it's kind of hard to really say that, hey, you know, that the Republicans are getting away healthcare. In fact, they're trying to do the opposite. They're trying to actually figure out a more capitalistic approach to control costs to create more competition. Because we went from, since the ACA, 9,600 and some fucking hospital systems across the country to 6,000 hospital systems. Most of you in your cities, in your urban areas, 1 to 2 hospital systems that own 60% of the share of clients in it, meaning that all the facilities, all the entities you go to are actually owned by one system. These are where we're having issues with because hospitals aren't sustainable. The only thing that has changed is the subsidies haven't kicked back for a lot of these areas. So, you know, those are done as of the first of this year, and we're seeing a change in the markets. But actually, what's happening is a bigger improvement because it's now giving more leverage to kick back on providers to keep costs more affordable for people. We're able to negotiate at a higher rate and basically kind of push back, especially with specialty pharmaceuticals, which are killing the fucking nation at large. So, I mean, I could go on with this, but I give you Med-Cal as the case in point, as a failed government program. People don't realize in California how much they're about to get like next year. It doesn't matter which person comes into office, governor. By 2020, I want to say the end of 2027, your financial statements just to cover Medi-Cal is going to be pretty fucking massive. It just cannot sustain at the rate it's doing. You can't hold the fiscal end and doing all that it's actually currently doing and allowing the providers to have that free reign of cost under their Medi-Cal program and giving doctors and hospital systems those expansion rates and those increase rates that all the providers who are donating this a nuisance campaign to be able to get. The insurance companies are pulling out. They're starting to want to leave California. They're trying to drop off of some of those. The reinsurance carriers are setting massive premiums because those guys don't touch claims until they hit like 1 to 5 million. And they're seeing massive record increase rates of $5 million for procedural cares. These are for things like pregnancies, mental health conditions. So these things are massively increasing, and we just can't keep going on. So yes, there's good things about the ACA. There's bad things about the ACA, but people should really learn how their medical coverage actually works and how their insurance programs work, because we could hold a whole room all day about it. But really, at the end of the day, a lot of people just take what some idiot or Elizabeth Warren says on CNN as fucking truth and gospel, or they heard something or seen something on fucking Google, but actually don't bother to read CMS. They don't bother to read any of the information that's actually put out by the states. Until someone like me says, actually, it's the opposite of what you're stating. And I'm going to land there because there were so many weird points about it that were made both in the chat and on stage that it would just take me an entire day to go through and show you exactly how these things actually operate. And not to say that our medical system is failing, but it's definitely going through constraints. And if you are looking for better options and more affordability, I suggest you get a direct care option like Amazon One Medical, which will give you a $65 direct care access. They have brick and mortar stores. They'll cover a family of 4. And for $5, you get a pharmaceutical perk on it that cuts it down too. So, you know, you can get a lot of your meds at a very much a discounted rate overnight or within hours after you see a telehealth doc or something along those lines. So it's really fucking affordable, and they have 186 billion people in our nation under their coverage. So pretty much almost half of the fucking country is under Amazon One Medical, which is fucking amazing for a system. I don't necessarily think it's perfect, but at least it's giving you guys a little bit more relief and better opportunities to go ahead and seek out opportunities to get quicker health, more direct health, and faster pharmaceuticals so you take care of your needs and get your happy pills. I'll land there.
The uninsured number, by the way, is 25 million.
What did you say?
The uninsured number is 25 million.
No, it's not.
Hello? Yeah. So, Brad is right. And also, we pay
and I'm gonna read this because you guys don't believe anything unless it comes from a fucking internet source. $27 billion annually in improper enrollment. And I know you don't even know what the fuck that is. You know what an improper enrollment is?
But yes, I do.
Well, Brad does too, right? But the rest of these people don't. They're just listening to the people that's gonna lose out on money from the budget being cut. They won't be allowed to overcharge the government. They won't be allowed to overcharge consumers. Now, they're going to have to work harder to make that money. I don't think that's the part y'all don't understand. I agree with Finley in the chat. He said capitalism is the problem. Facts. If these guys at the top would take a pay cut, the money would flow better to the bottom. But instead, you've got insurance brokers, you have these CEOs and all these companies taking money from the government and not providing people with any health care anyway. That's why that man got shot in broad daylight in the middle of New York, remember? Didn't you guys say insurance companies need to change?
Right.
And now the government is taking money. Now the government's taking money from these same niggas y'all want to shoot and kill in the middle of the street, and you still have a problem. Oh no! Yeah, that's why they got shot. When they lose money, they're gonna say fuck you too, even though they can sustain a pay cut, right? So there's bigger problems. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you don't run businesses. You run your mouth on Clubhouse. And I do too, but I also run a business. So like I said, I'm not gonna keep paying for shit, overpaying for shit just because a nigga want me to overpay. That's not how you run a successful business. Oh yeah, well, we're gonna charge you $1,000 even though it's 500. No, you're gonna charge me what it costs. Not what it costs for you, Susie Q, and John to make a few extra $100. What about the Somali fraud? Y'all don't care about no fraud. And that's the problem. It's a lot of niggas out here under government contract charging $75 for a hammer, right? These are the niggas that's crying. They don't want to lose this money. All these defense contracts and medical contracts, and you guys are just dumb. And once again, overeducated retards. You can't even count. Black people are so small, a sliver of the population, about 15 to 16%. If we all got up and voted today, right, because that's not even the voting, eligible voters, that's just the population. It's probably less than 7% of eligible black voters. How the fuck are we tipping voting skills? Do y'all ever think about that? If we're outnumbered, we're a minority, why the fuck do they even care about our vote? We could all show up to vote. And it wouldn't do a fucking thing if all the white people showed up to vote. If they voted against us. This is just a tactic to keep niggas on the voting plantation. And I'm mad that you don't see that. Oh, we can't have them in that zone because then we'll lose them. No, I can vote for whoever I want. That rezoning shit and all that stuff, that is what did Concrete say? A distraction. Go vote for who you want. The zone you're in, that does suck, unfortunately, because it might change the candidates on your ballot. But who gives a fuck? Vote for the best one. That's the bottom line. You could tell me I don't understand what I'm saying, but I bet you can't explain to me the Electoral College and how it makes sense and how it's giving small states a bigger voice when California got the most electorates in the country. And the small states have the least. Because that's how math works. There's no representation. Broke ass niggas. Period. Last thing I wanted to get into was real quick. What was it? Oh, in the chat, I said I was going on vacation this weekend because Coco said they're trying to set us back. They can't set me back. None of this can set me back. Y'all have to stop fear mongering black people. These same Democrats that are trying to tell you that the Republicans want to shackle and chain you up. Remember, they were crying and killing us in Tulsa, Oklahoma, because we was voting against them, because we was sick of them cracking. Right? These the same crackers that done reeled you back in with a noose. They said, "No, come back here, nigga. Come back." those Republicans from over there, they ain't no good. Come back to Master. And what do? We went right on back to Master. And you stupid niggas up here talking about Democrats and Republicans. That shit doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. Pick the best candidate on the best side. But I know you guys are gonna find fault in something I say, right? Anything I say. Oh my God, she voted for Trump. Yeah, I did. And I'll vote for that nigga again. You know why? Because he's stomping on your motherfucking. He got y'all niggas can't sleep at night. He tossing and turning and tossing and burning and yearning for some love from somebody.
Yearning.
Niggas is unloved. Nobody loves you. And you gotta get that hurt about your heart, man. Go get on a dating site or something. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you. Next in the queue.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you gotta hide your kids. We have our predator in our midst. I repeat, our predator is in our midst. So make sure all your kids is away from your devices. Practice to say that. They're amongst us. Shine. Be careful. But what I wanted to say first is, what's her name? I shout out to Asian. She made a very funny Spirit Airlines joke. I think that was very well timed. If you can scroll up in the chat, you'll see it. Gotta repeat it. That was funny. Brad, right. It may have been anti-black, but it was what it was.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting it. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, Brad, you were right. I was wrong. I misspoke.
No worries, my friend.
Yeah, you were right. I was talking about the part where like the insurance lobbyists, like they have like these caps that they put on like hospital bill, like the percentage that they'll pay. So hospitals have to charge like astronomical prices. So like the percentage that the insurance companies cover, like the basic cost, for example. I don't know. Insurance companies say they will only cover 40% of the bill. So instead of the hospital charging $1,000, they charge 20,000. So 40% of 20,000 is like it's a bigger chunk than what they would have got if it was 1,200. And I think that is the issue of like I said early capitalism, but insurance companies. It's kind of weird.
It's more nuanced than that, but I get where you're getting at. But we can talk later.
What else I wanted to say? Yeah, you brought up something about Amazon, and I hate to glaze Jeff Bezos because I'm a big Elon fan, and they have like a little space race going on. But the Jeff Bezos and his Amazon venture into like pharmaceutical world and a pharmacy world, I actually utilize Amazon's pharmacy feature. I don't use the Amazon One thing like Brad's talking about, but that I heard about that. But I use the pharmacy side of the app because I'm not currently home, and like there's no Walgreens or freaking whatever the other one is. I think CVS where I'm at, so I just can't go get it. So like Amazon, that I get prescribed medication and it comes for free with my Prime membership, and like 2 days or a day, like free of cost, no matter how far it is. Uh, Shout out to Amazon for that, bro. It's very handy. It's like you live like in a rural area or if you're like in a remote area.
Okay, whatever.
What did you say?
I said on Prime. I got to utilize it as well.
Yeah, that's one thing Jeff Bezos did right. Uh, what else would I want to say?
Yeah, by the way,
Oh yeah, about the Supreme Court thing was that I hear you. I hear you guys, especially you folks. I hear you about like the racism, diluted black votes, it being like political, to like marginalize and all that. I hear you. And that is absolutely what they're doing. I'm not denying it. You know, it's open. It's an open secret. What's happening in Tennessee and all the other southern states. Not gonna deny it. And it's interesting to see all the court battles going on and hypocrisy between both parties when it comes to gerrymandering. Virginia, Louisiana, Tennessee, all these places. But my main gripe with this, and like this is my only objection, is like the law is the law. When I say law, I'm not just referring to like state law, federal law that Congress made. I'm talking about the Constitution, right? The supreme law of the land, the one that gives you all your rights and freedoms. That's what I'm talking about, right? And in this document, there's something that says you cannot discriminate or make laws that benefit one race over another, right? So I feel like if we're gonna be, you know, this high moral society that we claim to be, and claim that our constitution is like the supreme law of the land, no matter what, there cannot be a contradiction to it because then we'd be breaking the supreme law of the land. I feel like we can't then go and say, you know, in order to like combat racism, we have to use race, to draw these districts. And to me, it's like a better option would be just change the law. Just change the law to allow you to combat the racism in gerrymandering instead of like blatantly disregarding the Constitution, because that's all it was. Like they literally the Voting Rights Act part where they were applying it uh, incorrectly, where like they were forcing Louisiana to draw like a second black district, which is like in itself is like violates the Constitution's equal protection clause. It's like blatantly, right? So like I do not vote the Supreme Court in the ruling. Like that's this. It doesn't get more explicit in plain text. It's like that, and it's like I hear you. Like I said, I'm not going to argue against your point about like the racism. Republicans are using this to get like advantage. Absolutely, they're doing that. I'm not going to object to that. But my point is, the law is the law, and it has to be followed. And if we want to allow it and actually allow people to do it, change the law. Like I would simple as that. That's the only gripe. But like people don't want to argue from that angle. People are just like, hey, we should just openly allow, the federal government to defy the Constitution because we feel like it's for the better good. And I feel like to me, it's a righteous reason, but it's like kind of like a slippery slope type thing. Where like if we allow the supreme document to be corrupted in the name of like righteousness, it's only a matter of time before like that righteousness is like kind of corrupted itself. Or like somebody could make like an argument for like to discriminate against a particular group of people and like blatantly disregard the document in the name of like, their quote unquote righteousness. And that's just not something that I want. So that's just my perspective from it. And I wanted to say, Carolyn, I hope you're ready to get your ass beat, literati. So you submit an invite.
You know I love a good ass whooping, daddy.
All right, all right. There you go. All right. Yeah, Eric, man, I fuck with what you're saying. I think that ultimately, if you're talking about like what are the real like hurdles that you face politically, what are the real parameters regarding the law and legislation that we should consider, and how can we move in accordance with them? I believe that the United States Constitution, I believe that the laws of the land are brilliant and beautiful, and I think that we should uphold them. Right, and I think that most people who have Donald Trump, the problem, or even the Republican Party, is that they don't truly value the goddamn Constitution. They don't truly value every American's ability to participate in our democratic process. They don't, you know what I mean? So I can see what you're saying, Eric, and I do believe that we shouldn't just make it normal to skirt the effects of the law. I'm not going to act like I was listening to all the shit that you said, but if the point that you're saying is we should uphold the law, because if we don't, it can become a situation where bullshit ensues because we created this fucked up precedent, then yeah, bro, I'm with you on that. I feel you on that. And maybe we can come up with other ways
to create new legislation. I want to ask, like, though, real quick, like, Jazzy, are you there? Is Jazzy still there? She was saying there's like a person I should look up or something. Maybe she's not. Well, yeah, bro. I mean, shit. I just feel like Eric thought at the same time. At the time, I think that one of the things that I did disagree earlier about, I wasn't explicitly disagreeing with you, right? I was just disagreeing with the perspective and making the same point that Finley was making about like code switching and shit, right? So what I'm saying is the people that complain about Jasmine Crockett don't give a fuck that Pete Hegseth is an alcoholic. The people that complain about Jasmine Crockett, they don't give a fuck that Cash Patel does cocaine. The people that complain about Jasmine Crockett don't complain that Cash Patel has videos online of him clearly getting fucked up with the United States hockey team. Getting fucked up. Drunk as fuck. Obviously, you can go look it up. Right? So like the outrage against Jasmine Crockett when Cash Patel is drunk as fuck, fucked up, doing cocaine, and you have people complaining that they have to wake Cash Patel up because he can't do his fucking job. But I think maybe a black woman rose her voice. I think maybe a black woman was a little too loud. He acts as a fucking alcoholic. But I think a black woman, maybe she rose her voice. Do you see what I'm saying? Like she's just a person existing, being a normal person, and you get to be an alcoholic, you get to do cocaine, you get to be a fucking idiot. But if you're a black woman, you can make no mistake, and you better not even raise your voice, right? And so like that's all I'm saying, bro. I feel like it seems disingenuous, right? And like the last thing I'll say is like it's an analogy is how Charlie Kirk complains about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King cheated on his wife. And so Charlie Kirk uses that as a reason to say Martin Luther King was a bad guy. He cheated on his wife. Okay, the founding fathers owned slaves and were pedophiles. Thomas Jefferson was a rapist and a pedophile. Does Charlie Kirk give a fuck about that? No. And that's my fucking point, Eric. Like, I'm pointing out the inconsistency. If you want to tolerate pedophiles, but then complain about Jasmine Crockett, you can get the fuck out of my face, and I'll land there. But you see what I'm saying, Eric? That's where I'm coming from with it. It's the inconsistency. I don't believe you give a fuck about professionalism when you're voting for a pedophile and a rapist who's disrespectful as fuck and stupid, right? You don't care about professionalism. You're just racist. That's my point.
Hello?
Hello? Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Yes, sir. I'm after Mr. Finley. So yeah, I just wanted to
I'm after concrete.
Hurry up there.
I'm after Rick.
Well, you just went.
Over. So I'm just going to correct the uninsured number. It's according to the Kaiser family, the census, and the CDC. These are three quick references that I got. 2025, 25. Last year was 25 million. 20, some say 25, some say 27. 67 is, if we were that great. We were that covered. I don't know if this is a new conversation. Also, we have mobile companies. I think it was like the rural. What's that company called? There's a company that goes into rural America and sets up freaking mobile basically healthcare clinics. Mobile people in these people in these rural counties line up the night before to get healthcare, dental care. Why? Because American healthcare is garbage. Well, that's if you don't have money, right? If you don't have money, it's pretty good, but otherwise, it's garbage. I'm a healthy American. My wife and I, we pay $7,000 a year in just premiums. I go to the doctor. I go twice a year because I have to go for my airline medical, and I go for my personal, right? Twice a year. $7,000 twice a year. That doesn't include like co-pays and other crap, right?
Why don't you just go once for personal and work?
It because it's a separate exam. It's a separate exam. The FAA requires a certain exam, and my personal is my personal. I do it for my own personal reasons. So those are the two times I go a year, minimum. $7,000 is what I'm paying for that. That's just the premium. And I don't even know. That's my portion. I don't even know what United pays. I don't know what the hell they paying. I know it's a ridiculous amount. And this is for the so-called greatest healthcare in the world. But I'm going to point to the rural America, in which these pop-up clinics, in which people are waiting in line for. They're waiting in line for this in the greatest country in the world. They're waiting in line for this healthcare. Why? Because healthcare in this country is so amazing, great. I'm being sarcastic. So it's not that great. And it is very convoluted. My wife works for she's a nurse at a hospital that is I think the largest in the state, or the second largest in the state. They're one of the two big providers in our area, right? One of the two, and it's not great coverage. It's not great. She works with like she's had to be online getting clearance for her stuff. It's not easy. She's on the phone 2 hours, 3 hours talking to this provider, that provider. Some of these providers still using freaking faxing over information. And one of the two largest healthcare providers in the state. And I'm told that this is an amazing system, right? A system that my wife, who is a nurse who works at all time, was college educated, intelligent, has to freaking. She is frustrated dealing with these providers at times. But again, it's the best in the world. What else? Yeah, the gerrymandering stuff is it's sick. It's sickening. It's only going to get worse. But my hopes, and this is why when people ask me, this is why I don't vote for early. This is these freaking games, right? Because you can always point the finger. Oh, the other side. The other side doesn't. What they decide, I'm not going to participate in that foolishness. I think it's a fool's errand. Right? Because this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with in the greatest country on earth, and we're okay with it. Cockroaches have a higher approval rate of Congress, yet we reelect them at a rate of 90%. There's only a handful of friggin' districts that are up for grabs in each of the congressional elections. Just a handful. I'm being hyperbolic when I say handful. There's a few though. It's not very many that are really competitive, and that's what we want. We think this is a good system, and we cheer for it. We cheer it on. Why? Because they egg us on, right? With these emotional arguments about men that used to be women or women that used to be men in our locker rooms. And so for that reason, I need to allow these people to rig the game. And then the healthcare, then let's go healthcare providers really quick. Not only do they own like they provide the healthcare, they also like the pharmacies. CVS is owned by freaking Aetna, the freaking insurance provider. They own the pharmacies too. They are rigging the game in front of us. And what are we gonna do? We're gonna keep feeding both sides of this crap and say, no, it's a good system. You gotta learn how to navigate it. You just don't know what you're talking about. You gotta learn how to navigate it. You know how to talk about. The person who's been a nurse for, 14, 15 years, has a bachelor's degree and works around these providers all day long can't do it. She's just incompetent, I guess. She should do better. And you regular people, if she doesn't stand a chance, what makes you think you're going to stand a chance? It's crazy. This is absolutely crazy. But I want to get back to this voter stuff, and I'm going to pivot one last thing, and I'm going to move out. This gerrymandering of the maps is it's sickening. It is sickening. It is sickening. And the hyper defensive president I don't understand it. We're at $5 gas. Oh, you didn't play with Biden. I didn't invade freaking Ukraine. He didn't invade Ukraine, but his presidency caused the right environment for which that Russia felt like they could invade Ukraine. Yeah. No. Direct actions have resulted in these freaking high gas prices and the consumer price index on the rise. It's on the rise, so 3%, I believe. 3%. It's only going to get worse. Right? We're going to defend this horrific administration, right? And we're going to gerrymander. We're going to say, black, you guys are dumb. You guys are dumb. You're in a plantation. Massive. Right? It's just more insulting blacks that they're not smart enough to understand that, let me be honest. They're not getting much from Dems, but at least the Dems will elect them. At least they can get elected by the Dems. The other team, because of Bubba, ain't gonna elect people of color. They're not gonna do it. Bubba ain't gonna elect people of color, black people specifically, unless you totally sell out, deny your blackness. If I gotta explain that, then you don't know what blackness is.
Are you saying Worth can get elected?
Worth can absolutely get elected. He would get elected in the last slide. But my last point, I'm working on it. My last point, Brad. My last point. Going back to my electoral high horse. I hope that James Tallarico wins in Texas. That gives me a little bit of hope, and I hope that those that agree to sign the there's a pledge that I saw on integrity pledge. One to vote to undo Citizens United. Two to not take corporate PAC money. You'll get support from me. That's all I require from my elected official, and that may get me involved in the federal game. If I get an elected official on the federal side again to do those two things, I may decide to vote in the federal election again.
All right. What's up, Ray? How you doing, bro? Long time no see. I hope all is well. You bitch ass nigga. What's up, Violet? How you doing? Earlier today, you disappointed me, and then you
Don't consent. I don't consent.
Neither do I. Neither do I. Neither do I. Did y'all kick Violet? Did she run? Oh my god.
You're scaring them, Concrete. You're scaring them. Stranger things, right?
Funny. Alessandro is.
I was right that the Concrete is bound, man.
Yeah, man. I hope everything's okay, bro. Right, ass nigga. All right. Anyway, Alessandro does not know that we live in a world that judges us harshly. Alessandro doesn't know that we live in a world with different measuring systems, different levels of tolerance, different behavioral standards. Alessandro is saying, I want to be as uncouth as Brad. I want to be as obnoxious as Monica. I want the right to be as petulant as El Normo. And I don't want anybody, judging me or your hot mic, brother. Oh, shit, your hot mic. Okay. Don't worry, brother. I will make sure to hot mic during your next submission.
No.
Hey, don't make me laugh, nigga. Go on mute. Anyway, where was I? Yesandro is cheerleading for nigristic black female behavior at the highest levels of government. Why? Alessandro, this is not nation building, brother. This is not helpful. Stop telling these women they can be sexy red.
We've met before, haven't we?
Stop telling them they can be.
I don't think so. Where was it you think we met? Your house, don't you remember?
All places civilized.
No, I don't.
It's
Are you sure?
all enjoys.
Of course.
Have that problem.
There, right now.
You can't get away with being a piece of shit.
What do you mean, where? At your house.
You know you have to do better, brother. You know your women have to do better, brother. You know, listen, Alessandro. I know you're responsible. I know you have daughters now.
Call
Have daughters. You will not. I know you will not tell them to just be their leader. I know that they have to be as articulate, as calm, collected, manners, just like you.
I told you.
I know you chose right, nigga. I know that no ghetto hood rat woman would have you as their partner because you're too calm. You're too fucking
ask me. I can tell. She's not feel comfortable. So we know that. I can turn my house. Find me. Not fucking this not my house. Go where I want. Why are you going? Place talk. Why the fuck are you out? Encouraging low level behavior amongst our black men. Why, brother? You'll never do that here. Hey, brother. I've called you out. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I understand. Yeah. So also, I like Mr. Finley putting belt to ass to Brad in a very calm and regal way. But Mr. Finley quoted a statistic. When this man studies, you know that he researches, you know he crosses his T's and dots his I's. And we know, and we know.
No, I already
know.
Stop the coffee. Don't think so.
Oh, thanks.
No, you were not. Oh, I called after you. I called after you.
And we know that a statistic like uninsured is a moving target and most likely like an approximation.
Lady?
Right? So when Mr. Philly says there's 25 million adults, what did Brian do? Brian gave the typical fucking clubhouse, one up response, right? That's not true. That's not true. As opposed to, that's not what I saw, because obviously there could be conflicting fucking numbers. Because the uninsured rate again is a moving target. People are doing approximations, and it's not like something that has a precise known number. So when somebody says something like uninsured 25 million, they're approximating the number based on available information, right? And when you look it up, you're going to get a range of numbers and approximations, which are generally in the 25 million range. Oh no.
Not even close.
Oh no. And so, what we know from Brad is that Brad is a clubhouse mediocre white that is always he's like a more sober version of Doc. You know how Doc is always trying to do the one up? Like every fucking word and sentence, he's done it, been there, done that, or you're wrong or some shit. That's Brad. And Mr. Finley is one of his main fucking thorns in his side. Brad hates Mr. Finley to to no end, right? And we know why. Because Mr. Finley is a drunkard. No. Mr. Finley is uneducated. No. Mr. Finley is a philanderer. No. Mr. Finley is unemployed. No. Mr. Finley is Dad said,
Ladies? Lady?
So, as you can see, Brad is a bitch, and Mr. Finley's only his nemesis. And we know why he's mad at Mr. Finley. We know why he is constantly taking jabs, constantly trying to one up. Brad is mad and a mediocre fag, right? And the one thing that a mediocre fag like Brad detests more than anything else in life,
A pudding cup like you? So,
Jumbo? No? Jumbo? Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, man. Listen, bro. Mediocre fags are gonna always be linked. So I don't have to. Oh, he's still in the room. Oh, he's still in the room. Yeah, man. Mediocre kids like Brad was obviously using his not so closeted homosexuality as a weapon. You know, detests competent Negroes, right? It's an affront. It's an insult to his mediocrity, right? It makes him uncomfortable, right? I get it. I get it. But guess what, Brad? The solution is to be comfortable in your own skin as a mediocre white and to realize the promise was not real. It was just as Lyndon Baines Johnson said, a pilfering scheme, a pickpocketing scheme. So, if anybody doesn't know the Lyndon Baines Johnson quote, he said, if you can convince the poorest white, that's Brad, that he is better than the wealthiest black or top tier black, that he won't notice that you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him someone to look down at, and he will give his money to you. That's Brad. That is the mindset of the mediocre whites who have been undermined, bamboozled, betrayed by the top tier whites. The top tier rich whites that, I repeat, would not, relieve themselves on Brad and his ilk if he were on fire, right? I'm talking about it's hot. We've been drinking Arnold Palmer's all day, and here is Brad on fire. Hey, fire. And yet I shall not share. Set full bladder with you while you're on fire. That's Brad. And yet he devotes his life, and he's willing to devote his brothers to Israel and to the corporations and to the fucking meat grinding machine because he's a dumb, mediocre white who still fucking believes in the fucking delusion of white superiority. No, nigga. No, white. It's funny. Dumb bitch. Don't take that out. If they talk about it, I say, no.
This is this Osama bin Laden?
If you're watching this, you may be.
It is not okay to have a more
To my engine and potentially get pulled over by Burbank PD.
than 20 years.
Can I thanks.
All right. One mic on Jazzy, please, gentlemen. You guys have a lot of time to show your testimony.
Yeah, can I go?
What's up, Jazzy? What's up, Jazzy?
I like to land my plane if I may.
Congressman Darren LaHood paid a visit to South Beloit today, showing off a major investment into the city's water infrastructure system. LaHood helped secure $750,000 for the city to go toward a new lift system for its sewage system. The city recently
Take 30 minutes of our time when people are waiting. Who do you want to talk to? But I mean, the fact that the people are no longer here, right? That I want to respond to. So that was amazing. Actually. God, this was horrible. Thank God that they got dropped. I just wanted to tell.
built a new sewage.
I don't think they're concrete, but he was talking to like.
First, secondándonos en de
What he was talking about. Because about gravity, fact, and we understood. He was talking about gravity, and I think. Just over you or not? The off people left that will. Do what you want. That's here. Hello. Yo, Oleg, why are you so weak, bro? Why are you so weak, Oleg?
Sage got his TV, which stands for
Okay, so all right, sorry about that. Go back to the radio. No, you can't. I can do it too, dude. So
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That is a faggot, man. Stop.
Dishes. Yeah. No, you don't get to go anymore, dude. You're never gonna get to go. I'm gonna trigger you all the time.
It's my turn.
Go ahead, love.
Hey. Okay, thanks.
Is a faggot.
Oh my God. Stop it.
Probably spending his life. Marker likes to chuck with the boxes out and Dallas. He doesn't realize that it's just a crackhead on the fucking street. And he's sitting there looking at it. He's the kind of guy that fucking sticks his finger in his ass and then just sniffs it and licks it. Like he's that type of fucking nigger. He's got that shot. I'm gonna make this monkey keep dancing. I'm gonna make the monkey keep dancing. I can't help it. I'm sorry. Keep dancing, monkey. Yeah, I can do it. EBT, this guy's an EBT fucking welfare recipient.
I don't want to be like the people that's bad.
I mean, it really. He thinks he can do it. Slavery. I'm going to just keep whipping him until he gets that cotton.
Like this is a warfare.
San Francisco, bitch.
And then you do it, and then now. I told you. I know. Okay. Well then.
Oh, Chelsea, I get what you're saying, but I really don't give a shit about the weave wearing Walmart guy that wants to act like it's cornrows at 7-11. I mean, seriously,
corn rolls?
this motherfucker buys corn rolls.
Trying to be racist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. I agree that it's not just bad to follow strictly the Torah. It's just that I think they're pointing out, Christ pointing out, other people pointing out that in some cases it's not complete. It's not the complete adherence to the intention of God.
Yeah, look, I think this is a conversation in Jewish sources for a long time, right? About intention behind the law and inner meaning and stuff like that. You have a whole there's an entire series of a great set called Sefer HaChanut, which goes through every law in the Bible, in the Old Testament, and it explains its inner meaning. It's a great project, right? It's just that we don't get rid of the doing. That's a main difference. That's a major, I think, that's a major difference between Jews and Christians.
I actually don't. Yeah, I don't think we should get rid of the doing either. I mean, James says like, "Show me your faith without works, and I'll show you my faith with works. Without works, faith is dead." But there's a distinction that's made in the New Testament between the works of the law and good works, basically. And so then I take it that people they're responding to are those people that the Talmud was referring to there, that held by just the strict Torah, and would it extend it basically. Like if the text doesn't say it, it's not there, kind of thing, But yeah, I gotta be off my mic here if you got some feedback.
Because you know a lot more than people that you hang out with. You're actually quite quite a lot.
You do too. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate you.
That's
Harry, you were asking something before. I don't know if we're sort of wrap this one up, but if you were asking something before.
Yeah, I was thinking about what you said about the utility of the letter and how sometimes it's almost the way I'm interpreting what you were saying is like the letter is important in certain instances because it's hard to spirit of God without the letter. So then when it comes to dietary laws, I was wondering if the same way Jesus says the whole law, I guess I'm not sure if that's just the Ten Commandments, is encompassed with love your neighbor as yourself. Love your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That encompasses the entirety of the spirit of the law. I'm wondering if the dietary laws can also be all encompassed with just fasting. And I just wanted to take your view on that because Christ.
Why would fasting? Yeah, why would fasting do that?
So I'm thinking that the spirit of fasting, it's kind of multifaceted, but one of my understandings of the purpose of fasting is to deny the flesh in a way. It's basically to give you an understanding that whatever your flesh desires doesn't need to be fulfilled. Like it doesn't. You don't need to give in to what your flesh is asking for. And the more you fast, you realize that even when you're eating, that same flesh kind of springs up and tells you, it tries to dictate what you should do, like anger.
You're saying fasting can teach me to fulfill the love your neighbor as yourself thing, because is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that the principle behind the dietary laws self-denial, and the New Testament age fasting, I think those two have the same spirit. It's the self-denial.
Okay.
It's
So-
the denial of your desires. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I see what you're thinking.
Right.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I think legal systems in general are about that kind of discipline, not only dietary laws, right? And I don't think it's just about. I don't think the way that the Hebrew Bible lays those out is about desire, although it does talk about it's a ta'ava. There is that word connected to some of these dietary laws, so I don't want to speak too confidently. But fasting is interesting. Fasting is interesting because for Jews at least, fasting isn't about. It's not about the denial of desire. It's about afflicting one's soul. It's about focusing on the spiritual, but not really about the body and the soul are not enemies in Jewish philosophy in the same way that I think they are in Christianity. So like to deny your body would be a great thing to do. Fasting is more about getting God's attention.
That's something about afflicting the soul.
Yeah, that's what it says in Leviticus. You should, on the 10th day of the month, you should afflict your soul. And the rabbis say one of the things that means is fasting. That's the part of the Yom Kippur.
Interesting. One thing that I just through fasting, I kind of just realized like my body really wants to eat food, but I'm telling it no repeatedly, and I took it as a principle and a lesson that everything that I naturally just want to do, I don't have to give in to that. I developed a discipline of no, it's okay to feel the pain and suffer from not having this desire met. It has multiple, applications once you kind of get to that
Right.
bare bone. But
So what I would say is, so it's interesting because, what's interesting to me is that you have attached a ritual to the inner meaning, right? It might not be what the letter, right? But you have not dispensed with an action, a behavior, a choice that leads you into the understanding of the spirit of the law.
And the New Testament is adamant that faith without works is dead. So faith is gonna have action attached. There's fruit to the spirit. That's why it's called the fruits of the spirit. There's things that manifest in the natural that start from the spirit, the renewed mind, or the born again.
I have a question for you. The passage which you said it afflicts your soul or afflict your soul. What's the word for soul in that passage? Is it wrath or is it
Nefesh?
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Which probably means like life force. Afflicts the very thing that.
I don't know, man. That looks like being man, you know. Shut yourself out, son. Crazy, man. Shut yourself out, man. What the fuck is dumb playing in there? Stuff out in there. Shut yourself out. You think he too cool for school? Don't get on donuts. Also, like just practicing the boundary, like your willpower. That's kind of what I heard.
It's good to have practices that are about discipline. If they about anything, it would be about anything, right? You make your bed every day, brush your teeth every day.
Chicago?
That stuff, right?
Are you?
Yeah.
Good question. This is off topic. In the Old Testament, what do you think about this? I'm not sure if you've ever heard this before. You probably have. In the Joseph story, the cupbearer and the baker come down to the prison. Guys, cupbearer lives. The cupbearer goes back up to Pharaoh, intercedes on Joseph's behalf, which releases Joseph from his chains and raises him up to the right hand of Pharaoh. And he's like becomes almost basically Pharaoh to the people. And when I saw it, it's basically the communion, the bread and the wine, the cupbearer and the baker. Which are the flesh dies, which I think died. But as it says, the life is in the blood. It's on Joseph's behalf, off of Joseph, which is like the people that are in chains become born again, who are bought by the blood, and they raise him up to Pharaoh's right hand. It's like a complete gospel presentation.
So, I think there is a difference between exegesis and homiletics. Exegesis is telling you what the text says. Homiletics is telling me how I can use the text. Right? Homiletics is sermons. So, Harry, what you just said is a great Christian sermon on the Joseph story. I don't think it's what the authors of the text meant.
It would be an interesting question whether other Christians like previously offered that as a sermon. It's an insight others may have shared before.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
So you would say that was happenstance?
So again, you're in the realm of speaking to a community of readers and believers. And you want to say what the story means. And your story, the end of it, or at least the climax of it, is Jesus stuff, right? So everything has to be in your paradigm, everything has to point to that. So you've already decided that before reading the Joseph story. Doubt that if you were reading the Joseph story from the front without having the end already written, that you would understand it to be about some kind of communion, body and blood.
Throw him in the pit.
The flow of the narrative.
Congratulations, our children.
I'm greater than you. Oh, no, you're not. I am. To watch this.
Like,
Watch this.
Greater than you.
getting it. So
What's It's so strange. What's this?
right. In ways, right? Sort of accept that story, but then we do stuff like you just. What is a symbol? Right? What is I dream interpretation. Not saying that that's what narrative, but to say that if you hold this book sacred, you can use it in your life.
You need to be more careful. It's no joke.
Please, my boy.
That's what I think. That's what I think that movie is. The wine and bread. That's what I think that. Which I think is a great thing to do.
Accurate, like historical fact. That's what it's like.
Did that on purpose.
Is that significant? Does that matter? Yeah. Oh, no, so I'm sort of asking back, like, does it matter? If the actual history there?
So I'm just wondering, do you believe?
I kind of think it's a cop out. I don't think it matters. It's because the way life story is not in its historicalness, but in the ways that my people have talked about it and read it and studied it and said, this is human, these are human truths we can get out of it. The fact that it did or did not happen doesn't open up possibilities and doesn't close possibilities for me to be able to do that.
Understood. I guess I was just curious of whether or not you believed it really happened or not. Like, I'm just asking. Like, it may not matter to you if it did or didn't. But I was just wondering if.
I guess if you put me on it, if you really put me on it, I think I would say it like this. I don't have any evidence outside of the Bible to kind of justify hoping that it did happen. I won't close the possibility that it might have happened as described, but I also think that the reason we preserved it isn't only because it's a history, and probably not primarily because it's a history. But I guess that's just me.
Understood. Okay, last question of the day, and I'm done. If you turned on the news one day and they said that aliens have come and they're on, it's interview them and they're saying, hey, all these like Bible, all these religions, this is all made by us. We tried to get you guys to understand the principle, but you guys missed it entirely. We created you guys. This is how it was done, or whatever. Would that sway your religious belief? Like, would you say, "Oh, I guess this is all, I guess the Bible," or is it like, I guess these are the gods?
I guess I would say like this. Greatest principle is love your neighbor as yourself. That's what Rebbe Akiva says. Then, if we missed it, we sort of deserve what we got, right? And I think if your religion doesn't lead you to that, whichever one it is, doesn't like sort of center around that, I would say you're doing it. You're just doing it wrong. So if the we created you and you totally missed the point, I would say, well, could we fix it? Could we do it better? Would it change my religious beliefs? I think my religious beliefs and practices lead me to that. And I think lots of other people's religious practice, I don't think you would have to give it up. You would just have to find the ways to do it, quote unquote, correctly, the way that the aliens wanted us to understand it. Right? But I think there's great power.
You would accept those aliens are going bad. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
No, I mean it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy thing to happen, don't you think?
That.
I mean, I don't know. Look. It's nothing that extraordinary happened. I would imagine if something like that happened, something that extraordinary, it would be like undeniable, right?
Extraordinary, I got put in the war. Is that more extraordinary than the Exodus? Is that like there's so many extraordinary things that specifically deal with your faith, and you're saying that's the one extraordinary thing?
That like they completely were changing what they were. I couldn't. I was like, what is the question that they proposed? You know, like what is it? And that happened this morning too. Bob was saying something. He was asking somebody to answer a question. I don't know. It's just too much. It's not worth worrying about. I like to come in here more when we have conversations in this room better because of that.
Yeah, chill in here.
I do a lot of times, but I have to be when my kids are around. I'm always on mute because I don't want to disturb you guys because they don't know how to not speak up.
That's Crimsonite. Crimsonite, you wanna have a debate? I think Andrew should debate someone. Crimsonite, you wanna in your rooms? Do you wanna organize a debate with Andrew and who do you think you should debate?
Maybe Regal.
I think Andrew should debate Megatron.
Oh, that would be good, Bart.
Who do you think you should debate? Who do you think Andrew should debate?
Everyone, I don't think Andrew is nearly as motivated to debate anyone as he has been in the last few days compared to CM and Abe.
What's going on? Is he okay?
Well, CM can tell you guys, he just on the night of Gavin's debate with Piper, Andrew told me that he lost the battle from shouting at Abe and CM. So I've just never seen Andrew as triggered as he ever in the past 3.5 years that I've seen him on this app. He has been compared to CM and Abe. So I think
with the claims debate, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. For some reason, he's got a really big stake in that on that issue.
Why do you think?
It's kind of to be honest, I have the slightest idea. But for me personally, it's been a little amusing or entertaining. Not in a bad way, but just sitting. Yeah, I don't watch it.
I think it goes to integrity. I mean, it goes to the very heart of like whether you can believe what someone says, and so that really hurts Andrew. I mean, I think he feels personally hurt as well as
Emma about it. Why this particular subject? And I've really put time thinking about it.
Welcome to the R Word Show, Wallace, where we record R words. We're an R Word Trash Collection Corporation dedicated to oral harvesting R words. Welcome to the show.
Like he feels like that they were saying that everything that he says.
Let's R word up, buddy. Grab your R words, put it around your necklace. Let's go.
Like it's like if this is a do or die kind of thing,
like sabotage you.
And
oh shit.
Does care about people.
Yeah, dude. Everyone
like I
get kicked out of every
care about people. And I think he's very at heart. And that's the thing for him. And he thinks a little bit like CM and Abe are being.
I was listening to what's his face talk some shit to Brad. It was so funny. Concrete.
I feel like when you're in there talking about how stupid things are, you're like talking to me because I'm in there, so I'm like feeling all self-conscious. Like I say, self-conscious is a bitch. And then I'm sitting there listening to you, and I'm like,
polarized, right? And then you exploit polarization, rinse and repeat. It's not
Concrete.
Complicated scheme, but it is very cheap victories. It's very Fox News-ish. It's very
Dude, is that
feeding red meat.
That's concrete.
Already on the team. It is what it is.
I call him
Matt made that mistake, I think, and trying to have sophisticated, thoughtful conversations in a room with, mixed company. Now, had it been a room of mature adults, and not people suffering from arrested development.
Dude, he tried so hard. He sounded
and it seems to be like, it seems to be a high, I don't know if it's like, I don't know, but it's like the women here are definitely suffering from the same pretty much trauma, the same type of outlook.
faggots.
It's bad. It's not sustainable, right? But me personally, I don't want to exploit their trauma. It's their trauma.
I feel so.
Congratulations. You know what you might want to do is actually just try to change your profile PTR sometime. Maybe change your name to John Kitover and see what it's like actually being John Kitover as opposed to being accused of being John. I give you permission to use my likeness.
Oh, I try to like convince people I'm not, and they don't believe me. It really doesn't matter what I do, because I troll them and I use different voices.
And so it's hard and worse
you.
to have his
I don't
friends
even sound like
basically tell him that they don't believe anything he says.
Like I think you mean very well, and that's very idealistic. But I know something while doing this because it's cool to fucking shame people, right? Like I think Sam is a good mathematician, but he's not a philosopher. And that's all they're interested in is just making fun of him and being a philosopher, and that's it. That's the way I see it.
Wait, is that you or is that Rob?
Like,
No, it's Regal.
Sitting there complaining he doesn't learn anything, but are they teaching him anything?
Are who teaching who?
Dude, that's you. That sounds like
Libertarians and the secular humanists and the Christians over there. Are they teaching anybody anything?
I don't know. I think
oh my god.
He kicked me out of his room twice today.
Be more nice. Maybe lick his phone.
Wow.
that I can't tell you who they are that have actually talked to me
Oh,
privately.
maybe he's not.
So many people have the same value set like on Christianity. Like they're obviously motivated by like, I'm the better philosopher, but I have all my buddies helping me out and throwing commentary in the middle of it, helping me spin the plot device. Like, come on, like nobody's helping anybody out in there.
Well, when I'm there, I'm trying to help people, or I'm trying to be helpful.
That's really nice of that. But I just, that's the modus operandi there. It's just entertainment.
Listen, you can't help a fish climb a tree.
Well, it depends on if he's in the water.
Okay, so you're telling me that if you put lipstick on a pig, that's not a pig anymore.
Or a coat on a goat. I don't know. I believe that if you treat people well, if you share with them the truth, for me, that truth is my faith. I believe that can start reciprocality where they move toward that direction, not necessarily toward the faith, but that level of
Morality, and this is how you arrive at moral facts, right?
Yes.
Do you think atheists over there are doing a little bit of like theory of knowledge, trespassing, like they're trespassing into our where they have no basis for it? Notice that they're all in there at all times smuggling in some moral imperative, some moral rhetorical plot device. I mean, I'm asking one of them today, without self-referencing yourself or the collective around you, can you actually tell me where the moral imperative is coming from? Like, it's not the conversation about transsexuals. It's the conversation about, like, why do you get to tell me morally what to do and impose it on me? Because your value system it's an illusion. To me, it's a real thing. but they never want to bite the bullet on that. Like all the moral realists that are atheist philosophers at least bite the bullet on that. They try to manipulate it and go around they don't want to answer it. They don't want to deal with it. They always try to impose it back on you. I mean, come on. Like, I see why they get offended by like the scientific arguments and like science and evolution and all this wonderful design and evidence and proof of God. Like, I can see why atheists would get upset about that. Some sort of epistemic trespassing, right? Figuring out trespassing. Well, we do the same thing all the time, and they just don't realize it. And the conversation is never about that. There's never a real comparison. They're all friends and pals. I mean, Andrew tried hitting the nail on the head one night talking about this exact thing, but like, are you applying this to the rest of your pals and your brothers and sisters in there, dude? Like, and then there's also the distinction of like, openly. I think like I don't see an issue with it. That's his prerogative if he wants to do this, but he's openly Christian and then privately something else. He negates God's judgment. He thinks everybody's going to heaven. Heaven's for everybody. Do you believe that, Emma?
I don't believe that.
Do you think it's doing service to Christianity if he actually privately believes that, represents himself as a Christian, but like has all these atheistic overlaps where it's like I'm just getting some joy out of like socially shaming people, not because I want to teach people things about God, because it actually feels good to be in a crew with people and socially shame them.
Oh, I don't know. I really enjoy shaming people. It makes me feel so good when I shame others. It feels so elevated, like so liberated. Oh, I love it.
I don't know, man. It's
I think so much now. It's like sometimes I twerk when I shame someone so much.
Bring back shaming.
Make shaming great again.
Yeah.
Going on, mind matter.
Nothing much. Chilling. Chilling.
Mind matter. Do you think people should be shamed when they do shameful things?
People can do what is good for them.
Yeah. What if that includes shaming others?
Well, what is it good for you?
Yeah, so good.
Could be.
Okay, if it's good for you and it's gonna bring beneficial hardship easier for you, yeah, why not?
What if we disagree? What if you don't?
Well, that's not my problem because I'm good. My life is 10 out of 10.
It feels so beneficial when I shame Emma right now. Emma, can I shame you, please?
What if a man wears a thong and it's good? He thinks it's good, but we all want to shame him.
Let him wear the thong. Oh my god, it looks so good in a thong. Guys look so hot in a thong. Yeah, man.
Or maybe that's not a good example.
Don't shame them.
If I ask you what you think,
let's use your views about what God is to socially shame you, even though you don't have a foundation for it. That's the greatest thing.
Yeah, so I'd like to shame a Monterey right now for not believing in the church.
I like to shame him for being a poor philosopher.
Can we shame poor people for being broke?
Yeah. Oh my god, that's yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking back. That was really rude. That was so mean.
It's 2026, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, we don't shame people for being poor, especially when we're rich.
I'm 100 times the philosopher Ringo is, by the way. But it's hard for him to accept that. So, like, oh, he's just good at math and science, but not philosophy. But he thinks moral energy.
Never be dogmatic.
Does he have senses?
All right, so like, why ought I listen to you, right? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? What would you actually like say that you have a moral reasoning or foundation that I should fucking listen to you where you can I can make
Nobody's saying.
I can go into the Bible and say God gives me the ability to like put your head in a fucking vice and squeeze it till your eyeball's gonna pop out of your head to make you accept God. But you don't have that though. Like, and you on top of that, you don't believe in souls. You don't believe you have a soul, dude.
Yeah, dude.
You're less than a fucking animal.
God, no way, bro. It's not a real person.
You don't have a soul, therefore I don't have to treat you with human.
Yeah, I don't think I know how
You have to have a human. You're like a walking fucking NPC, dude.
Wait, that's not how you say it.
You don't get so emotional when you're shaming someone. You can
That's not shaming yet.
Yeah, shaming is like cold. It's like it's served on a platter cold.
Shaming is like, does your religious text have as many pages as I have zeros in my bank account? Because if it doesn't, I don't need to hear it.
Hey, CM, is it morally good to listen to science? Ought we listen to science?
What did you want?
Is that something we ought do, CM?
Science is a flawed system, though.
So, Matt,
You want to? Yeah,
like, what if you think someone is like
philosophical debate? You're trying to fucking like change your opinion.
So he said he's a better philosopher than me, but he doesn't want to have the philosophical debate to change my mind, though. And he's such a great fucking philosopher, though. Change my mind, bitch. Let's see you do it.
No, it's the idea. Why should you ought to believe me like that? Don't believe me. Like,
I have to include.
All right, right. So don't cross over into my domain, right? Don't do this like, epistemological trespassing into my domain of morality and give me any fucking moral odds on the basis of anything.
What is moral anti-realism?
Why ought there be people killing thousands of fucking babies according to you because they don't want it?
What's moral anti-realism?
You blame that. Why have thousands of babies be aborted because CM says so? Where's the moral imperative for that?
That's a nephew.
Children are like puppies.
That's moral issue.
Right.
Having an abortion.
If a mother is gonna die,
Can't make this up. He does not want to have the conversation. This is why atheism is fucking stupid.
I'm with you.
we can settle this right now. Listen, if a mother is gonna die upon birth, should the child be aborted?
No, let the mother die. Like these guys.
That's horrible.
And we get
Mothers would be like, you know what? I'll take that. I'll take that for my kids. I think there are tons of mothers that raise their children, 3, 4, 10, 20 years out of the fucking womb, all the way up to 30. And they'll say, I'll die for my fucking kid. What's the difference?
What are you living in the Middle Ages or what? What is happening?
I don't know, man. Are women supposed to be like super fucking predator protectors of their fucking children? Like last time I remembered, man, humanity had fucking balls, including the women.
Oh yeah, but what if she already has children who are dependent on
her away? The women are the first line of defense against anything foreign that fucking comes and like wants to fuck with the babies.
But if the mother dies, her children that are alive now will die too.
Exactly. Also, like, have you not flown in an airplane, Rico? When they first ask you to put on the oxygen mask.
No. I've been on a trip. I'm actually really skeptical to get on a plane.
So maybe you need to get on a plane.
I don't believe planes.
Been all across the country. I just haven't been on a plane.
You've never been on a plane. Wow.
Planes transport you to alternate dimensions.
Get on a plane and come to Canada, bro.
Is it nice in Canada?
Yeah. It's fucking awesome.
It would be like a hellish version.
Hey, see, hey, what's up, C?
You get your morals from God, right? Where does God get his
Narges, why do you keep on following?
See, that's like a categorical error. It's a malformed question.
No, it's not.
Because God is the foundation.
What made you new?
No, I'm not a divine command theorist.
Yes.
No.
If God's opinion
of what is morally good is what's morally good.
Everything in the Bible. Listen to my position carefully, dude. So you don't conflate or mix me up here. All right. I don't think God is biblically commanding the Mithrilites over here, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the Amalekites, to go unalive dozens of fucking babies and children and all that stuff. They show up later on in the Old Testament. It's wartime hyperbole, probably written by the authors of the Bible. And then also, I don't know how you're going to smuggle in presentism to say that's wrong in the context of now and then impose that back then. Yet again, you don't have a foundation or any kind of concept of what morality is or why.
So, like, again, you said this is a malformed question.
Can you categorical error? I told you that already.
You need to find a solution to Uther dilemma if you want to, or else.
A solution to what?
Your assumption that God is morality from some other God that's baked into your question. Do you realize that?
No. Well, I'm asking. Yeah. Does God?
That's why it's a categorical error, because God is timeless, dude. He has an infinite past and an infinite future. There is no God.
Does God will something because it's good, or is it good because?
That's why you're a terrible philosopher. No offense, I think you're a smart guy, but I just think it's a question that you don't understand.
God's morality is as subjective as anybody else.
You don't see it as a malformed question, dude. I'm debating a categorical error in your understanding of how this functions.
This is an ancient question going back to the Greeks and fucking Plato.
I can't help you, dude. I can't help you. I can't have this conversation with you. You're not educated enough in philosophy to have this discussion. No offense.
What would it take?
You understand Euthyphro's dilemma, right? You understand it?
Yeah, I do see him, but you probably.
Okay. Yeah, I'll thank you tomorrow. Fucking. All right. Regal, if he just says whatever God wills is what's the good, then he's a divine command theorist. Otherwise, because if he,
I told you, believe me, I'm not, dude. Like, you're not paying attention, dude. Like, don't come over here with Andrew's nonsense, right? Where you pretend your opponent is saying something that they're not, so you can attack that. Make your argument on the basis of that. We don't do that over here, dude.
Where does God get his morality?
Hey, retarded. Retarded question. Metaphysics. This is a problem with you. Yeah, you never indulge in metaphysics.
Oh my God.
Why? Maybe if you look, it's not poetry. Metaphysics it gives you the answer to all of these dumbass questions. Who created God? Where does God get his morality from?
Yeah, you're not doing enough philosophy. Like your inability.
You're not doing any philosophy.
Your ability to not engage metaphysics shows that you're not actually willing to do the work to understand, to develop your actual arguments. Your arguments are not based in anything.
They're not right.
You haven't done your homework. Do you know how stupid you sound to most of us?
Spend time fucking studying each metaphysics.
I don't even give a shit about every
religion. This sounds how you sound. You sound so dumb and stupid.
You sound so stupid.
You can't even do that. You don't know it.
Rico, can you do your homework on Euthyphro's dilemma and get back to you?
Fucking idiot.
Because, like, clearly, like, you don't.
It's just like he's learned 5 words about philosophy from Andrew's room, and he just keeps repeating it over and over.
Nobody go fucking play with me. At least know where the origin of the myth and legend comes from. Even if you want to refute math.
Go back to math. Go back to math. Nobody ever
is dead, bro. It's the age of metaphysics.
I'm the one better than you at math. Better than you at math. He's not talking about math, he's talking about philosophy.
You can't freaking formulate a philosophical argument.
Oh my God, you don't study
philosophy.
Nargis, and occasionally between poems, Nargis can make a point.
He's poems.
No, you have half a brain. Your inability to read philosophy and metaphysics means that
you more philosophy than you.
You have. That's not true. No, you wouldn't react the way you do if you had read philosophy.
Yeah, I can call out what's fucking just bullshit. Philosophers doing philosophy for fucking because they want a job.
You couldn't even construct a proper sentence right now. What are you talking about?
Hey, can I please talk to Regal?
No, you can't.
No.
Sorry. No.
Can you like?
No, sorry.
Plotinus is Neoplatonism. No. I think Plotinus is all of Neoplatonism. Do it right now.
Go.
Without obviously you don't use ChatGPT.
Neoplatonism.
You can't define it because you don't even know what it is.
Neoplatonism is
You don't know what the first intellect is, the universal soul, that which follows nothing. So study it. You don't know interpretations and combinations are to Neoplatonism. You haven't spent any time in
None whatsoever.
the qualities of the characteristics of the fucking.
You can't even finish a sentence.
You don't know it. You can how many different models of Neoplatonism exist.
What are the essences of the qualities of the?
You got the quality. What is essence? What is essence?
They just insert more synonyms here.
What is it? What is an essence of something?
No.
What is the difference between essence and existence?
Come on, I know the same fly where you had where you
Well,
speak.
how many different variations are there to essence and existence? It's so many different philosophies. Positive for theism, but you don't want to study it.
It's all nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah. See, guys, this is what I mean. You call this open truth seeker? No, it's not. You can call it gibberish as much as you want. You have not invested time.
Again,
study
philosophy. The essences of the qualities of the attributes of the characteristics of the fucking.
Really? Is it plural? Plural?
Alright, what's some more sentences, guys? Because this is all you guys are doing.
Yeah, pause with Descartes. And give me a syllogism for Descartes. Why did he say I think therefore I am? What did Kant mean when he said concepts?
I guess.
Break down Plato's.
Answer the fucking question.
Break down Plato's Republic for me. At least give me a model for what he posited.
Bro, he talks about a million things. I'm not.
See this?
You can't even come up with a fake answer.
Anyways, Nargis, tell me more. Come on. Teach me about the characteristics.
You're studying it. And so can you. Instead of freaking pointing a finger at someone, at least know their position before you refute them.
You don't even know what you're refuting, Sam. You sound like an idiot.
God, you guys are fucking fair.
No.
Especially you, Zabu.
Why? What the fuck did I do? I'm just calling it.
You should like.
You should
Say it and submit it for.
So your argument, Sam, is your argument that there is no God of the Bible because there's the greater God of the Bible. That's about the God of the Bible. It's morals. Is that what you're trying to do? Or are you trying to disprove God? Which one is it?
Just all over the place. Talking about morality.
That's what you were talking about with me a minute ago, dude. You don't remember exactly this malformed question.
How is this a malformed question?
Because I'm trying to engage with the dude, even though it's on the basis of a categorical error. So you're saying, so what are you trying to do here? The categorical error is that if God is timeless, infinite future and an infinite past, there ain't a God before him that gave him his morals. That's the point.
I know. I'm talking about what is the nature of morality, of God's morals.
Well,
again, because otherwise, I don't even think you're positing the.
You don't remember the question that you asked me, and I'm trying to explain to you why it's a categorical error.
It's not a categorical error.
Why?
Explain to this guy, please. They just think I'm like.
Why?
It's so annoying and it's saying nothing and just uttering pure fucking non-sequitur.
You're not even answering any question.
I'm the only one asking actual question. Regal's, they're flying past Regal's head. It's
How did Thomas Aquinas posit morality?
And then Nargis.
Look up if you want to talk.
Yeah,
tell me how Thomas Aquinas posit morality. Because there are contradictory variations of morality even within theism. See, this is what I'm saying. Like when you're refuting at the when you're refuting at the not what he believes in, know how he's
And how either God's morality is like inherent to him. What he says is what's good. Therefore, you're a divine command theorist. Or things are good because God realizes they're good, and therefore they're external to him. He notices what's good, and then just agrees with it.
Bro,
Or disagrees. He defines what's good. But if you define what's good, you can define murder to be good, and that would be good under divine command.
And you're not paying attention when I say that he is the basis of what goodness is.
He's timeless, dude.
That's not, you're not saying. And no, Catholics are not divine command theorists, and it's like full capacity of the understanding of how Protestants use it. So, like, I don't know if you're making a distinction or not, you know.
He's doing a worldview analysis, and he's only leaving you the two options.
What worldview analysis? We're talking about simply
worldview. This atheist.
Has nothing to do with fucking atheism. That's so stupid.
Oh, then why the fuck are you?
Nothing. Absolutely.
Why does he talk so much?
To me, bro.
Yo, why does
this doesn't matter, bro? Like,
I think you're gonna see how.
You can't make it line up. I said that from the very beginning.
all about freaking moral.
Alright, bro.
Right?
Every fucking.
Why do you talk so much? I swear to God, like, why do you talk so much? Nigga, shut up.
Dig out of your fucking.
Nigga, you need to shut up. Cause I asked you, no.
Relax. Insults and you
Dig out of your.
Yeah, no, who the fuck you talking to?
You're weak, yeah.
You're also a poor excuse for that.
So, listen, I'm not none of those little moves that you argue with. I would realize slap the fuck out of you.
Yeah, I do. I think I'm scared about fucking fruit.
Nigga, I hear it in your voice. I hear it in your voice. Who you lying to? The fuck?
Yeah, dude, I'm scared.
Shut up.
Sort of a fag.
Nigga, wait.
Yeah, inappropriate.
Alright. Let's all like kiss and hug and
Take my dick out your throat, bro.
dude. See, I'm not.
You're just nigga back because you're not on my level. You're not on my level. You can't see me. You can never see me.
Yeah, I gotta do this.
Alright, bitch.
Clearly you lack any morals.
You're like Regal. You think moral anti-realism means you don't have morals.
That's not at all what I say.
Very philosophical.
But what's that moral? Anti-realism means you don't have moral. Who said that?
That's what Regal thinks.
Regal does not think that. He's saying positive. Why morality? It's better than.
Tell me
better than say like divine nature, for example, right?
Tell me the difference between
Atheism,
Argus,
you know,
please, we don't need poetry already.
it's not poetry, idiot. There's divine nature, there's natural, there's moral theism, there's DC. There's so many ways of positive morality.
Yeah, no.
You don't understand philosophy. That's why you say please. What's wrong with you?
Honestly, he's begging for mercy because he can't handle this.
Look at Regal is like crazy googling.
Like this is why the other atheists in the room don't like you, because you say the quiet part out loud that they don't want to say, and it embarrasses them.
Oh my god, it's just more meta.
That's why they get mad at you, dude. You
I don't
know secrets and techniques, dude. It's so funny.
Can you answer a question?
Like they all realize that they don't have a moral ground.
It's not. It's only a thing. Atheist whole
Bro, anti-realism, you don't need a fucking grounding. Morality is subjective. Oh my god, bro.
based on what?
Is that the you can't explain it?
What is the metric that is subject to
This is the morality that they don't want to say out loud, and they get so back.
What is the metric on which moral subjectivity is set on? What is the metric that you're using?
Regal's like 65.
Yeah, what is the morality? What is the metric? Is that morality?
Metric for morality.
What is that metric? What are you grounding it in? Where is it coming from?
Where do you think it's coming from if you're a moral anti-realist?
It's based on subjective things. It's based on what I want. So if I want God to tell us all what to do, Sam, then how is it wrong if that's what I want?
Nobody's saying it's wrong.
If it's all subjective, then like it's what I want. That's what it needs.
Right? What is wrong if it's not subjective?
In morals,
What is the metric?
Basically,
What is the grounding?
Me. That's the basis of it. That's what he's saying. It's me.
Oh my God, you guys are brain
Yeah,
dead, bro.
okay. Even if it's you, even if it's
You guys are
what
brain
is the
dead.
metric? Yeah, what is the metric you're setting the eye on?
You ran away. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, every single time, like putting down the theist without once looking into what theism is or how morality is derived from theism.
Absolutely nothing. I don't understand how he's gotten away with having these conversations for so long.
Or it is so stupid, it's so dumb.
With stupidity, you know, like they'll like that's what they like to do. They like to argue with white belts. They don't like to play by the rules when you actually get a like somebody that understands a little bit about philosophy. You know, wants to do the ontology, the teleology, epistemic conversation, that kind of stuff.
Nothing. You know how much time a theist has spent, like a true truth-seeking theist, in like investigating the truth, which they brush and whisk off. Not all atheists. People like Sam and him. Oh, this is so stupid. This is meh. This is freaking. What the heck is your grounding? What are you grounding your freaking claim in?
Yeah, but you notice that the rest of them do the same thing. They just don't want to say the quiet part out loud. That's why they get embarrassed by that.
No, they at least some of them honest enough to say it's intuitive. Like most humans would agree, this is immoral to
No,
run.
what is intuitive? Because you just circle that right back to like subjectivity right there.
Yeah,
And that's the circle right there. So it's gonna go from intuition to this is subjective, this is my lived experience, back to it. It's gonna cycle.
You can use the argument for intersubjectivity, right? Many subjects give consensus that such and such a thing is wrong because it doesn't feel good. At least he can say that. He doesn't say that either. Like, give something as lame as that.
Yeah, but if there is no God, then there are no real moral facts. Then he's correct, right?
Oh,
and if he's correct, then there's no real moral facts.
Okay, then you can ask.
Calling somebody the N-word or calling anybody anything is not a real moral fact. There is no fact of the matter that you ought not do it if there is no basis on the moral facts being real and instantiated in a fundamental way.
Like at least like Abe uses the principle of harm, right? Which also backfires on him when it comes to things like necrophilia and freaking rape and stuff like that, or incest. Like you know, if it doesn't harm someone, even if it's incestuous, why is it wrong? It doesn't harm the dead body. Okay, so necrophilia should be okay, right? So this is the backfiring that one gets, man.
Person is going to say, "Oh, you know, that's a great thing to do." Because it's abnormal. Okay. It's abnormal behavior first and foremost. So like you're actually doing, well, you're doing psychological harm to yourself by doing that to a dead body. Like whether whether he wants to grant that or not, that's just simply the case.
Yeah, that could be, but he didn't. He did grant it though. He said, "Yeah, I have no problem with it."
That's amazing.
I mean, at least he stayed consistent with his principle of harm.
So like, what's up with the whole marital rape fucking thing that like? If this guy wants to bring up, they go nuts about it. What the fuck?
It's just that I don't know.
So they're okay with that, but like if you're, yeah, because like they'll sit there and go nuts and get all like crazy fucking like moral about it all of a sudden, like it's what?
You know there are like atheists who are objective moralists, right? Like they will take the morals from say like a cultural paradigm of the religious, right? They'll say, yeah, the religious are right on their morality stance, right?
Right. You have
say
to
like the Ten Commandments.
To my worldview, one that you don't even believe in to instantiate yours. But I mean, at least if you point that out to them, and if you have to kind of like do it more than once, then it's like, oh, you know, they kind of bite the bullet on that if you're dealing with an honest interlocutor. And that's kind of like the ridiculousness. Like not all atheists, but like some people just that's what they do. They just don't want to concede at all. There's some sort of wrong.
Right? He would
There's a
say, like,
moral-
I take the 10 commandments because, like, I'm culturally, for example, Christian, and I find this particular part of, like, the Abrahamics, like, appealing, right? I don't have to take the whole religion, but this moral quality for the 10 commandments, the qualia that it presents, right, and the practice of it seems right. It's objective, for example, and therefore he believes in some kind of atheistic, like, objective morality, right? But he won't, like, grant that to God or anything.
Yeah, but it's gonna narrow down to might makes right, because who enforces that? Because on the surface it may seem like that, but it's like now you're gonna have to go to like might makes right, because who's going to enforce the 10 Commandments and impose that on you?
Dude, they can just use massive law.
Here's the cognitive dissonance in it, because do it feels good, man. It's all subjective. I'll just appeal to your doctrine, man. You know, but that's not what that is. Though.
Wasn't like an actual law argument, like in nature, for example, such and such a thing does not result in the well-being of the society, right? He can make an argument from egotism.
Okay,
like,
great. There's no point in this. The point I'm trying to make is that regardless of the facts, right? Regardless of what you're saying, there's epistemic trespassing at the moral level here, where they don't have a good theory of knowledge, a justified true belief to say anything that they're saying. So why should I listen to them? And that's the thing that I'm trying to argue with them against. And when you point that out to them, they don't concede to it. I mean, I get it. Like, if you're going to be a scientist, a mathematician, or you're going to study like evolutionary biology and how it works at the chemical level and all these different things, and that's what you're building your foundation on, I mean, great. You have wonderful descriptors of how you can describe reality around you. I'm not going to sit here and make an argument on the basis of science and say, oh, you know, because of this designer and everything's like, that's why that argument's completely freaking horrible. The argument from design. I just that's why
I hate the argument from
I don't like it, because you're trying to appeal to the descriptors of reality, right? And you can't special plead at that point. Be like, oh well, you can't do it. You have to do it my way. And what you're really saying, well, nothing's really perfect. We're not made in such a way. We can determine this by naturalistic means, right? So that's why. So I understand what they're pissed off about when we're doing epistemic trespassing into this domain, right? And they get mad about that. I get pissed off when they want to trespass epistemically into my domain of morality, when it's like based in, well, it's me, it's my preferences, this is what I prefer. And I mean, that's great, that's cool, and you can appeal to other people morally around you, and most of the world, last time I checked, outnumber atheists and agnostics as a whole. So you're ultimately still appealing to the collective that believe in God.
Yeah, eventually I think that's the route they have to. Like, there's no way out of it, I feel.
The escape hatch is to talk about something else. That's kind of like, this is what I predicted before. Like, and this is the thing that I'm criticizing. Whatever the fuck they do over there, right? And there's always the moral imperative conversation going on over there, and I'm like, well, how the fuck do these retards smuggle in? Not that I'm not insulting it. It's just dumb. Like, you understand. There's no foundation. You can't explain in a justified true belief why anything's truly wrong, good or bad, or whatever the case is. But then you want to smuggle in the moral imperative in the discussions that you're having. It makes no sense. It's completely hypocritical if you believe that morality is just an illusion to keep us under control while we're all surviving. That's what it all reduces to. And they don't like the the reduction, I guess.
To be fair to them, I don't think he can ever posit that morality is an illusion, right? Like, although like he might take moral anti-realist stance, I have never heard any of them say that morality is an illusion. He would say that objective morality is not necessarily from God, because God needs to demonstrate morality, and then he'll go to particular gods like God of the Bible, God of the Quran, etc., etc.
The point remains.
And then that is not a dilemma for a theist, bro. Euthyphro's dilemma is not a dilemma for a theist. Like, when are they ever going to learn this?
I don't think Agrippa's trilemma is a dilemma for the theist neither, because I mean, doesn't that Van Til shit call for like some sort of epistemic grounding that it's actually avoiding all three of the fucking horns on the Agrippa trilemma. When you're basically giving a foundation and a justified true belief for the existence of God, but they don't acknowledge that, and then they actually end up falling arbitrarily. So that would be an arbitrary axing, right? Oh, it's just subjective. Right? There's qualia. There's intuitions I have about the environment around my lived experiences. It's an arbitrary personal axiom.
I like the atheist argument for like utilitarianism. I think that's really good. Or morality. Everything has its utility. If it doesn't, then it's immoral. That kind of.
Dude, that's kind of like the the whole necrophilia thing that he's talking about there. Like he's trying to make the utilitarian argument, but he's not fighting the
I know.
On the basis of like it's not for the greater good. It's not for the well-being of either which one person, especially the one that's alive. It's actually you're actually doing physical harm, well, mental harm to yourself in a way.
I mean, if he's a physicalist, he can probably posit like disease and things like that. Like I don't know.
Well, what about the factor of like human dignity?
Oh, okay. How does that like affect the self though? Human dignity of the dead.
Because like the way that you look at things is like it just has no dignity. Like you can defile a corpse like that and be perfectly fine with it. There's no expression. There's no love. Like why not be sick in the head and just get a rubber doll? Why does it have to be a fucking what's the want and the drive to want to reproduce with a dead corpse?
Well, sex just means to reproduce.
Reproduce with it. It's purely for like a pleasurable thing, and then that reduces down to like hedonism, right? And the hedonism is like the problem with it is that you're pleasure chasing what feels good right now without actually thinking about the consequences you're going to reoccur later on. And that's just one of them right there. You mess around with a dead body, you're not really thinking about the consequences. You're pleasure chasing. This is a great thing, and then later on,
does every act of hedonism result in
some kind of consequence later on?
Like
yeah.
Why?
Because you're doing something hard. Like for an example, like you could think that it's great to have sex with a bunch of women and then go and do it, and it's a great thing. It's a pleasure-seeking thing, and it does feel great, and it is good. And then somebody ends up with an STD later on.
Yeah, like what if everyone's like utilizing like safety?
The other issue, like, what about peer bonding situations where, like, some people actually harm themselves to a degree where they can't like get with one single person and actually totally commit to it. In a peer bonding scenario, that can happen too. You can totally objectify the shit out of a woman and look at them like a fresh piece of meat. Like when you're walking down the street.
What are both parties objectifying each other?
Like I like that man. I like titties over there. I like that.
That's what's
because you're not acknowledging that there's a whole person attached to it there.
Yeah, but what if the other
not only are you demeaning the person that you're looking at, you're also demeaning yourself.
What if it's consensual? Like both sides are looking at each other simply as pieces of flesh, hot ass flesh.
Yeah, I still think there are consequences to that. I mean, I actually do look at like some people that have those weird furry relationships. Not to say like I'm not talking down on it. I mean, like whatever you do in the privacy of your own home is your business. I'm not being overly judgmental when it comes to that, but like if you're doing that to each other and you're consenting to it, you're also consenting to abnormal behavior. That's like somebody encouraging like depression or this or that. Like just because like some things can feel good to you doesn't mean that they're inherently actually good for you in the long term. Like being curious with somebody and exploring like certain boundaries and stuff intimately is like one thing. But like there's always that security or that baseline of treating the other person with human dignity. When you have like one person like abusing the shit out of another one and they're both completely fine with that and consensual, I think that's both of them not only harming themselves, it's also harming the other person.
What if both parties are not interested in peer bonding, right? Two normal people who are just engaging in pleasure, for the sake of pleasure itself, right?
Well, that's the end result and conclusion of it. Like, what if people like actually work into that? I mean, if people were acting into that like a well above and beyond average, and we were all doing it to each other, that would be catastrophic for society.
May I know why?
Well, what if it just feels good, man, to go and get an abortion? What if it just feels good, man, to be completely like to just have no consequences in life? What if it feels good, man? You know what I mean? It would be catastrophic.
What's the consequence of feeling good?
What's that?
What did you say that the consequence for like hedonistic actions is to feel good? Would that be the entailment?
Yeah, but the hidden premise here is that even though you do feel good, it's you're incurring some sort of consequence and balance to that without actually realizing it. The whole do what feels good man thing, and you really don't need much of an excuse or a descriptor behind it or anything. You're just doing it because it feels good.
I'm still not seeing the problem with that.
There's no description behind that. What makes doing what feels good, man, actually good? That's the problem.
Why are the descriptions like
there is no. It's just do what feels good.
Yeah, why are the descriptors like
It's my preference.
What is the problem? What's wrong with it?
My preferences can be anything at any time, even though they contradict each other.
And is that a problem? I'm not seeing the problem in what you're positing, actually.
It's incoherent.
Are you saying that people cannot have like opposing feelings? Which
That's
motivate?
cognitive. That's cognitive dissonance. That's thought, views, and facts inconsistent with its view and value.
I do think actors on stage act like a millionaire is whatever has to play the role of like I don't know, a poor peasant, for example. So in doing so, is he like wronging himself or indulging in like an incoherent act? Like, what's wrong with that?
Well, that's different. You're trying to reapproach somebody like a layman, and you're trying to find if that's the modus operandi. I don't want to add to the hypothetical, but what you're actually looking is for like maybe some sort of a healthy relationship that's not based on a transactional friendship like money. So you're trying to like if somebody did that, you would say that there's more meaning and intention behind that than doing what feels good, man. Because you can take the millions of dollars and just do what feels good, man.
Then Rico, you know nothing about the life of an artist, Rico. The desire to want like opposing states of mind, extremely, you know,
but how
paradox of experiencing like different things, right? That doesn't make a person incoherent. Just makes a person
we're talking
for experiences, right? Yeah, hedonism. What is hedonism other than gluttony? Hedonism is just not just material; it's also like gluttony for experiences. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, there's a difference between studying the thing and actually doing the thing and calling it a moral justified thing. So if you're using like some sort of medium to like self-express what hedonism is and pleasure chasing is, right? And you're using all these bright tones and colors and stuff like that. Are you going to ignore the black and white part in the background where there are consequences like hurting this person that they're like completely unaware of? So I mean, there's a difference between like living in it and expressing it through that means, or actually understanding it without having to live through it and express it. And that means you can still arrive at the same avenue of expressionism with paint or whatever the case may be, without actually directly having to be involved in said hedonism. Let's just
but I can make the argument that even if I grant you what you're saying, like the consequence like allows for soul building, for example. Which is a morally good thing.
Hold on. That's still a greater good. That's still a real moral fact that goes outside of yourself. That's not just based on hedonism and do it feels good, man. Because now you're dealing with what the good is. That's what I would argue what the foundation of the good is God. And that's what we're talking about ultimately when we talk about real moral facts. So now it's just leading you back into the subjective area that, like, for the atheist is just going to have to deny to maintain their atheism. Or they could just simply say, I don't know, kind of agnostic to God. Maybe I should take, moral, justified, true belief facts, a little more seriously and not epistemically trespass into a religious person's domain because they just don't have the epistemic grounding for that. They don't have a justified true belief when it comes to moral facts. And that's the problem with doing what feels good, man, because it feels good, because it's my preferences.
Sadly for you, Regal, I have lived a life drenched in hedonism.
That's okay. But like I said, it leads back to a greater good. You believe in God. You believe that God is the foundation of like what goodness is. You can see that kind of a beautiful thing in the world. I mean, but this is the kind of thing that they don't want to take seriously. Or like metaphysics, what do we need to do with that? We don't need to understand God. God's not even real. But then, somehow like the moral imperative gets stuck in. Like, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people that are like overly reductive and they just want to epistemically sneak into somebody else's backyard and kind of be like, oh shit, I can make claims here that I can't instantiate. That's kind of like what I'm trying to say there, Like when you agree with me, the argument from design is a poor argument. That's going into their backyard epistemically. Right. So all I'm doing is accusing them of the same thing. They're coming into my backyard now and epistemically trespassing.
He's not calling it soul building. Regal, relax. He's not calling it soul building. He's calling it self growth. That's the only difference between like how an atheist and a theist would approach like morality, that or so-called immoral acts, like say for example hedonism, which I'm not satisfied with your explanation. But if I grant you that, I would say that that fall or the consequence that an atheist goes through allows for him to self-reflect and then go through self-growth. He does not have to, one second, he does not need to assign that to a particular god or a particular scripture that demands that from him, right? So I think that's the thing that we just agreed upon,
that we glossed over. And it's the part of the conversation when you talk about how it builds the soul, right? So we're still talking about the subjective thing that's greater than hedonism, that you can have discipline on and overcome, and then treat people with dignity, they treat you with dignity, that kind of thing, based in some, altruistic, loving, moral fact rooted in God. Because there's still the greater good, right? And like I would agree with that, but then that's not my issue, though. That's not my problem. They're still stuck at, well, what is the greater good? Do they cycle back into the hedonism and then there is no greater good? It's just me and my.
He can just follow natural law. That which allows productivity, that which allows like more existence, right?
Well, we're talking about the individual.
Not allow like the potential, that which works with the goal of actualizing human potential. Like none of these require a God model in it. Right? So this is, yeah.
You can't then therefore say moral facts are real. And that's the problem that they have. And like that's the stress point. Once they see the greater good and there's some real moral fact, like they refuse to kind of explore where that's going.
Yeah, they will not grant you greater good because they want to be stuck perhaps with like the individual, right? So if they zoom out and perhaps there are atheists who'd like live for not for the sake of the collective, but with enough insight to see that this such and such an act might harm the collective, right? So in doing so, he knows that he, being part of that collective, should not be doing that act because he's looking at it with the lens of utility. If the collective is in a state of good, when I act good as an individual, it will result in good or whatever you want to call the greater good.
Yeah.
But he, yeah, but he's Like, habe ich nicht das things like that, which the theist sort of irons out with. Because God is all good, eventually everything will be good. Like, this is something He's not going to grant you.
It's okay for them to say that's ridiculous and that's silly and it's a magic sky daddy. But then say what it is then. If it's not that, then what is it? Well, I don't know. But at least you have an explanation. You have some sort of coherent argument. This person has a non-argument, right? They have an I don't know. So why don't they just say I'm agnostic? You know, when you reduce it that way. So be fair here. Let's play in the sandbox, you know?
There aren't many positive atheists out there, Rigo. If you ask me, perhaps like you see more on Clubhouse, but in the real world, like you'll find more agnostics. This is
like not Matt Dillahunty, but like maybe like Christopher Hitchens or even Richard Dawkins. Like the way they get represented by atheists is like fucking piss poor, dude. Like these guys sound really smart and humble. They're not really like they know what's going on here. I mean, do you watch debates on the regular? Like, do you know who Richard Carrier is, man? I can't wait until you find out who the mythicists are, man. That'll be a fun one.
Nargis, do you watch these stupid debates that people like watch? And not even one of them. I don't even know who these names. Yeah, these. It's so. And I do watch like the only debate I have watched. What debates I've watched have been those that involve Khalil Abani. Oh yeah, because like we worked with him on one of his debates. That's why. The debate world is its own church. Like it's so crazy how dedicated people are to them. Like, and since these people are actually anybody, you know.
To be honest, I don't like. Sometimes I like Sam Shimon, and sometimes I don't. I don't like David Wood. I barely like God Logic. Like I don't really like them dudes, and I don't know, man. Not really into their stuff. I debated God Logic for 3 hours on the Islamic dilemma. His style is so semantic. Like it's and I do. Does each debater have his own like style? Can you recognize the pattern? Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to sit there and spend like all this time on semantics, which I mean, I do like semantics. Don't get me wrong; it's good for understanding what we're talking about here. That can get you to a conclusion, but like we got to agree on like terms of how we're referring to things in its proper context. I don't have an issue with that. I think the semantic argument is that of a like cheap debater. Like he picks on 2 or 3 words and he insists on those words only, and will not just push the argument forward. So his entire argument will be like 2 or 3 words you've used, and then he works around that. So I don't think it's productive. Well, when you're talking about the Quran and the Bible, like I think semantics are very important because there are different narratives and things going on between the 2 books. Names evidence. What's up, Bravo? How did you get into all this debate stuff? You want to know something? You just sit around and kind of pick it up. And how did you stumble upon it? Like were you just on YouTube and you like found it? Like how did you do it? I don't know. I've been debating on the internet for like a while. It's kind of mostly the extreme lefty stuff that's like way too much. And then as far as like religion, like used to hear a lot of Protestants just poorly represent Christianity, so that kind of shit gets aggravating after a while.
So in your head, like your religion is like the right religion and everybody else is wrong.
Not exactly. I don't think everybody's wrong. I think God puts everybody where they're supposed to be. Everybody has their own cross, their own burden to carry in life. How you get introduced to God, I think there's some sort of divine providence to that.
Do the Boo and I go to heaven, although we don't believe in Christ and God?
If you guys have these extremes where you're thinking like on righteous stuff and meditating on that, and you know what the good is, and you know what you should not be doing, and you live according to that, God's going to judge you according to that. You know, do what you're supposed to be doing. You know, don't break your code, your personal code. I guess if you're not a Christian, if you have a hard time getting there, or if you don't believe in it, or if you're not educated, like I'm not saying that nobody's educated, but I'm trying to say you have to kind of educate it and want to kind of explore the Catholic world. There's over 2,000 years of history. I am not a fucking Christian encyclopedia. Like I know a lot of shit, but I couldn't learn like enough, you know, and it's just there's this richness and culture and tradition that I think a lot of Protestants miss out on when it comes to that. I think that's sad, but that's okay.
Okay. And so what does it mean, that debate? Is it like correcting perception? Is it helping you clarify? Do you feel like debate itself back to faith? Like what is
I actually like debating the atheists the most on here.
they're wrong?
Because they're absolutely fucking wrong. And so it's like, you know, examine that for a little bit.
You're asking about to come up.
Talking to a person, right, that doesn't believe that they have a soul. They don't believe they have right? And on my
but if you know that
you're a soulless person.
But if you know that
you learn to get treated with human dignity. Meaning, let's say for an example, like we're voting in an election, and you're telling me you just don't want my Christian views because they give you the hit. You don't want my Christian views influencing this election because that's the basis we're going to vote on. Well, why is that wrong? Because you're going to use your atheist values to vote on what I don't want. So why should I listen to you? And on top of it, you don't have a moral basis of grounding for even why you're doing it to begin with, because it's do what feels good. I mean, my brother,
I think it's a little funny when they're being atheists and they don't want to pay the quiet or the benefits that they're getting into without even really thinking about it.
Like I said, that like the price of lights out as well. But you think that that 45 yeah. Cheapest in the world guarantee. The little ghost trash chat.
At times, and it's like some of these people love fucking animals, right? And do you think animals have souls? And that, do you love that animal? And like these people that fucking love animals, dude, like then they start they get that weird feeling in their gut, like there's something fucking wrong. Like, wait, maybe this ain't right, but they don't want to fucking admit it though. You know what I mean? Well, what is love? Is love a real thing? Is there a source of it? I think it's just a couple of chemicals going on in your brain. And they're going, don't hurt me no more. This weird chemical thing that happens in your head. It's not real. They don't like that. That's what their worldview overly reduces to if we're talking about like materials. And I think they're smart enough to kind of do away with the militant atheist, like, you know, angry Reddit atheist nonsense and rhetoric, and just, you know, bite the bullet and maybe concede a little bit and be like, you know what, I'm really agnostic to this. Maybe there's something to it.
So, are there such a thing as jihadist atheists?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But there's also, but like I would say, like, what's the difference between somebody like Regal and a Dawa bro? Doesn't feel that different to me.
Same difference, you mean?
Yeah, same thing. And so to me, like that, like it'd be different if it was like, oh, I see this atheist and I'm curious about their life and how do they understand their morals. Maybe I can teach them something and it's more like curious and friendly. But I feel like the way you go about it and the way these Dauber goes about it is like they go in it for the kill. And I don't think that that is like
It depends on who I'm talking to. Like, you're probably right about that, but that's because most of the time I'm running into a person that's a poor interlocutor that really don't want to play fair. They want to play dirty. So I'm going to play dirty with you. Why the fuck am I like?
You don't realize that an atheist is rejecting the God of religion, right? He's mostly rejecting the God of books, the God of organized religion, the God of dogma.
The religion that has caused a lot of violence.
Yeah, exactly. He has his own reason. But this is the God the atheist is most of the time rejecting. Sometimes, you know what? I don't blame him. Because also the answer is also the theist doesn't lay grounds for freak and rationality. Doesn't lay grounds for
Like where he walked at and what it led to. Like you could he showed you like the pathway and then the kind of the blueprint of the hotel. And I didn't know that. I thought it was роскошный высокий.
Хотя сейчас вот у меня страховка там, в последнем году, она упала. То есть у меня в прошлом году был какой-то ужас. Вот. Сейчас я перестраховался. То есть что-то они там.
I think that's a great thing. I think it's a great thing that Israel is emerging as an alternative defense supplier for Europe as a as center of excellence, really, for military stuff in Europe. You know, training European militaries and things like that. That's good because ultimately we want some redundancy and some resiliency. Because you know, America is not always going to be be a single point of failure in this maritime order.
What you talking about, Wood?
So that's not good for the long term stability of that. And what we do see also is that basically all of those countries are allies when we push them to figure something out. They don't say, well, we don't want the maritime order anymore. They actually say, yeah, we like the maritime order and we're going to find some way to continue it, even if America is not always going to support it. And that's actually a good test in a way. So I think we want all those allies to the degree that we can get them. We maybe have to pressure some more than others, but I don't think we can get rid of any of them.
Or we just give them stuff. You're right. We don't have to manipulate them. We just give them stuff and manipulate them.
I don't think you can give them stuff. You need them to give stuff. That's the thing
or
that they
take their stuff or we take their stuff and good stuff.
And some of them are finding a way to give. Okay, Germany has started to up its requirements, its goals for its military. Okay, Israel is doing a tremendous amount in terms of arming and trading NATO nations. Okay, offering them technology. I'm sure Israel has done a lot to support the improved defensive situation in the Gulf over the last 5 years with interceptors and stuff like that. Those are all good things, and we need them to do that. And you know, Japan is going to start dealing arms to the world again. And they were a big arms supplier at one time.
Rafi, and they are play my time after he's done.
Shut up. Is that Kawasaki?
But there's a queue, bro. Like,
yeah.
Bro. Is that Kawasaki?
No, it's Howa, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and so on. And Japan is doing military exercises in NATO countries with NATO countries. Okay.
So Japan is going to be a big part of the security story for the world.
What a good.
And I don't think they want to do that empire thing again. It didn't work very well. I think they see that.
Wait, I always have to look at my phone to make sure that I'm muted when I'm about to scream, Jason, shut the fuck up. No, leave Jason alone. They're gonna do a what better Jason with America involved, and we're gonna do it humanely. We're gonna be humane warriors. It's gonna be really
Next, man. Okay, so we're going to
leave Jason. You need to shut the fuck up.
One second, Rafi. Hold on 1 second. So, the one mic thing applies to everybody. Rich, at this point, you're at your quota of nonsense. Come on, don't be a dick. Everybody else is cooperating. If he's being too long-winded, and the moderators want to shut him the fuck up, I am capable. Rafi is capable. Father is capable. If you think someone's talking too long, there's a nifty button in the top right of your screen that says "Leave quietly." You're always welcome to do.
But let's move to our rush.
Yes. Thank you.
It's finally your turn. Mountain, we're almost beside you. Give me your next.
Yeah. All right. So that was next. All right.
Go, all right.
All right. So, in my point of view, Europe is already gone because, first of all, they have imported too many Muslims. The birth rate of the Europeans is 0 and going to minus. I mean, either they're just living single lives, or even if they're together, they don't marry, they don't have the children. If they marry and they have children, it's just 1 or maximum 2. The Muslim immigrants, they come in with 2, 3 children, sometimes 2 wives. They just produce up to 6, 7, 8 children. And there are also 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation, for example, in Germany, Turks. And in the next 20 or 30 years, over 90% of the majority of the population are going to be Muslims. It doesn't matter if you give them equipments or not, they're gone already. Because from the Muslims' point of view, the Jews, the Christians, they must convert to Islam or they must die. Or they must pay jizya, which means taxing the non-believers that they don't believe in Allah. So forget Europe, it's already gone. I mean, the only sovereign country is Poland, maybe Switzerland, but I mean, they don't play a role because the population is not that much to be able to stand against these Muslims, and also the Russians that are trying to conquer Europe from the other side, and so someday they're going to meet up with Muslims in the middle and they're going to fight too. So Europe is already gone. I think the best bet here is to invest money and time on countries like Iran, like United Arab Emirates, and Iran has shown in the past to be a very reliable ally. It was Jimmy Carter, that piece of shit who backstabbed the Shah of Iran, and Khomeini and these radical Islamists to come around.
Yeah, now you're speaking about Iran, right? Like right now, we had no. Russia speaking what it was before. We don't know.
No, I was talking 5, 6 minutes. It was only 30 seconds. You didn't hear the 5 minutes and 30 seconds?
I heard. No, I heard everything.
Yeah, the majority of my speech was about Europe.
No, I understand. Europe, I agree with you. Let's start making already peace alliances in the Middle East. Because it's going to be the new Europe is going to east. I understand.
It's going to be free.
Okay, let's say they're getting rid of all their shit and they're sending to Europe, and they're trying to clean up the Middle East. So basically, let's dump Europe and start making alliances in the Middle East with like the UAE, the Saudis, because if they're getting rid of all their shit, all their radicals, everything towards Europe,
which Europe is adopting them and allowing them to be there. So let's start making alliances with, again, the UAE, Saudis, Israel, in the Middle East, and fuck Europe. Yeah, I thought the garbage. But the problem is when you say Iran too, Iran, we don't know who's going to be tomorrow the leader. We know who the leader is today.
No, you don't know who's the leader. Who's the leader?
Who's the leader?
Yeah.
The Iranians don't have control over that.
He's not a leader. He's a terrorist.
Doesn't matter. The terrorists controlling the ground. Mountain 1 second.
It's not a
right there.
It's not a leader. It's just a terrorist group like ISIS.
Doesn't matter. They have control.
It doesn't matter.
They have
because the next leader will be our king. His name is Reza Pahlavi, the son of Shah.
That's nowhere said, written, or has happened.
We don't have to get to say who have called him. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Arash, here's the thing. Rafi gave you a lot of space, and I let you go on. In general, if the moderator is talking, you shut the fuck up. It's a pretty clear standard.
Why are you so fucking rude, you piece of shit?
One of us is an assimilated Persian, and one of us is a dirty sand monkey. And if you want to play like a dirty sand monkey, you'll go into the fucking coop.
So, as I say, we don't know what's going to happen. But you brought up specifically Iran. I'm just rebuttaling on the Iran part. Again, God willing, I'm going to say God willing, the 80 million get what they want. But so far, the 80 million can't get rid of the IRGC. That is a problem. I'm sorry to say. So, again, we're not speaking on Iran. We're speaking on a different topic right now. Mountain. Hey, your turn to shine. This is your turn to shine, brother. You ready?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Oh, patiently, yeah. With our whole allies thing, man, I kind of look at history. I'm kind of a student of history, and I guess this is what happens when you have too much peace. People get complacent, right? I mean, World War I happened, and ended around, let's just say 1920. Let's just say 1920. 1939, 1940, World War II happens. There was 20 years of peace. But even that 20 years of peace, it allowed the Allies to become complacent to where, the Germans and the French, really fought hard. But the French were able to keep the Germans at bay. But because of 20 years of peace and them just being complacent, the Germans were ready to attack, and so they did. They fucking wiped the floor for the French, and they just got complacent. And the Allies got, so confused, and they were fighting terribly. They couldn't decide on anything, and so it was just a miracle they weren't the whole, British Expeditionary Force wasn't wiped out at Dunkirk. It was just kind of a miracle. That the war was literally almost lost because the Allies couldn't get together and decide on what they wanted to do. And they didn't want to believe it. Well, now we got 70 years later from World War II. And I'm afraid what that Persian guy was saying is really true, man. Europe might be lost. These people do not share the same values as us anymore. And they certainly don't appreciate the value that we offer. Let's look at NATO. I mean, spending. We're number one in NATO spending, but obviously Poland is doing pretty good there too. But like countries like Germany, man, I'm looking for military spending, for personnel, for equipment contributions. They're not doing very good. I love the German spirit. I think the Germans are great, but they have to contribute more. The French, have got to contribute more and take this shit seriously. The people in the British have got to take this seriously. And luckily, the Polish are starting to take it seriously. Luckily, because of Russia, somebody's hot micing. BB, you're hot micing. Luckily, because of the Russian threat, the Europeans are starting to actually take it seriously. Germany is number one arms manufacturer. Rheinmetall became the number one arms manufacturer in Europe because they're taking the Russians seriously. But it's just fucked up. We came to the rescue twice. Not saying by ourselves, but we came to Europe's rescue twice. And when we asked them for a favor in return, they don't want to do it. They get cold feet. And so I'm really worried. What if we had to face a unified Russia and China? What if we had to face a unified Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran? Are we going to get our shit together and agree that they're even a threat? Because we can't even agree on that fact. We got the Canadians that think the Chinese are better. I'm not lying. A lot of the Canadians are it's fucked up that we don't even have our ideology right of who's the enemy and who's not. A lot of them think we're the enemy. So I really worry about what's going to happen in the future. I think we're going to be alone. I really do. I'm scared, man, about that shit. Because the Europeans don't want to take it seriously. So anyway, I land. Thanks, guys.
It's hard for the Europeans to take us seriously right now when, instead of asking them to be allies a lot of the time, the president crapped on them and then tariffed them into oblivion. Right? Which turns out legally, it was a tariff he's not even supposed to be using.
Marshall, that's your opinion. And
No. It has to do with the base sales principle, which is you don't insult the person you're selling shit to right before you ask them to say yes.
Well, also, I would say, that's why we differ in opinion here, because I would say that the Europeans, our allies, were taking great advantage of us. We're taking it. In what way? NAFTA was allowing them to send in their products for free. Without any fucking.
The deal we negotiated. Trump renegotiated himself under his negotiations, making Mexico and Canada take advantage of it.
Real quick, because it was Mountain's turn to speak. So, Mountain, if you want to keep the dialogue, you can. If you want to go back to what you were saying, you can also do that.
No, it's all right. I'm about finished. Marshall's always got a butt in and stuff, but I'll finish with this here, okay? Yes, we have globalists in our government. Yes, Marshall, we have different people in our governments, different ideologies, different presidencies. And so one president comes in, Bill Clinton signs NAFTA. I'll give you an example of what it destroyed our logging industry in Montana. Canada, because of NAFTA, was able to subsidize their timber industry, then send it into Montana and America for free, no tax, and we could not compete. So as a consequence, 95% of our lumber mills shuttered in Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. That is just one small consequence of that. So yes, we have globalists in our government that will sell us out. Trump happens to see that and is renegotiating the deal. Now, I will say our allies were happy to come along and take advantage of that. And we are renegotiating those deals. Canada happily protects their milk industry, their dairy, and we don't bitch about that. But when we slap a tariff on their shit, we say, hey, we want to protect our wood. We want to protect our timber. So at least our guys have a fighting chance, goddammit. They get mad and want to cozy up to China. Fuck that. We are renegotiating our trade deals so we don't die. Because we happen to be the number one contributor economically, militarily, all those. So if we fucking tumble, the whole alliance tumbles. So yes, we want to make sure that our allies are not taking advantage of us. That's simple. Thanks, I'm done.
Thank you, Mountain. Let's go to Randy. Randy, you here with?
Yes, I'm here.
Someone with the shine.
All right, buddy. The question is, which U.S. allies? Well, I'm here to say that the number one most valuable ally for the U.S. is Israel, which benefits. People say, oh, people are stuck on the fact that the U.S. quote unquote gives Israel 3.8 billion a year, which must be spent on U.S. weapons systems. It's basically a subsidy to the American defense industries. But I would say for that 3.8 billion,
the U.S. gets a return on investment that starts at least $15 billion. Intelligence alone, Israel gives the U.S. more intelligence than any other country around the world. I'd say Israel gives the U.S. the equivalence of intelligence of a CIA or an NSA. The budget for those is probably $3 to $5 billion a year. The Israeli army, by having its interests so closely aligned with the U.S., it allows the U.S. not to station battleships, troops in the Middle East or in that area. The cost of a battleship alone is $1 billion to build. I could go through it. The return, all the technology that Israel buys, they make billions of dollars of improvements all the time. When they fly and utilize U.S. planes after every mission, at the end of every day, they are in touch with the manufacturers in the U.S., making improvements, sharing data. The U.S. Army, before they deploy anywhere in the Middle East, they go to Israel for training. So I could do the math, and there's people who've done the math. U.S. gets about $15 billion a year in intelligence, technology, improvements, etc., military information from Israel. The countries, their interests are aligned. There's really no daylight between their goals. So to me, it's a no-brainer. Not to mention moral support, mental support, cooperation among universities, technology, sharing information. I can't think of another country that comes close. In the 20th century, the quote-unquote special relationship was between the U.S. and the U.K. I don't see the U.K. delivering that kind of special relationship today. I do see Israel. I believe that this strategic alignment of the U.S. and Israel in the 21st century is comparable to what we had with the UK in the last century. There, I said it. Thanks for letting me speak. I'll be.
Thank you. I just go back and forth with you for a bit. I'm a little confused. So everybody is either saying keep the European or go with Israel, but I'm confused. Who else is there right now for America? Like, clearly we saw Europe said one big fuck you to America during the time of American operations or American interest or even the interest of the Europeans. Maybe Europe has more interest of conducting business with Iran, but like during this operations in Iran, they're not allowing them to use their bases. What the fuck's the point of NATO? I am so fucking confused. What the fuck is the point of this alliance? Like, what the fuck?
If you look at even since the 21st century, I mean, the global war on terror. Israel's a small country; they can't send their troops, and it would be a fucking disaster for them to send their troops anywhere in the Middle East. But I mean, at the end of the day, who is it that fights alongside the U.S.? It is the Europeans. Like we are basically inseparable from each other. We are, the leading, empire in the world. They are
just got a middle finger from the European nations.
Yeah, when push comes to shove, though, they are. They're the same people as us.
Dude, you're crazy, bro. You're changed, man.
Speaking from experience,
What do you understand? Are you a patriot to America?
Europe is no longer what you think it is.
Yeah, but no. For they're pleasing their population. You understand that their leaders are doing what pleases their population. As clearly you see their population doesn't stand with America. So when they make a decision like this, it's for them to win the next election. It's to please their people. And I'm talking about the European leaders, how they gave America during offer, like we all know what Iran is. The European leaders, they're not stupid. They know who Iran is. Like, if you on Clubhouse know what fucking Iran is, I can bet you don't.
what you know, and they know how bad Iran is. To the fact that they have that population. Who spoke earlier before that Europe is gone, and that they're freezing their population over the interests of America and Americans. Are you this blind to say you're?
I don't think that's what's happening.
Are you fucking blind? What's happening?
No, I can tell you. Now, there might be some of it might have to do with their population. By the way, when I say the Europeans are my brothers and sisters, I'm talking about the actual Europeans by blood, not the fucking entering there. They're not my people.
Those people that you say your brothers are outnumbered already.
They're not outnumbered.
Their voice doesn't count. Their voice doesn't count. Well, the country yelled them.
But the reading pieces that most people are against want to get dragged into some fucking conflict that it's you literally. A lot of us believe that you need a full-scale war, an actual fucking war, like 2003 Iraq, in order to basically remove everybody that's in power and make them hopefully a peaceful country. Short of that, you're just going to cause more, and it's just they're gonna be lobbing their fucking rockets and their drones and fucking up commerce, and oil's gonna be more expensive for everybody. Now, what is the point in doing all of this if you're not going to actually go in and take them out? That's where there's this huge disconnect between all of us. I don't think the IRGC is good. They're bad. Everybody would, if you can take them out, take them out. But nobody wants to do that. They know their populations don't want to do it, and so they're not going to do it. So why are you going to take a fight with a country if you're not willing to finish it? That is what I see as the problem.
Because you only look at it one way, bro. You think that we have to do regime change and stuff. You think that that's what Trump wants. That's not.
You have to.
No. This is
How else do you mean they're not a threat?
Well, you decapitate the fuck out of them.
We did decapitate them. They're still a fucking terrorist state.
Well, yes. That's probably always going to be it. And anybody who replaces them, Pepe, it's probably going to be worse off anyway. No. Just look. But listen, well, you might think that, bro. But I'm just saying, man, like, I'm looking at Syria, I'm looking at Libya, I'm looking at Iraq, I'm looking at Afghanistan. It doesn't have a great track record, so don't fucking tell me no. Okay, it's not replaced by a better person. Okay, so listen to me. I don't think they're fucking ignorant to this fact. I think he wants to decapitate these people.
But Iran is probably the first country to not have the terrorists roll over it. That's their majority secular. No, it's a majority secular. They're not different from fucking.
I believe that. I think a place that we're actually pouring our money and resources into is a place like Egypt and Turkey and other
those countries are far more likely to stay like hardline Muslim. Turkey's leaning that way.
We are not probably going to get rid of the Muslims. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get rid of the mullahs.
And Iran is the country to get rid of the mullahs.
God damn it! Stop.
You're too stupid to understand.
Yeah. One mic is one mic, okay?
Every time, bro. Like I get that you're gay and entitled, but not with me.
All right.
As the token entitled gay, I'm gonna go ahead and steer this around because Rafi teed it over to Pepe, and then we got into a Pepe conversation. We need to finish PTR because there are people who have been waiting, and it's rude as fuck to not. When we're done with the PTR, we'll have the open popcorn conversation. I think Green Living was next. Rafi, is that where we left the PTR?
Correct. Yeah, Randy had already left. So.
Okay. Well, I agree with a lot of what Malcolm was saying about other countries, especially Europe right now. It's turning into a shit show. But energy is what this war is about, really, is Venezuela, their oil. Ukraine took their natural resources, or the precious resources. We're taking their stuff. And now you're dealing with Iran being Iran since Jimmy Carter. I think that Iran is causing a significant amount of terror and frustration across. And if we don't fix that first, we don't fix anything. And to think that Israel is an ally when it's like one of the only democracies in the middle of the Middle East, and how do they rule there? What did I miss? I thought we were a democracy. So they've been an ally, and again, like what Randy was saying, the money that they get, they have on the Iron Dome, on these technologies, which are what? Owned by the United States of America. As my brand Green Living guy, look, I'm solar about all day. I'm producing more now than I generate in consumption. So it's possible to have that happen with energy storage. If they're doing it in Texas, which is one of the most conservative states in the union, I think we could do it across the country. You can do solar, you can do wind, you can do tidal, you can do oil, you can do nuclear if you do it smart and correct and safe. Like I was saying before, nuclear batteries. But we can do this. It's just, when people have asked me what is the number one reason this doesn't happen or whatever, it's called political will or just will. So the energy companies need to step up. They need to produce more batteries in the United States with ExxonMobil. Stop being pussies about it. Start stepping up, doing your job, and just sticking to oil and then fighting every step of the way. But doing, I know I've heard that before with General Motors, why they don't do electric cars sometimes. Because it's cheaper to sue because I already have the lawyers. It's the stupidest game. Now they're finally able, General Motors, to make a profit off of electric cars. Since I've been in the game for over 25, 30 years, I've never heard General Motors say that we're profitable when we make an electric car. So we can do this. It's stepping up political will. We can get off this oil, all this bullshit.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Let's go to Sam. Sam, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up? So, Mr. Mountain here, what do you think the long-term objectives are of Iran, for the U.S. or in Iran? Do you think we're just there to bomb some other facilities? Or what are you not getting?
You want me to...
Mountain, hold on. So Sam, your turn is to address the question at the top of the screen, not to pose other questions. We'll do an open popcorn a little bit later, but we're working our way through the PTR to get everyone's input on the actual title of the room. So if you want to address the title of the room, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
I mean, you can ask me. Well, all right. Let's go. Whenever you're ready to go. Since
too much allies. I mean, to the thing, like all the allies in Europe right now are mostly supporting us in Iran. So I guess dump Italy and Spain, and the rest keep. So, and also like going back, whoever was talking about their allies, like the title, what is not true about how little European nations are helping us. There's actually like a shit ton. Most of them are in Iran. So everyone who's not helping us right now, probably dump them.
Thank you. We got a new person on stage. Welcome. Ali?
Yeah, hey, how we doing?
Good. You with us?
Yes, sir.
It's your moment to shine. Go.
Well, should we lead NATO? Yes and no. It's a matter of time and situation. Well, European were kind of ally for US for years, but it it's a kind of leash that US put on Russia. So you're controlling Russia by having European as part. What? Well, having Europe as ally, you have a chance to control Russia. Right? Uh, what Trump is doing right now is playing chess with Russia and Europe and into situation. Before starting this war between US and Iran, or at the beginning of the war, all the European countries were like against it. They were like, okay, we're not gonna support US. We're not gonna let them to use our bases. Now that Trump starts saying, hey, we gotta pull out 5,000 US troops out of Germany, they're like, oh no, you know what? You can use our bases. Because they know if US gonna leave Europe and US gonna leave NATO, Russia gonna become like kind of more aggressive. They're not gonna stop like anything. Ukraine, they're gonna probably go further and expand the border. And what Trump is doing, I think, is playing the right part at the right time. Now, somehow, we convince them to support person more. And you guys mentioned something about Turkey, right? Since I remember Turkey was begging to become part of NATO, well, not NATO, like they started begging to be a part of the European country. They were like, hey, please count me as a European country. After that, they become kind of NATO partner. And I've heard some conversation that you were saying that they've been buying military equipment from Russia. Yeah, that's true. Turkey started buying lots of defense systems from Russia, which Russia didn't like deliver what they had to. Instead of, I guess, selling was the name of that system. S-400 or something like that. They got the money for S-400 and they just passed S-300 or something like that, something bigger. And there is another thing that you guys were talking about, like Israel gonna attack Turkey next. I don't think so. I'm not sure about that. Before the war between US and Iran, all the people, mostly Pakistanis, were claiming that the next target after Iran would be Pakistan, right? And it was all over the news. But since this war started, now Turkeys are like, the next target better be Turkey. What changed here? And in a very fun attack, US cannot support them. Why? Because US is part of NATO. But if US leaves NATO, then yeah, they can support Israel to attack Turkey. That's a different story. The same thing, based on the same rule that the Europeans are claiming, like when September 11th happened. Well, the main rule of NATO is if one of the NATO countries attacked other country, gonna like support that country, right? So when September 11th happened, the European country helped US to attack Iraq. But one of the reasons that they are claiming right now is that they are not supporting US in the war with Iran is they're like US has started the war. So in the same way, if Israel is planning to attack Turkey, US has to do it. But well, US is having another fight with Russia by staying as part of NATO. You're eventually gonna need it. It's another card you can always play, right? And it doesn't matter if you're gonna face it in Europe, like the people at like Muslim generation taking over that continent. Still, that hasn't happened. Though the population is a lot, but one thing happened in France, especially with France. They were kind of huge for this. They were attacking French police officers, but the news was kind of fake during like the mornings, and no one knows about that. So I'd say no, that not gonna happen. It's not gonna leave NATO because it's a great card that you can always play it. But instead, is trying to make more ally in the Middle East, like UAE, Saudis, Kuwaitis. And if they can change something in Iran, they're gonna make another ally. So I'd say, no, US should get. You see, I actually want to hear somebody try to justify that keeping Europe and to keeping this NATO serves and justifies for US to keep spending the way that they're spending. That it justifies US interests because US puts in the most and they get the least out of it. But that's what I'm confused.
So, Rafi, I think that's the perfect point for us to end the PTR portion of the room. Go to the open discussion popcorn. What we're going to ask of everybody is to try to still be respectful. We're not going to be doing the one mic policy, but if anybody is screaming or interrupting over people, you will get moved down or you might get moved out. Everybody behave like adults who have some common sense. Hold a popcorn conversation like you're capable. And we can all start talking about what Rafi just asked. Anybody who wants to come up and join the popcorn can. We are not sticking to a PTR, so do not get butthurt if somebody is talking. If somebody is long-winded and you don't like it, the leave quietly button is fantastically available. And that's my announcement. Go ahead, Rafi.
I forgot it, didn't catch what you asked. I said, I don't get it how the US puts in the most. Can they get the most out of this whole NATO thing? And people are still justifying that US needs to get it. What is the US interest? What does US gain from this?
The geography is the most important, at least in my mind. The ability of the United States as a naval power to deploy assets around the world is a key, critical, like 1, 2, and 3 piece of how the United States maintains its ability to transfer shit, soldiers, material, and other things all around the world. Europe may be hard for us because they're not helping us right now, but they're basing leasing agreements allow us to project power toward Russia, allow us to project power into the Middle East in the same way that our Middle Eastern infrastructure allows us to project power in the near term, but also project power in the far term toward China. When we have Bosra, which the Trump administration is looking at getting back, hold on 2 seconds. You were only 4 hours from overflight in China. So that is one very valuable piece that Europeans provide, no matter what their politics are.
Okay, sure, for China, maybe, but in Russia case, who is Russia more of a threat to? The Europeans or Americans? In this case,
Europeans
also have their tails between their legs.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying the Americans have a strategic geographical interest in maintaining basing and leasing agreements in European countries because it allows us to do things like support Middle Eastern bases, which in turn support overflights into China. It's a lily pad strategy, so one supports the other.
So they need to be on good terms with everybody to have that one base to work.
I didn't say they need to work, right? I didn't say on good terms. You asked, like, what do we get out of it? And I'm saying what we get out of it is that. That is up there with the most 1, 2, 3 important things that the Allies can provide us aside from like military and economic help. Right? They provide us with this geographical place to support our other military deployments in a way that is very helpful for us and that we couldn't get back if rejected unless we took the lane. So part of the U.S. strategy and our success has been those basing and leasing agreements, which allow us to deploy troops all around the world. I'm not saying you couldn't cut some of them. I'm saying the geography piece on the 1, 2, and 3. That's like of the 1, 2, and 3. That's on that list. Depending on the person, depends on like where they orient geography.
So I'm only seeing here again. If it's Russia, fuck Europe, let them be scared. China, I understand what you're saying, but you want to tell me that's the only spot America can have bases within a 4-hour, 3-hour flight that they are good with? How long is the flights from the Middle East, let's say, to China?
Yeah, but my point specifically was that the bases in the Middle East are supported by bases in Europe. The forward deployment of troops to Europe allows the forward deployment of the Middle East, which allows the forward deployment of troops to Asia, right? They all, like, each base supports the other base. Again, it's not like America couldn't get rid of some of its 900 bases. I'm not objecting to that. I'm saying geography is powerful. Controlling parts of the world through geography is incredibly powerful. And as a maritime power, since we're not the power closest to home, we have to take full advantage of geography so that we can continue to be the world superpower. If we fail geography, everything else will come down on top of it.
Well, we got Norm on the stage and we got Stan on the stage. Let's go to Norm first. Norm, your opinion. Which ally should stay and which one's gotta go for America, in your opinion?
Which ally should stay and have to go? I don't know. I don't have an instant answer to that. I have an overall impression of NATO. It is known as the most powerful and largest military alliance in history. And that's a really good thing. And I like the case that Marshall made. The idea that America is the world's policeman. And what it's enforcing is our values, freedom of the waterways, freedom of the internet, which, if you think about it, the internet is created by cables under the water. So if we have enemies that want to cut the cables, and they could begin to take down the internet, even though it's self-healing, it would start to go out in certain areas. Freedom of the world financial system, freedom of trade, even within democratically run rule of law countries. Like I'm thinking, for example, Singapore, South Korea, even Taiwan, Australia. All of those countries are vulnerable. Japan are vulnerable to China. So, as Marshall, I think, astutely points out, our forward bases in those countries and in Europe allow us to project our power very quickly and effectively and legally. So I'm not thinking about trying to eliminate countries from NATO, although that said, I'd let Spain go right away because once they stab you in the back, I think there should be a consequence for it, frankly. And Spain has certainly done that. England is on the precipice, which is really sad, which is why the king got his act together, came over here and said, "Don't worry about this half-wit Sir Keir Starmer. We have a long relationship. Just wait it out." I was just in England for a while. I actually just got back and I'm jet lagged. And I can see that country is sick of this Keir Starmer. They're sick of labor rule. They're sick of the labor government. So that's going to fall. I think King Charlie was saying, just hang in there because we're going to get rid of this jerk and we're going to reestablish our alliance with the United States. We need an alliance or a network of alliances, a mesh, in order to project our power. So I would be careful about dissolving NATO, but I would definitely punish nations that aren't on board with what we have to do. An example is this Strait of Hormuz thing and this Iran thing. They got on board with this for Iraq. Needs to be, and I think they're going to get on board with this because nobody's going to tolerate the closing of international straits like Hormuz. I should point out to you, under this administration, the Trump administration, we've resecured the Panama Canal. We've just made a defense agreement with Indonesia to ensure the Strait of Malacca. We just made a security agreement with Morocco to secure the Strait of Gibraltar. So that just leaves. There might be some others I'm forgetting, but the Strait of Taiwan is a remaining concern. We have to keep the international waterways safe, or we're going to be in a very different world. But fortunately, the trend has been reversed by the Trump administration by the projection of American dominance and power. I'd love to hear what other people think about what I said too, because
I would say this. You did mention Spain, and you know it is. They have some very far left wackos who want to. What did they want to do? Bring in? I forget how many legal migrant. Basically, give citizenship to a whole bunch of fucking Africans and Middle Easterners because it's necessary to fight the far right, and like these people are just crazy.
Yeah, half of them. I mean, there's also a reaction against it because
exactly. That's why I'm so hesitant not to abandon, Europe, because it's just like, okay, but there's the people, they're good guys too, and like, you have to pick which government you want to cooperate with, depending on who's in power.
That's a good point. So for those reasons, it makes sense to try to keep this alliance together.
I checked link above, and Australia is the number one allies in like ranking like number one. But last year the Chinese Navy go circle around like Australia, the whole country, and Australia did nothing. I think that shows the weakness of the U.S. protection and the weakness of your ally.
Yeah, but Russia plays games with the U.S. too. They're flying their jets in Alaska, close to the borders. They always fuck around. They flew their planes during the Ukrainian war close to other NATO borders. They always fuck around.
Yeah, it's not so much that Chinese were trying to test their Navy's ability to circumnavigate a continent, right? It's their first step outside of their region to prove Xi's plan to be a blue water Navy by the latest of 2040. Blue water Navy, for those who are unaware, refers to a naval force which can circumnavigate the globe in a fleet. Right? For the United States, that came in the early 1900s with the Great White Fleet under Teddy Roosevelt. That's when we achieved blue water naval status. So maybe Australia is just monitored since the Chinese are testing capabilities. That's also one possibility for why you didn't see anything. That the Australians are observing the efficiency and operation of the Chinese Navy outside of its own region. Well, outside of its immediate region, I should say.
I think it's just the observing. I think that the Chinese navies and Xi specifically is testing the Australia's resolve and see whether they be genuflex under pressure or provoking. And the same as Spain and England. Australia has a weak government and a genuflexing socialist prime minister. Especially, you can see that he went to, well, not only with respect to China, but also with respect to well, we were just talking about somebody was talking about England or Spain letting in illegal immigrants, and Australia is also welcoming illegals and immigrants. And then with Mr. Premier Albanese went to the mosque and kowtowing to the Muslims, and then but was basically pretty whacked in the face and driven out by the very population he wanted to appease. And so there you have it. A socialist prime minister.
What's funny about that?
Same as the Spain. Spain has a very troublesome economy as well because of its socialistic policies, and it's the making its economy, pushing its economy into the shithole, and they are trying to all sorts to seduce foreigners, immigrants to move there, but they're young. Youngs are fleeing the country because of the socialistic economic policies, and they're doubling down on the bankrupting policies. And so, I mean, I don't know when Spaniards are going to wake up. I'm done speaking.
What's funny is the base guy.
Discussion about regulation. So I'm a little bit confused as to what he's talking about, because Democrats specifically have opened up the conversation about reparations in the state of California.
Oh, you got the former congressional candidate down in the VIP section. You want to invite him up? He's always entertaining.
All he has to do is unmute. Does he come up?
Beach. They ended up implementing this
Fast to his campaign fall.
So what they immediately did is, instead of addressing
Adams, I was the biggest contributor to that. I'd like to know what that money was spent on.
Yeah, that money was spent on a hotel room and a delicious steak dinner and a wonderful piece of fish with vegetables and rice and a nice old fashioned.
I would have been okay if you would have came up and said it was spent on cocaine and hookers. I don't give a shit.
No, I'm good. I'm running for the mayor of Chicago.
You got no chance.
Well,
you know that, right?
That's what they told Mom Donnie, and look at that stud mayor of the most indebted city in the country.
Was Mamdani had his own money that he could afford to run for mayor. What do you have?
I've got access to 600,000 Chicagoans a month to sign my petition over the next 4 months to get on that ballot. To have my name in the marquee so I can shit down the throat of every hypocritical, cocksucking politician that runs for the mayor, because Brandon Johnson is a fraud. He is the scam. And we're going to run that corrupt politician out of the mayoralship of Chicago. He's finished. His time is at an end. A one-term mayor because he's a schmuck. Everything he says is, oh, because of white structural racism.
Question. It's a very simple question. It's just yes or no, please. Do you support reparations?
No. It's a black tax. It's a black slave tax. And no one alive now is impacted or remotely even connected to that situation. It's a historical event that resulted in 500,000 Americans dying during the Civil War. The tax has been paid. There is no black slave reparations tax. The whole thing about minorities and social equity justice and restorative justice, it's all a scam. It's all a fraud. It's all lies. It's all Democrat, Marxist, communist engineering.
Clapton, I think he wants to say something. And then you can go on your soapbox. Clapton, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm Peachy Keen. How are you?
Great. Let's have a conversation.
Let's have it. What do you want to talk about?
You was talking about reparations, and you said that the blood was paid for in the blood of the North dying at the Civil War. Is that what you're saying?
I never said any such thing.
I was talking about your guest here.
Oh, Universe Edmund. He's talking to you, Edmund. Good luck.
Clapton, you're talking to actually one of the candidates who's running for mayor of the city of Chicago. So Universe here is running for the mayor of Chicago. So as he's answering the question about reparations, feel free to grill him. Go ahead.
Yeah, cannot. Can I ping Mark in here? I want to get Mark in here, who is one of his political constituents.
talking about Mark Carter?
I know his name is Mark.
You mean Mark Rice?
Mark.
Yeah, bring Mark Rice, please. I already pinged him, but you'll be my guest. Hey, Evan, you want to debate Clapton? He has some issues with you, man.
Yeah, Clapton, you think a black tax, a black reparations, slave tax is a good idea for restorative justice, social equity? Because today it's Cinco de Mayo. And the big question is who's first in line? Is it the blacks or is it the browns? The blacks say blacks got to get it first. That's one of their chief complaints about reparations. We got to get it first before anybody else gets restored or healed. That's what they say.
Hey, Edmund, but we support Israel. You know that's going to come up.
Well, I will side with Clapton. I don't want to get in this because it's going to be bad for like Universe. I don't think he can hold a candle to me in this conversation, but I would like to hear what Clapton has to say. As
Clapton,
So you're saying, I mean, this isn't the reparation Olympics, or it's not the oppression Olympics, so we're not talking about who's standing in line and who gets it first. We're just talking about the proper debts that's paid to the people that helped build this country for free for 300 years. And then on top of that, then we had Jim Crow after that. Let me ask you this. And you say that nobody today is affected by that. Why do we have ghettos? Why do we have the land ownership in regards to African Americans that weren't able to own things, but yet your ancestors were? You still benefit from the past. That's the point that we're trying to make. And maybe it's not the answer. Maybe reparations. We can't even afford reparations. I will probably agree if anybody has that stance. But to say that they're not owed anything, that's a crock of shit. I'll say that. But
wait. Can we clarify and actually identify the actual identity of said universe, which has benefited off of the fight, not of the whites, but blacks, who's been able to actually counter and then actually waspicize his logic in a certain blatant.
Well, I would just say that even let's say you're hypothetically correct that African Americans are more entitled for reparations based on legal grounds or even moral or philosophical and ethical grounds. Let's say you're right. My complaint is that this country for 100 years hasn't been run properly because the Federal Reserve and fractional reserve banking and deficit spending and debt. We're 40 trillion in debt. We're paying over $1 trillion a year in interest. It's only expanding. Trump didn't slow down the spending. Doge didn't save us that as much as we expected. And the revolution never came because Elon Musk went on Fox News and said this is the biggest revolution since the founding of the country. And it never came. And Medicare, Medicaid keeps getting 4 trillion plus a year because doctors and health insurers and health groups gotta keep growing their quarterly earnings. Cigna, Blue Cross, United, and Aetna, they gotta keep getting their hundreds of billions of dollars a year from the federal government. The Catholic Church gets 50 billion a year for Medicare, Medicaid for all their Catholic hospitals. Isn't that nice that we subsidize the Catholic Church hospital chain, which 1 in 6 people go to every year? That's fantastic. But Clapton, I'm just telling you, if we hello?
you broke up. I can't even hear the last part of what you said.
I was just saying that I know what I'm saying. I was saying we should agree on how to run a business before we agree on reparations. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we probably need to get our affairs in order not to say that it's owed us. That's where I would have a problem with. Again, I would probably co-sign the tax that maybe the debt that has to be paid is probably too great than what the country can afford. So maybe we can come up with some more innovative ways to do that. But to say that they're stand in line that they're not owed anything, that the blow was already paid for by the blood of other white people who that's like saying that like if a person kidnaps someone and then is eventually like
hey, like they're forced by some. Let me make sure. If we can't afford the money, which we can't because this country's doing shit. I'm just being devil's advocate right now. Would you take free education, free healthcare for let's say the next 2 generations?
Yeah. Because if we have an interjection, it's just respectively fair. If I said that I would say yes and more. There's enough land, right? And there's called unincorporated land that is still unmarked and un.
So if we gave you South Dakota, would we?
That's not unincorporated land. That's not unincorporated land, right? So that would have to something to do with like villages, districts, and cities that are unoccupied that's just sitting there rotting away. What are we doing with them, and why aren't they, productive?
It's cool. To say this real quick, and Dr. Adams, who's supposed to shoot, let me just say this: of all the crackers on this app, I've been the biggest.
No, JB, I know. I'm asking them, and it's all good.
Like I said, we're still owed our 40 acres in the mill, but I don't want to create another reservation either, right? If we did, let's say, for instance, you gave us South Dakota, right? You gave the black South Dakota as reparations. Do you think that they're going to actually provide resources in that area, or is it going to create a?
Let's be honest with let's be honest with each other, though. And like I said, I'm pro reparations. If we can figure out a plan that makes it fair and lets the healing start, I'm with that. But here's the problem: that 40 acres in the mule was granted by somebody that did not have the power to grant 40 acres in the mule.
Right. Yeah, well, there was still they took all the white. Yeah.
Question that he asked Clapton as far as the takeaways that you had mentioned. No, I would not accept that. Free college and those sort of takeaways. I absolutely would not. What I would like is free college. I would definitely like 0% first time home buyer loans, 0% commercial development loans. And then we can maybe, begin to have a conversation about reparations. Now, I have historically been against reparations in the form of cash payments. But if you're going to, right a wrong that was done to Black America, we're talking about Black America, not Pan Africanist America. What was done to Black America, I believe that a starting point should be, 0%, zero interest loans, okay, towards first time home ownership, 0% loans towards commercial development loans to rebuild the Black communities. I really feel like that's a good starting point. That's just my opinion.
I would even go further, Dr. Adams, because I think we agree as far as like cash payments of reparations would be beneficial based on the targeted financial strategies of certain institutions, as we've seen been designated by like Navy Bank loans and all that kind of stuff. Even Black people of a different class, the military class, because I come from a military family.
Shit, stimulus checks for what?
Kids didn't even help.
You have to.
And I'm not ultimately asking.
You do realize this is money that will have to be borrowed or taxed.
You can wait. This is why you're not the Chicago mayor. Thank you. I would say that ultimately tax-free everything, period. Ultimately tax-free everything, period. Want to know why? Wait. For the duration of the United States of America. So what? So the fuck what? You want to know why? Hold on. When we look at the export, everything that we export, far as media, far as even science, like a lot of the stuff that they studied to get the research and data has come and at some point been a start point in our community. We are the screw in the middle of the cog that has turned this country for a long ass time. Now, get it.
Night King, should the Saudi Arabians also pay the reparations from Medina with Muhammad?
So, you can wait. Patience, right? Decorum.
This is a debate. I'm trying to help you out.
This isn't a debate. This is a room with two mods called which people are entitled to reparations.
It's not nonsensical because you can look at certain data that actually points out that directly we've been targeted in almost every sector, not only for data study and development, research, right? Findings, right? And look, I hear y'all if y'all don't want to do it. If you have a problem against it, that's fine. But I think far as how this country has operated since this community specifically has been responsible for lifting America's industries out of the recession and actually building a bridge.
Okay, we get it, Nike.
For no. I'm just saying.
I give you plenty of grace, bro.
Just want to land, bro. I was coming down.
So wait, let me just say this. Let me make this announcement.
All right, y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Thank you. Reparations, yay or nay? That's the poll. And the answers are absolutely over my dead body, but the Jews. So please vote in the poll. All right, let's welcome Dave. Hold on, Clapton. I'll get you, I promise. What's up, Dave?
What's shaking, man? I'm in the building.
Welcome to the building. You want to jump in on the topic?
But what is the question truly asking? Like, entitled to which reparations? Like, because in some sense, like reparations is just a claim on an incident, right? Are you asking about ethnic groups? What are you asking?
Do black people deserve reparations in America?
Black Americans specifically.
You got a phone call. Clap. I think go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, maybe we need a model like how they rebuilt Europe after World War II.
You want to do a Marshall Plan for blacks in America?
That might be an option in regards to, like, you have a lot of funding for like schools, like the infrastructure, right? Schools, healthcare facilities. Maybe we'll do grants for businesses. Of course, the home ownership idea that doctor kind of presented. So I think it has to be a combination of like education, business development, and infrastructure and housing. So I think if you can do a combination of that, kind of like when they rebuild Europe, that was kind of what they did through the Marshall Plan. That would be a good starting point.
Let me ask you a question respectfully. Aren't there specific grants out there just geared for minorities in America that I'm not eligible for only because I'm a cracker?
At a limited basis, there is, but it's not widespread enough. For those that did it, yeah, it did lift up some of the some black folks in some cities, but it's not widespread. That's the problem. It's very limited in funding and also in application.
Why do people feel like they'll be left out, like the progression of this? And that's one of the things that, like, I actually, like, really truly want to know, like, why other ethnic groups feel like it's a slight if we receive this.
I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more times. Put a plan in place that makes sense, and I'll vote for it right now. But I want to be what is Victory wrote. Blacks don't want money or reparations. They want their villain to be understood and disclosed. Why do the small hats get to have a villain from Germany and not blacks? Oh, look, Adams, it only took 5 minutes for the anti-Semitism to show up.
That train's never late.
Jesus Christ, I wish that there was some way to, like, remove the conflation of oppression between Jews and blacks in America. It just seems like it isn't.
Okay, let me give some data.
And I'll pass to you, I promise. Blacks in America, it's not even close. They have had it far worse than any other ethnic group. Jews in the world,
they're the original slaves. No matter what do you say, Night King? That's the truth.
Sure. Look, I'm very, very hip on history. Anybody that knows me on this app, as long as I've been on this app, right, knows that I even got 2 Jewish half brothers. So don't come at me like I'm gonna be anti-Semitic in any kind of increment. Well, I just saw how it's I have to state that though because of the climate, right? And that's just not. I don't state that out of. I state that out of respect for you.
Okay, moderators, if you could put me in the queue after Night King is finished. Okay, I asked Grok, do Black Americans deserve reparations in America? If so, how much per Black American if proof of impact can be established? How much has each Jewish victim of the Holocaust received each year since 1945? This is Grok's response. No, not as a blanket national program. Feasibility issues dominate. Eligibility. Black Americans includes recent immigrants. Proving specific impact from events 160 plus years ago across generations and funding via current taxpayers, many unrelated to slavery, make it impractical versus targeted aid or policy fixes. Holocaust reparations, direct survivors and heirs post 1945 genocide. Germany paid 90 billion plus total since 1950. Recent years, 4,600 average direct per current survivor for a total of 128,000 per survivor. Plus services amounts varied by program. Proposals for Black reparations range wildly from 100,000 to 5 million per person in local studies, unproven at scale. So, if the Jews only got 100 billion, how much do you think the blacks should get? 100 billion or a trillion? I mean, you tell us. Hello?
But as I said, we couldn't afford it from a monetary standpoint, so that's why we were over here throwing out ideas that weren't payouts. Obviously, we couldn't afford it as a country because the debt is too large.
Thank you, class.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Oh, you good? Go.
Thank you, my friend. I just wanted to hear what Victory has to say because Victory seems to not like Jews too much. So, Victory, tell us your insight on this, please.
I have no problem with Jews. I have a problem with Europeans using Judaism to justify their actions. But I do not have a problem with Jews. I don't know why that's being conflated or confused. For Zionism is not a religion; it's a political movement. Those are two different things, but I can see why you would need to use Judaism too.
What's Zionist to you?
To bring back Israel of their image. Am I wrong or right?
That's your opinion, my man.
I mean, Herzl had his own definition. I'm sure you can look it up in the book. This is exactly what he wanted.
Israel.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But I also support reparations in America.
To an extent that we pretty much look like a clown to the world to bend over for Israel.
And how is that? How are we bending over for Israel? I'm just curious.
Well, we slap around our allies more than we do to our adversary.
Yeah, but are they really allies? Are they really having our back? Are they standing? Are they fighting the fight with us? I'm just curious.
Are you speaking about Europe, India? These are allies that we've been slapping around more than even China. I don't know.
Once again, I'll ask you: have they stood toe to toe with us as allies, or are they wishy-washy in whichever way the wind is blowing? I'm just curious.
Are you talking about the situation with Iran? Because that's not our ordeal. That was Israel's ordeal. No one had interest. The Strait of Hormuz was open before Israel attacked them. Am I right or wrong? Everyone had a free passage. No one had to pay $2 million to use it until we had to attack because somebody had a feeling they're going to develop nuclear weapons, even though the United States.
Here's my truth, and I'm not looking to argue with you. You're entitled to. Nothing I say in this app is going to change your opinion or your mind. But let me just say this.
Fair enough.
the war in Iran is one reason and one reason only. It has nothing to do with the Jews or Israel or the Israeli government. It has to do with oil. That's what it is. It's about controlling the oil, the flow of oil, and the price of oil throughout the world. That's a fact. Now, people want to find a boogeyman and say it's the Jews who let him or Israel who's let him down his path. Trump was going to go to war with Iran, whether Israel was involved or not. To be honest with you, I think Israel's stupid to get involved. He should have let Trump handle it because it's blowing up in his face right now.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead. I want to interrupt.
I mean, I was gonna say that I don't know if that's exactly true. I mean, it seems like Israel and their conflict with Iran. I mean, it's just a major problem. But I mean, I personally, I think that we've achieved incredible objectives and successfully accomplished uh, a regime change in the real sense of the term, not just because there's still IRGC government and IRGC soldiers, etc. But we wiped out the Ayatollah.
Give a fuck about the IRGC. I give a fuck about paying $5 a gallon for gas. That's what I care about. Homeowners' heating bills are going through the roof. And you know what? Now this is going to be the norm. So when this war is over, the price is going to maintain at $5 a gallon. You know why? Because Trump wants it that way. This is all about oil and control of oil. Nobody can tell me Trump has not given a specific good reason why we went to war with Iran. It's oil, bro. That's all it is.
Well, I mean, Iran's proxy forces all around the world is an insidious, dangerous Islamic radical terrorist organization that needs to be counterchecked. I'm sorry you got to pay the $5, and I agree the heating bills are crazy.
From being terrorists throughout the world, from what I understand, they're still out there.
I get it, but their Ayatollah supreme leader has been vaporized. That's a big accomplishment.
Wait, starting on the feet.
Hold on, go ahead, Victory.
I wanted to add, we just replaced the Ayatollah with a younger Ayatollah. And my next point was, how do you destroy someone's knowledge of building nuclear capabilities? You cannot destroy the knowledge. They'll just rebuild. Do we plan to go war with these people every 10 years? Is this the ideal way to set a president for our children's children?
Well, here's the thing, Victory, and I agree with everything you're saying, but here's the thing, what people seem to have a hard time understanding, you're not going to kill an ideology. You're just not going to. All you're going to do is stoke the flames and make more fucking lunatics out.
I agree with you.
But that's what they always say. And no, Noam Chomsky said that when Trump eliminated ISIS, it would create an organization 10 times more dangerous than ISIS. That was untrue because guess who controls and funds ISIS? The Saudi intelligence services or the Turkish intelligence services. And right now, they got the head of Syria, this guy who looks like Osama bin Laden, throwing basketball games. He's got Lady Gaga singing at, concerts in Damascus. He is a hardcore Muslim, but putting on a Western show because the guy's technically just a Saudi. So, anyways, the world is deceptive. But I agree, the heating to cost your house, it's $3,000 a year. That's fucking crazy. I mean, if you're retired, you can't afford that. Anyways, the whole country is broke.
You can explain to me, Victory or Clapton or Dr. Adams can explain to me. We supposedly have the largest reserves of oil in the world. In the fucking world. But yet, our gas prices continue to go up. So if we're fighting over oil, which I believe we are, why don't we just release some of the reserves we have so people can take a fucking breath in this world?
Well, I don't think transnational capital are patriotic. The people that own these oil companies are not. I know they work in America, but what makes them patriotic to one country? They're going to just sell to the highest bidder. I would just imagine it's about capitalism.
So what was the point of Venezuela? I thought that's what we went to Venezuela for their oil.
It looks like, well, from my perspective, it looks like we want to retain control pretty much of the Western Hemisphere. We don't want no one, and I think it's because of the banking institution that they weren't obliging to. And because, just like Cuba, they never took like a loan from the IMF since 1959. It's certain things they want to pretty much engineer for the future of digital banking. And we need everyone in the West to be on one step. That's just my theory.
My theory is this, Victor. I agree with you. I agree with you somewhat, but here's my theory. It's just a theory. We went into Venezuela, Clapton, because they have one of the largest oil reserves in the world. And we get to control the market that way. There's countries in South America that are a lot more dangerous to America that we don't bomb. Go into Colombia, where they produce all this cocaine, that we have an addiction problem in this country, but we won't fuck with Colombia because they don't have oil. America don't give a shit about them. They don't give a fuck, excuse my language, about the cocaine production. They care about controlling the oil, controlling the prices, controlling the rights to oil. That's it.
But I think they're actually still under our SWIFT system, though. Are they not? They're under our Western financial system, so that's a win for the West. All those are just media publicity to get us to do what they want to do. But if you got in a country under the financial system, there's not much else you really can conquer. If that makes sense. If I'm making any type of sense, of course.
Let me ask you a question, Victor, because you sound like you have common sense in your head. I don't have to agree with you, not to, but I also can respect you at the same time. So here's the thing. In your opinion, how do we get out of Iran? How does that end? Because I think he's stuck, and he don't know how to get out of it. How do we get the fuck out of there, bro?
This is my theory. This is gonna sound chaotic, but this is because I'm listening to WEF, the World Economic Forum, and how they want to have everything proceed. It looks like to me we're going to have the ground troops from the United States, and there's actually a deal going on in the back room with China. They're going to be basically a multipolar dimension with the financial transnational. I don't want to just put a religion on it. I call these people transnational capital. These are just people that actually move the world around with their money, and they're all in one step, if that makes sense. And I think that the Chinese are at the table. And because here's my theory, and of course I might sound cuckoo, because of the Greater Israel Project, you need the Gulf states to be destroyed to direct the new pipelines to the Mediterranean Sea. And because the United States can never destroy the Gulf states, you got to get Iran to do it for you. If that makes any type of sense of my ideology of how I'm seeing geopolitics being unplayed as we speak today. It's Greater Israel. The great thing about Greater Israel, or what I'm scared of, is Iran is what checks Greater Israel. And if Iran does not exist, I'm scared Jews will leave America, Europe, Australia. Then what happens to us? That's my biggest fear. I want Jews to stay in America. If Jews leave your country, you're pretty much going to be decimated because they don't need it for transnational capital wise.
But that's why you did. No. You don't have to mute up, man. We're just having a conversation. But the truth is, when you say the Jews, right? Because I'm a Jew, and I'm not speaking for all Jews. I'm just gonna speak for my lived experience of what I've seen. When you say the Jews, the truth is, we're not welcome anywhere. So why would we stay where we're not welcome?
The United States or Israel?
The United States.
Well, I think, from my perspective, for transnational, because I look at the money more than anything else, I think Jews are being used to divide and conquer. That's what I perceive. Even for World War II, I think they were being used. I think Hitler was working for them. That's what I really believe. That's the 1933 Havana Agreement. There was a deal.
You think Hitler was working for the Jews and they hired him to kill themselves?
I wouldn't say for the Jews. I say transnational capital. Don't put a religion on it. These people, I highly doubt they're religious.
These people, talking about people that just read books and do nothing all day long. It's a couple billionaires that got a bad rep, but for the most part, all Jews are sitting there just trying to eat and live their best life. They're not interested in any of this shit. They got nothing to do with this shit. So why do you say all people? Because that's like me saying all black people are, pathetic. That's what you just said. You used all or nothing statements with regards to Jews and conspiracy theories.
Let me just make clear so I can just go mute. Transnational capital groups are using religion to uplift a certain group, to divide. This is what I believe. I don't think Jews that work at a shoe store or a grocery market are a problem. I believe there's wealthy men that are using division, and I don't think they're even religious remotely at all. They're just using that for
media consumption or for us to bicker about.
Well, how do you know they're not religious? I mean, how do you know? See, everything you're saying is speculative and pointless. And I asked Grok, what are the top 10 largest industries on Earth? Because JB seems to think that everything has to do with oil. But JB hasn't mentioned electric. He hasn't mentioned semiconductors, the automotive, the airline, the housing, the facilities and real estate. There's so many industries, big pharma. And if you've ever seen that movie Limitless with Robert De Niro, the focus of investment changes because it is cyclical and investment changes based on what's in fashion. So JB's got the oil conspiracy. Victor, you got the transnational Jew conspiracy. Any other conspiracies?
What's the goal? Fort Knox has not been audited. Who do you think has the gold? Transnational, and I'll never put religion behind it.
Okay, well, listen to this. These are the top 10 largest global industries by revenue for the past 1 year. Life and health insurance, that's at 6.1 trillion. Commercial real estate, 5.6 trillion. Pension funds, 4.5 trillion. Oil and gas, 4.26 trillion. That's number 4. So before you even get to oil and gas, you got $20 trillion of market activity in health insurance, real estate, and pension funds. Next, you got car and auto sales at 4 trillion, commercial banking at 4 trillion, general insurance 3 trillion, auto parts manufacturing 3 trillion, auto manufacturing 3 trillion, and engineering services at 2 trillion. So you tell me, I mean, who's in charge of all these industries, Victory? Is it WASPs? Is it Jews? Is it African American? Is it Saudis? Who is it exactly? It's not you, is it?
To say transnational to be on the safe side. I would never blame a religion. That's just not for me to do that. I guess because I guess that's just not smart to even accuse our religion to do one thing. It doesn't even sound right at all. It just talking about ethnicity, though. I'm speaking about people that own the color blue. These are the people that pretty much own and damn near to medicine, all to the core values that we describe that we need in life. These are people that just are beyond wealthy. They crave for power. Money's not the objective; it's power control. The dollar since 1913 was our conscience. That's where our conscience was. That's what we want to attain. The next goal is digital currency. That's what they want. It's not about money. It's about control. If that makes sense. And I never want to put.
They already have control. What's your credit score, Victory? That's the control they already have. We already have Chinese surveillance control in this country. If you've ever been evicted from an apartment, you can't get an apartment again. If you've ever gone bankrupt, you can't get an apartment. You'll be in a fucking shelter, in a tent, if you can't actually establish some type of credibility. And that's what surveillance capital does. It either delegitimizes your capital or it adds to your capital. And all I gotta say is, yeah, if African Americans want reparations, there's one way to get it, and that's through the law. And currently in Chicago, they have a pilot program. It's not even pilot anymore, but they've given $40,000 to 300 African Americans by taxation of cannabis in Evanston, Illinois, under Danny Biss, who's running for Congress. And that's wealth redistribution because why? First of all, if you look at the requirements on who's entitled to the money, random people just applied and they just chose what they thought would be the best mix. So the whole thing is subjective, unfair, and unconstitutional because it's discriminatory. And if you want to propose legislation and law and funding that's discriminating to other groups of people, well, you're a hypocrite. And it won't work because you'll get sued to oblivion. You can't stand the legal test of your claims.
Well, it's discriminatory against who? White people?
Against non-qualifiers because it deals with race and this subjective thing that you call minority or racial discrimination. It's the same thing all around the country. All these DEI affirmative action things are getting sued by conservative think tanks who are saying this is discrimination.
If you have a history of discrimination against racial groups and you're trying to make it right, and because they were they were discriminated against because of the color of their skin. How do you make it right without you guys trying to do the reverse discrimination argument when you guys were the ones that were? And when I say you guys, I'm talking about the system or the mainstream or white folks. You guys are playing this victim card in regard to DEI or whatever these woke, quote unquote woke policies are they're discriminatory against white folks, but they're not excluding white people. For white folks are the only ones that benefit from all of the policies in this country. So if we have something where we're trying to give a little piece of the pie to people that are not white, you guys are screaming discrimination. So you guys can hold up. So you guys can take the bigger piece of the pie again. So I'm just like,
Well, that's what the leftists say. That's just not true what you're saying. And when leftists call for progressive taxation and billionaire millionaire taxes so they can do wealth redistribution within the communities and not hire white people because they want community representation in the government, it's fucking hypocrisy. It's black supremacy. How the fuck can you not observe your own black supremacy and then call out white people for their supremacy, but yet be supremacist in what you're trying to achieve? It's ridiculous.
in a system are black supreme. Where do we hold any power?
In Chicago, where Brandon Johnson only hires black people and says he won't hire white people because they don't represent the community. It's racist. He just said it. Yeah, Brandon Johnson.
I mean, then that should be a legal basis. If you're talking about using the government to only hire black people, I actually agree with you. But we're talking about widespread discrimination in regards to the power structure.
Hey, here's the problem. I got to bounce in a minute, but let me just say this: most white people will never admit that systemic racism is a real thing in America. It is real because you know why? It doesn't impact them. It doesn't affect them. So what they never embrace it and say, hey, you know what? We live in a fucking racist country. We do. But since it don't affect them, they don't feel it, they'll never admit it. Just my opinion.
And I get it. Because I would ask a white person any day, trade places with a black person, and they'll never take that deal. Try to get a job as a black person. Try to exist as a black person and say that it doesn't exist.
Clapton, have you ever seen that movie from the 90s, White Man's Burden?
Is that the one where the black man turns white or white man turns black or something?
No, you should watch it. Okay. It's a pretty good movie. It takes place in Los Angeles in the 90s. Actually, a very, very powerful movie. You should definitely watch it.
I'm not. I mean, because
we're gonna close it up. We thank you guys for joining the room. JB, final thoughts?
And it's my first room in a long time.
I know.
I hope to do some more with you and I. Man, listen, great conversation. Victory, you came in. I misread you. I want to apologize for that. I think you're a good dude, and you're welcome in my spaces anytime. Clapton, good to hear from you. I hope you win the Universal Dollars. I guess it's free. I love you like a fat kid loves kids.
Some big news as your mayor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department.
okay, peace.
If we
No. Let's go on joke now, baby. Relax, man.
on now.
Bye.
Sound gentlemen.
And so the way the plot goes,
Fighting with Andrew about whether or not you can rape your wife seems to be something he's really obsessed about. Would it stop there? Would it be like, oh, he says it's okay to do it, and you say it's not?
It's real bad. The state, it really puts a not about our state, but the guy said eventually paints over and makes fun of what happened, and it's not a joke. And people here are upset about it, and because of that, I mean, people didn't know that, obviously for sexual stuff, I didn't know that, but I
right? And if he commits to that, right, then I think there is a point at which the moral discourse has to stop, right? Because I think like moral arts and they derive from certain
What's Andrew's view on that? Does he think marital rape is okay?
He wouldn't call it.
I mean, but he doesn't like he still doesn't like calling it rape, but I think he believes that the thing that we call rape, marital rape, is not okay. Yeah.
So is it okay or not okay?
He thinks it's okay if God He thinks it's okay if God commanded you to do it. No, that's not true, Deepak. He thinks it's okay if God commanded you to do it.
But that's everything, right? In his view.
Yes, but that means that somebody could say subjectively, "Oh, God told me it was okay to fucking do this to my wife,"
Right.
which is false.
Look, I mean, let's say that you believe in some other way of deriving objective morality, right? Like you could make the same mistake, and you could just be mistaken about what it is is the right thing to do, right? Just because you believe it's objectively grounded in something, it doesn't mean that you have perfect knowledge of what those moral truths are, right?
So if we didn't have perfect knowledge of what things moral truths are, what's the entailment from there? Like, what are you inferring?
The thing that the moral anti-realist and the realist are no better off. It's they're the same. They're on the same level epistemically, right? Like
But here, it's
you can
that he died.
someone who believes that moral truths are objective any better academic access to them.
I cannot.
Well, going up for it is that you guys don't have the epistemic justification, not only for the metaphysical claims, but the moral law claims that you make on the basis of smuggling in some sort of moral imperative when you guys communicate to Christians. And I just think that's epistemic trespassing because we don't have any foundation for it other than the Christian worldview itself. I think that's ancestral or something that's based on a tradition of some type in order to say that's culturally wrong. That's what you're going to defer to, right? You're always going to do the democratic relativism. How community and group of people. So why won't we even listen to any of that moral imperative when we actually have a belief, a justified true belief in
to consider.
Yeah, bro. What's the
any of
right?
Have you denied this?
The reason moral discourse is possible between people of different metaphysical views is because our ethical views might still coincide, right? I might not agree with what's grounding for morality is, right? But I might still believe that there are a common set of principles, right? I have a set of principles, and I observe that you seem to have a similar set. Where we is how they apply, or what the trade-offs are, or what is it that in fact, let's say we both agree that in general,
foundation for your worldview because it just narrows down to survival mechanisms or an I don't know. I mean, you can't
tax bills, credits going out.
Why is that wrong?
Because I don't base it on survivability or something, right? I believe that
what would it be? Because it's not my set of preferences.
Okay, we're back here again, but it's stances, not preferences. But you could call it preferences.
It is preferences, right? You have your set of preferences. I have mine.
And I also have my
preferences are to follow myself and my own self metrics that I make up for myself because I just made it up. I follow metrics and history and tradition and ancestry and what our ancestors thought God was in an ancient form and all that stuff. And it's survived over 2,000 years of scrutiny, set up hospitals and universities and contributed a lot to the Western world. It's in fact it's the foundation of the Western world and probably some of the laws that we have today, even though some secularists like to debate that.
Tonight, I'm getting
Explanation at all for their worldview, and they just don't know where the stuff comes from. That's what it reduces to.
So the difference is that I actually have an explanation for where these things come from, even though you might think it's ridiculous because let's just say, you know, we love us some magic sky daddy that loves us to be sacrificed in blood. That's why, you know, I mean, at least I'm trying to be funny, man, you know?
Like, I don't know. We started like with meta ethics, then we like there's something about like hospitals and skydaddies. Like I don't know what to say, man. Like I have like a meta ethical view and a separate set of views on like ethics, right? Which means like what are the principles that we should follow? Like however those principles are grounded. And I think I could agree or disagree with like Christians and Muslims and I don't know Baha'i and Hindus about those things, and we can come to some sort of like you know like agreement on what the entailments of those principles are. But if like I'm going to like disagree with somebody about like what those bedrock principles are, then there's just no. I mean, there's no further discussion to be had. Like, so for example, right? Like,
I mean,
there's some
just taking a human life and treating people with dignity seems to be like a thing that's happened throughout history. You know, maybe Christianity is not the only religion that does that, but to my knowledge, in the Western world, that's kind of the foundation of the egalitarianism that you see in
Discretionary is 20% refund on monthly tax bills, credits going out by
secular humanist or what is it, utilitarian, you know, all that stuff. Are you one of those?
look. Why are we talking about?
I'm ordering it.
About like why are we looking?
I'm trying to have a general discussion with you. I'm not trying to have a debate. I'm trying to be funny and just like talk to you like a person.
I mean, we don't have to have a debate, but we could stick to one thing. Like, I'm just saying, like I was giving an example of like where I think like moral discourse is actually impossible. It's one is with like people who are like genuinely psychopaths, who don't seem to have anything we recognize as a moral principle whatsoever. Right? Like they don't value.
Is that because the trait that they lack is
From having any moral functions of others whatsoever. The only concern they have like their own like being, you know. If you're people who are like this, I think would should be like this. The ones who are, all we can really do is like lock them up. We can't actually like argue with them for what is right or what is wrong.
So that's where I like meet people that so like oppose from in any of these decisions, but can be like if we can actually talk to for a single house. Not politics. It doesn't make any sense. The conversation has to be like house and not like our I don't know. So the fire like why does it have to be about this or why can't it be about the problem itself?
If people with like entirely different value systems than yours are not like harming you or people you care about, people coexist, right? But if their values like lead them to take actions that are like conflicting with yours, right? Like the thing you can do is oppose them. You know.
You made your choice. Cool. Where's the video?
Not be guilty going, oh, like Christianity is a dangerous world. People should believe it. Like, are you into that kind of stuff?
Not wholesale, because I do actually think there's a lot of values in Christianity that I think I agree with, right? But yeah, I do actually oppose a lot of the values of like.
Crazy one second, can I tell you that you're gonna burn it out?
I mean, I'm not even concerned about those. Those don't have like impacts, like your view of like what happens to people after they die isn't going to necessarily impact my ability or other people's ability to live in this life, right? But like people who say that like I don't know, like age should be so right? You know, all these other like
let's be clear here, right? So, like, obviously, you as an atheist are going to vote for your value set to influence, like, whatever laws or whatever legislation is going to be, correct?
Not really, there are atheists who think gays should be stoned as well, you know. So
I'm just asking you, like, I mean, I think you're allowed to take your value set and vote on the basis of your value set, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
46.
Yeah. So, like, what even if a Christian didn't think that there was, like, for example, with the same value on a subjective basis, because it's both subjective under your worldview, like, why wouldn't they be allowed? Even if that's ridiculous, I think they'd be able to vote on the basis of that value. That's when you can.
I can vote on it, yeah. I'll do voting in my 24 streets like everyone else.
I see it 21. Okay. Hey, Deepak, we're gonna take you out of the back and stone you to death.
Hey, I can make.
Channel. I'm not gonna have I just the only thing toss the coin and just you don't have to do that. It's not like once there's no good then
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a. This is what I mean. Like, I think you can get past the subjective and into something else, like a collective analysis, or what has history taught us.
I agree with you, and that's in the everyday, right? Like,
They're only every day.
You're gonna walk down the street. You're probably gonna walk by a couple of people. Like, you're not even thinking about this conversation. It's not important when you're in the grocery store in line, or at your mom's house, or hanging out with your friends. But I mean,
It is.
when somebody's asking you this in a philosophical setting now, or in a discussion setting, it actually is important to know these things.
I think it's completely fine psychologically too.
Well, the reason why I think it's actually important, and maybe people should get more into it, is I actually see that people really don't think about things on average, right? Like the white belt that don't study none of this stuff, like all the informal fallacies, like question thinking. It's not a good way to reason. You know what begging the question is, right, Deepak?
I don't.
It's when you insert that the premise is the conclusion. It's like when you're coming right out the gate with your claim and then asserting that as like the conclusion.
The way as that happens.
So do most atheists believe they have a spirit?
Well, that's kind of the joke that I make sometimes,
Because it's a hot. What you mean? What are you talking about? The thing is that we talking about Muhammad because Muhammad didn't write nothing down. How the hell you gonna follow people you don't know? Is that possible? No, that's what I'm saying. We don't know what they twisted it. You know what I'm saying? They might be in idolatry like traders. So are you accusing of Allah of not preserving the life? I didn't say Allah. So okay, because Allah will never command you to follow people that you don't know, that you can't have access to. Allah said follow Muhammad. He said follow the.
That's what they did. Instead of fucking making programs to integrate them and make them have Western values, they allow them to spread their radical. Like it's fucked up. Welcome to Europe, the new Europe. That's why this is an interesting alliance that America is now paying for. That's what
He just like skewed emotions and left.
Yeah.
He voted.
I wanted to let him finish, but I just looked it up. The U.S. gives $14 billion to NATO countries just for humanitarian aid, not impoverished countries, selective, small, struggling economy countries. $14 billion. So how much does those NATO countries give to the U.S.?
Wait, KK, was that tongue in cheek when you said you want to allow Marshall to finish?
Those countries.
No.
What I said.
KK,
Oh my God.
you know what?
You are so married to an Asian.
Jackie, you know what they do? Those countries. Hold on, Rick. They bring in a bunch of scum that don't share the same values, Western values that America has, and America protects them while their country gets infiltrated from within.
Ralphie.
Keep that ideology safe. They want to keep that ideology safe.
Yeah, but the U.S. wanted to keep this ideology safe more than everybody. Like under
No,
Obama,
U.S. doesn't break that. The U.S. doesn't break
but
that.
under Obama, are you fucking serious?
Pepe, wait up. You can't be not taking responsibility for your own actions as, Europe being. And then just hope that, if shit hits the fan, that America is going to be there again. Well, you could have made sure that it didn't happen. You could have done something.
Yeah, I think. Well, first of all, these are sovereign countries. I think we can do what we can. But it's awfully hard. Like we have somebody, and this is where it is America's fault. We had this piece of fucking shit DEI hire. He's the first black president. The second coming of fucking Christ. With the name Obama.
Oh my God.
Or Barack Hussein Obama. And then we literally. And then, literally, it's like, oh my God, everything, heaven's gonna come to earth. And it's just, no, it was a bunch of bullshit. But then we saw look at how much the culture changed under Obama's presidency. We went from being fairly normal country, not that torn apart, racially, any of that stuff. But it's just like when we are the least racist country, all of a sudden, is at the forefront of everything. Race. We need to talk about sex, homophobia, Islamophobia, sexism, all of this fucking shit. Non-fucking stuff. And this motherfucker, he embraced the welcome. And of course, this motherfucker, literally spent part of his childhood in a madrasa. I mean, this guy, he's a fucking piece of shit. And here we are. It's just like, oh, why are we here? Because of America. Why? Because a bunch of fucking brain dead, stupid fucking Americans saw that they got this guy with black skin, and what's more significant than voting for somebody based on their policies. They voted for him because it was so symbolic to have our first black president. And I remember, just watching his fucking his debates. He wasn't a poor debater. He wasn't a good debater either. But watching even we had infomercials where it was like every fucking whether it was local broadcast television, cable, they had this they would allocate an hour to him, and I remember watching it and just seeing okay, you're pointing to the struggles of everyday Americans. Amazing. I mean, okay. So how are you going to fix it? He never said how he was going to fix it. And one of the weirdest things I remember walking out of when my grandfather was alive, my dad and I we pick up gelato, and we would pick it up and drive it over to him. He was in his 90s at the time, and but there was a coffee shop next door, and it was Children for Obama. This is back in 2008 or so, and I was just thinking, why are kids painting pictures of Obama? This is some cult shit. This is weird. But they were doing it, and I don't know. Why are we so accepting of this bullshit? It became fashionably cool to be anti-American, and let me guess, that is rich, of course.
Of course.
It became fashionably cool to be anti-American and basically pro-Islamic, pro-black, anything that undercuts America. It became fucking cool.
Obama's fucking speech talking about Islam is a big part of America and has always been. Have you ever heard that one?
No, he actually said that.
He actually.
Oh God.
Go YouTube it. Your mind is.
I mean, that's funny because even as a Catholic, that is bullshit. That's like saying like a big part of America has always been Catholic. You know, it's somebody who was born and raised Catholic. I didn't know we weren't.
You gotta get some kind of.
One second. We got Paul. Paul, welcome. With us.
Obama was literally the worst fucking president of this nation.
Well, I mean, there's Jimmy Carter. Yeah, it's questionable.
One second, I'm trying to slow these people. Paul, you with us?
I'm just listening.
Are you just listening? Got it. Casper, you with us?
I know Paul. He's been on here for years.
Casper, what do you know the title? Complaining about American allies. Who's got to say American allies? Well, you're they don't involve in America while America is and America did net zero for years and years, but Europe failed to help America when America did all. And it just Europe don't realize they are America, they are nothing. They cannot even protect themselves. I promise in World War III, when that happens, if America don't have the euro back, Europe is gone like very soon. They don't have any power. All of their power is from American facing in that country.
Who can take out Europe?
Europe has a lot of moves. Like as soon as America come out of the euro, Russia wants that. China will step in.
Yeah, but Europe is seeing Russia's clock. This is not even.
Why the hell what hold on. That Russia attack us.
Rafi, we have a question for Castro. Castro, do you have a white SIM card or no? You said Iranian in Iran.
I don't have a white SIM card. I thought yeah.
Oh, okay.
I also would like to say I was hypnotist. I was actually gonna say that we're all praying for him. Him being a gay man in Iran, we're all praying that all were.
Somebody move yeah. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with this.
Welcome, dude.
Thank you. So, you're actually in Iran, huh? Yes. How is it right now there, if we may ask? Well, we have the room. Sad. Everything is sad here. Like everybody waiting for the next war. Everybody don't like trying to have hope, but it's just not that much of hope.
Can I ask you a very blunt question? Like we saw your guys' uprising. Is it okay if I ask you about the uprising and then what's happening now? Okay. All right. We saw the uprising. Now look, a lot of people. I hear a lot of people. They're critical of the Iranians. Saying they have no balls. They won't. Revolt. But okay, come on. You revolt. You know, you guys don't have guns. It's you could be shot on the street.
Yes.
But if they find out who you are, they'll hang an influential person just to make an example for everybody else. And if you're nobody, they'll still hang you.
Yeah, like, well, right now in streets, there's a checkpoints by RGC. They stop your car, they search your car, and if they feel the need, they're gonna search your phone. They searched my phone a couple of times. Like every time I'm coming out of house, I have to delete my Instagram. I have to delete all of my search histories because if they find out that I'm supporting revolution or Rosa Pahlavi, they will arrest me and possibly kill me.
So, I guess what I was asking. So, okay, so in January you had the very ballsy. You had the protest. Then, of course, they massacred a bunch of the people there. You know, on the streets and hung a lot of them. And of course, the U.S. was not, and Israel were not able to like really attack Iran until a couple of months later, and
Yes.
I know right now you guys in Iran are being told like don't act now. It's not the time. Just wait until we tell you it's time. So it's not that in and of itself shows it's not cowardice. You guys are being told to stand by.
Yes, because we actually listened to Reza Pahlavi whenever he told us to go in street. Like 3 months ago, he posted a video, and specifically in 2 days, and specifically at 8 p.m., he said, "Go in street and yell what you want and who you want." We went in street, and they opened fire at us. They killed roughly 30 to 40,000 people in only 2 days, which is the biggest in the world. Like no any other country ever done that. Not even Soviet Union ever done that.
Do you guys feel let down because of that? Do you guys? I mean, and I guess my question is, do you think that you guys feel somewhat demoralized, or because of that shock of how many people that look, I've never been in a protest where people were shot in front of me for protesting. I've never experienced it, so I can't answer. I guess. Do you think that maybe some of um, the energy that they had in January is maybe
Being straightforward, they still have the balls to go out.
Yeah, I mean, are there enough of them that have the energy?
Guys to have the motivation and everything to go out and
absolutely we absolutely have the motivation, and we absolutely want our country back, but we don't want to lose another 40,000 people. Lose pictures of them. It's so fucking sad to see that many amazing
I'm ordering an amigo series on discretionary.
and right now, as Jacob has stated, we don't go in street. It's dangerous. We are the reason we wanted this war. We never asked for the America or Israel come attack Iran and just take the Islamic Republic and we get our country back. Not like that. We want Israel and America to help us by making this government weaker. So next time that we go in street, we have the more power than them.
Yeah, but Castro, do you realize what you said is not gonna happen and is inevitable? You said we don't want us to like die, or we don't want 140,000 to die. But this time, there's a possibility that maybe over 100,000 people.
I understand that, but right in 3 months ago, we went in street. 40,000 people has been killed, and then we came back and nothing happened. But if we go in street, and even if I die, I want to know. I want to make sure that my blood, I died for the right reason, and after I died, my country got free. Not like previously, like
He wants to know in his death if the country got free.
so
Hello?
we died, nothing happened. So next time that we go to the street, we want to make sure even if 100,000, 200,000 died, at least we get our country back.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that really annoyed me about people in the diaspora and Zion. They weren't all from that group, but it was just like when this was happening, they're like, "Go out, fight, fight, fight." But then, in a way, it's just like, okay, but you're a bystander, and I also it's just like this was largely being encouraged by the West, and to me, I felt like if we are going to encourage the people of Iran to put themselves in harm's way for the benefit of countries in the West, we have to. There has to be follow through from the West.
Exactly, yeah.
Well,
And that is where I think
for the country, the West, they're doing it for themselves.
for themselves, yes, but we were egging them on, saying like, "Hey, you guys want your freedom? You want your freedom? Yeah, they're horrible, they're oppressive," which obviously the IRGC is. But it's just like if we're going to egg them on, like we have to, then we have to actually follow through, and basically protect them to the best that we can, and
Exactly. Yeah.
and wipe them out, but like there wasn't that didn't happen. Like I almost wish what would have happened is they had this revolt a couple months later while we were bombing them, and I feel like just imagine like they had this huge resistance, and they were mid then they were just shot, hung, all of that, and lo and behold, nothing changes. And then a couple months later, yeah, we start bombing the shit out of them and killing off their leadership. But like, if it would have occurred at the same time, I feel like that would have been perhaps, it would have been a much better outcome.
We were getting ready in the wartime. We were hoping we asked Israel, like, okay, we go in street, we go to protest and make a revolution, and what we want from Israel and America is protect us from sky and bomb IRGC. So when we are in street, we be safe and we have the big power behind us to protect. And that was the ideal thing. And even if not that, we were getting ready after this war. We go back in street. But I have something to say, like to President Trump. Like he got fooled by IRGC again, and it's like, oh my God, are you still hoping to negotiate with these kind of people? They never listened to any American president for 47 years. They never gonna listen. They will make their own nuclear bomb, and they will keep killing us and make the world unsafe. So negotiating with these kind of people is nonsense.
I'm gonna ask a question, and this might be a little direct question, right? Like, no offense, don't get hurt or don't get offended. Do you guys believe that America's there for you specifically to free the people?
No.
Okay.
No, we believe that.
Okay, that's
America.
You say you got tricked, that they're gonna still develop the bomb. I don't believe you got tricked because it's still not done.
Well, America have their own goals from this war, like removing the nuclear power from Iran, cutting the oil to China, and like Venezuela, maybe after the war, after this regime is gone, take some of our oils, right? And what we thinking is, and what we know is, we have two different goals, but our path is same way. We both want this regime to go. So we can agree on these two, but we can have different goals.
I agree. We have converging interests.
I believe that America has interest to basically give the middle finger to China through Iran.
Exactly.
And I believe that it's not in America's really interest for that nuclear power. It is and it isn't. It's more in Israel's interest. And Israel's kind of piggybacking off America's interest. And those two countries, while they're operating within your country, guys are the take back your country. Now the question is, you guys have them? Is your morale high right now? Are you guys ready to take that? We are
to see America and Israel helping us, or like we tried, like we never wanted it. At the first of protest, once again, at the first of this protest, we never wanted this war to happen. What we wanted is military stand up for our own people. Why did Germans not just finish? So we asked our own military, hey, help us. We are Iranians. Your duty is helping us, not this regime. You're the military of Iran, not us.
That's not what happened. It's a lie.
What is a lie?
the fact of the protesting, you were literally protesting against the government and the military at large, and it was the military that turned it.
No. He's talking about there's the regular military and there's the IRGC. So want the regular military, the regular military.
But these are decentralized units. I get that, and I
No. But that's what
I understand how the Iranian fucking military works. Like you're not telling me something I don't know.
Yeah, but they okay, Richard, shut up.
Fucking delusional. If you think it's in the interest of the United States, create vacuum in fucking Tehran. All they want to do is take out fucking some of the fucking RGC, and then somebody steps up, takes over, and do the same thing we did in fucking Venezuela. It's still a communist fucking country, no fucking regime change, just a different person who plays ball.
Yeah, sure. So, anyways, as I was saying, okay, amazing. So, as what I was saying, like, no, they want the military, the non-IRGC, to basically to stand up against the IRGC. That is the optimal goal.
That's like you saying. I mean, that's what happened in the previous revolution. Like in the Shah's term, in the kingdom of Iran, when Khomeini came, military supported Khomeini and stood up in front of Shah and overthrown the government. That's what happened before. That's not a new thing for this military. This is not a crazy asking from this military. They've done it before. Just asking for doing that again.
Hold on, Castro. The military today, the IRGC have better weapons. The technology and the weapons are a lot better in the IRGC sense than your regular national army, let's say.
But like IRGC, like if military open their bases and let us have weapons and stand up.
Brad, do you want full regime change, or you think you guys want to play ball with us to stop the ass?
They don't want a regime change. We're not doing that.
So hold on. So
that's the Iranian state's going to happen. Parades and
She wasn't even able to finish. He started freaking out in the middle of him speaking. Rip, she was freaked out in the middle of him speaking.
They have learned from their past mistakes, and what they've done now is they make corrections in the military.
That's right. The military back in 1939 not fucking back nobody.
Yes, they did.
Neutral.
Yes,
no,
they did.
it's neutral. No, they stayed quiet. That's what happened. They said, we out of this. They did not support fucking nobody. They said neutral. That's what happened.
Oh, yeah, but Castro. So
I
that's
just have allergy.
Didn't the Air Forces know that we obey the like Khomeini? Yep, they told them.
Iranian Air Force in the previous revolution said we are following the Khomeini's order after this, and we are not gonna follow the Shah's order.
Oh, Kaso, let me ask you a different question. You said you need America and Israel to do what? So
we just want them to. I know it's not their goal, but as I said, they have to.
At least you said it. Yes, at least you said it properly. That's where I was going with, but.
And we want them to make this government weaker, and we will do the last part. Just get them with kill as much as RGC as they can, make this government as weak as they can. So next time we go in street, I'm not saying we're gonna be totally safe. At least power.
But hold on, let me ask you this question: the military and the IRGC is weaker from January when you stepped outside in January till today. The military is weaker. And since the operation started, the military is weaker. The military is weaker today than it was yesterday. So question is, when is it going to be weak enough for you guys? You guys keep saying weak. Not a week like another week passed by. I mean like a week, like strength-wise that you guys, until we don't take them all out for you, when are you guys going to come out? That's the question. When are you guys going to do the second round? When are you guys going to start making Molotov cocktails, building little militias within your communities, organizing, coming out to the streets and burning shit down, burning every fucking hole? If they can't have it, if you guys can't have it, they can't have it.
Why won't you help the Americans and the Israelis burn that fucker down and rebuild? Why do you guys keep waiting for Americans to do it? Hold on, Custer. You guys have oil, you guys have gasoline, you guys have a glass bottle. That's all you need to make a fucking Molotov cocktail. You burn enough spots at simultaneously, the fire departments are gonna have time to come out and put out all the fires. Burn everything fucking to the ground, restart.
Just before Castro answers, I want to ask him to be careful about his safety when he wants to answer this question. Just this.
Well, about my safety, I went in street in the protest.
I know. I'm just helped.
Yeah, thank you. And well, when the war happened, it was President Trump that told us, don't go in street, it's not safe. He told us, do not go to street. We listen to him and we stand down until he tells us, now it's the time.
That's an order, and you listen to orders, and that's that.
Yeah, so Rappy.
Order from their country.
No. Rappy.
During the ceasefire,
No, Rappy, no, Holiday.
Rafi, the Iranian TV was hacked. Trump's video and message was with Farsi subtitle was played on Iranian national TV.
Yes.
So that's what they did. They told them to stand the fuck down and do not do anything until we tell you to.
Correct. Exactly. But Ocean, let me ask you a different question. During the ceasefire, we knew that Iran was weak. Like, they needed that ceasefire to rebuild, correct? Me and you aren't stupid. It's not that America.
Once again, what did I just told you? You're gonna tell me. I know what you're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me. Well, there's no war now.
No war now.
Rappy proposed to stand down.
What? What did I just tell you? And you can fact check me if I'm fucking lying. What did I just tell you?
That they were told to stand down.
And then he said the same thing. So they was fucking listening to what the fuck they be doing. Actual video on Iranian national TV. So that's what they're doing.
I understand, but during the ceasefire, they had a ceasefire. American can't say, guys, we're in a ceasefire. Now you guys can have fun with them.
They say
I never said.
there is a reason why not doing it.
Well, then you need a leader. To go in street, we need a leader to tell us the day and the time to go in street united. Well, that leader or Reza Pahlavi. None of those people after January said anything. And in fact, President Trump and Reza Pahlavi, they both told us they stand down for now until the moment comes.
Exactly. Rappy, this is what you're not getting. Trump, okay, first of all, Israel, the United States, and Pahlavi, they're all saying stand down. Okay, so they're standing down. I don't get it. Like they.
Well, again, during the ceasefire, if the IRGC is weak, they need to regroup and rebuild. So while there's a ceasefire between America and Iran, correct? That's allowing them to regroup and rebuild and re-strategize. So if both sides are doing the same thing, let's say America's regrouping and rebuilding and re-strategizing, let's say Iran is doing the exact same thing. If the Iranian people themselves weren't told to do so by America or Pahlavi, and realistically during the ceasefire, America couldn't have told them to do it. They should have said themselves. Why during the time America's going to be regrouping, re-strategizing, we won't give the IRGC that opportunity because now we're going to distract them and fucking keep them on their toes.
Rappy.
They're not the ones orchestrating.
To the Iranian people, that's not really a ceasefire. The Iranian people should have included themselves.
Rappy, let me dumb this down for you. Your parents and your uncle are next to you. You got to fight with somebody, right? You got into a fight with somebody. Then your parents, your mom and your dad and your freaking uncle tell you to back the fuck up.
and you're a 10-year-old fucking child. Back the fuck up. The other person that you fucking having a fight with is a fucking 16-year-old, bigger than you, stronger than you, right? They pick your parents.
They're always gonna be bigger and stronger.
Back the fuck down. What would you do? Would you back the fuck down?
No, I would wait for my parents to turn around. I'll wait for my parents to turn around. I would use a fucking stick across.
In Iran, we need to be united. I cannot go in street and tell all of Iran to come out. We need a leader to tell us that.
I understand.
That's what leaders are for, Rafi. That's
what leaders are.
You step number one. You follow orders. That's step number one.
And I like what we didn't get it. This revolution is like a military structure that our commander telling us to do something and we will do it. But if you're
no leader.
a military and your sergeant telling you not to do this, are you going to do this? No.
There's not.
So we are waiting for our
collective order. This is not Venezuela. Please don't forget, this is not fucking Venezuela. What we're talking about.
By the way, do you think that the son of the Ayatollah is dead or
I think he's dead because there's no way. Like, imagine a guy, leader of Iran, and we never saw his picture after he became a leader. We never heard his voice. We didn't see any videos of him, and they just told us he's injured and he only writing stuff, like write on a piece of paper, and his orders are on the piece of paper.
So if you go to ultra refresh the screen and you look at my picture, this is the mural that Iran did I guess a week ago or so, and his picture was on top of Soleimani's picture, which Soleimani was dead in.
I saw that picture. The government said it was a mistake.
Oh really? Oh shit.
Drew, in the picture, the former Iranian president is also in the picture, who died in a helicopter crash a couple of years ago. It has nothing to do with this war as well. So yeah, and that was not U.S. or Israel. So I'm not sure if that picture is there.
So, does anybody know where that mural's been painted? Has the Iranians verified that that is true? That they have seen it?
Seen what?
The mural in Iran.
And they expect it to be paid.
Just you said?
This.
Now you know.
That's when I started hiring my friends, and they expected to be paid.
No, nobody. They said it's going to be AI generated too, right? What is that?
This looks really genuine. The other thing is that it says the markers of this operation, etc. So it's like it says like the marker, American anti-Zionist war, etc. So it looks really on point with what usually they